think she decided to bake a cake and pursue it just as a hobby. Now this is her mainstream job. This is what she does. And for her to excel, she'll have to basically figure out how to get, say, a large number of people to take a leap of faith in her. And her goal cannot be, I have to become the number one baker in the world. Her goal has to be, how do I become better than my past self every single day? And at least for the 3 or 4 months that I've known her, that is what has been happening. She was featured by one of the most prominent entrepreneurial magazine, because this is fascinating, right? For it makes for a great magazine story. Ex-banker gets fired, starts a bakery, sells thousands of cakes. And by the way, the cakes are delicious and it has become an Instagram sensation. Now, this is not just a gimmick. Let me give you another example of Vicky Benison. She studied zoology in her undergrad, then got her MBA at University of Bath, and today is known as the famous creator behind the YouTube channel Pasta Grannies. And when you look at Pasta Grannies, it's essentially a media company built out of YouTube where Italian grandmas put together their old traditional recipes and share it with the world. So doing so has essentially just revitalized Vicky and the way she thinks about her job, a former zoology MBA turned YouTube entrepreneur. But it has also created a huge set of micro entrepreneurs in the form of those grandmas in Italy. I've had the pleasure of having some of their pastas, and in the Corona era, I myself have become a micro chef at home. So these recipes, these experimentations have created a different kind of a movement, and this is something that really energizes me. Whether you look at these Italian grandmas, whether you think of Vicky Benison, whether you think of this network capital community member who got fired and started a bakery that has now become an internet sensation. What's uniting all of them? It's the infinite mindset and their quest to transcend competing with others and building their category of one. A useful tip when you think about building your category of one is to try and think of the first 1,000 consumers or customers that you have. Often digital media is confusing and filled with information that may or may not be true, which is, I don't think that any of the examples that I presented were designed keeping in mind what will become the next Google or what will become the next Facebook. Although I'm here to make a case, even if that's your goal, one of the first things you need to do is to find 1,000 people and figure out a way to win their trust enough so that they consider paying you a small amount of subscription, a small royalty, or a regular chain of income. When I called Network Capital the Netflix for careers, it's far more than that. We combine community, career, and career content and career intelligence. Community content and career intelligence combined is Network Capital. But Netflix for careers essentially is a nice tagline which helps people understand what it is. So what was my philosophy? How do I get 1,000 community members who had taken a leap of faith on me and the vision to subscribe and join our mission of democratizing inspiration? My goal is not to become, the next anything. I want to be the first and only network capital that does its job to the best of its ability. Because you know what? Doing this is super energizing. I wake up every day excited to go to work. When you get 1,000 paying subscribers, you're also financially stable. The reason I called it the purpose economy is because when you think of millennials, our generation or Gen Z, we care a lot more about purpose than our predecessors. We want to make a difference, and we also want to have a decent, dignified lifestyle, but it is a combination of both. I have rarely come across a shaper or a network capital community member or any youth community member who says that the only goal I have is to make money and buy yachts. I'm yet to meet such a person. Why? Because we think differently and we want different things. But we're also being flooded with confusing career advice from all walks of life, and we need to address that head on. So, the first micro step, 1,000 true fans. Just try and focus on them. Scale will be a byproduct. This is a concept that has been written extensively by Wired co-founder Kevin Kelly that I talk about in my book, The Seductive Illusion of Hard Work, my Harvard Business Review articles, my Mint articles, so forth, because it has been something that has helped shape the founding pillars of network capital. You know, I used to be at Microsoft doing a very interesting job until quite recently. The reason I was able to take the leap of faith into network capital was precisely because of those 1,000 true fans who trusted and made this possible. It took network capital far less time to get to the 1,000, paying subscriber mark, and today it keeps growing. But beyond the growth, what really gives me meaning, what gives me purpose, is trying to really see how I can uniquely contribute to the 1,000 people who've taken a leap of faith. And, in a way, embarked on this collective mission of creating their own categories of one. It's a very different mindset. It's something that makes you far more in control of your future than anything else. Daniel Pink, a writer, talks about the 3 elements of meaningful work. And I think these 3 elements of meaningful work will help you make sense of the examples that I've presented in terms of the finite and infinite mindset, and also think of the 1,000 true fans in a different way. So he says that when we think about the purpose economy or other things, the elements of work would be autonomy, mastery, and purpose. These 3, when combined, create meaningful work for people. And as I mentioned, all of us are seeking for meaning, not just jobs that pay the bill. Meanings and job that pays the bill do not need to be opposed to each other, which is why the purpose economy is blossoming. So what is autonomy? Autonomy is essentially being able to dictate, at least to a reasonable percentage, how would you shape your day. If you're essentially enslaved to the clock, according to many philosophers, you're not really free. You are chained, you're enslaved to something else. The second element of Pink's framework is mastery. A lot of joy, a lot of meaning comes from essentially mastering your core craft. But in the 21st century, it's really challenging to figure out what to master. Today, there is a hot new topic here and a hot new trend there. Day after, there will be something new. And the week after, it will be forgotten, and there will be some new trend that everybody will be tweeting about. Again, confusing to be a millennial, right? But mastery comes from essentially honing your skill and really doubling down in a way that you can see progress. Enough psychologists have studied and analyzed what gives people the feeling of what energizes them. So one of the biggest motivators is actually making progress on your past self. So when you think of mastery, you need to know what to master. And that is why I think follow your passion is a confusing career advice. That is why I use the word passion economy differently. I call it the purpose economy. So what's the problem with the phrase follow your passion? The challenge with follow your passion is that it assumes that everybody knows their passion. And I can assure you, as an engineer who studied liberal arts and got an MBA and then became a Chevening Fellow at Oxford, who worked at Microsoft, now runs Network Capital, passions change. Oh, by the way, I love to do act. I do some movies and have done theater. Lots of it, still do. So is a passion fixed? Is it finite? No, it's not. It evolves and it changes and it's completely okay. But I find great joy in mastering skills that mean a lot to me. So how am I doing it? And what's my suggestion as a peer that you might consider? Don't follow your passion, follow your curiosity. I set up Network Capital because I was really interested in how and why people make career choices. Why does everyone in India want to study engineering as a first degree? I studied engineering as well. That's completely fine. But why? What causing it? Is it an insurance policy? Is it something that's designed to get you a certain kind of a standardized job, which will make you compete very hard in the finite game or the finite mindset? Is it something else? So I was curious of this question, and then I started tinkering around with the solution. Have I arrived? Have I solved the jobs and careers and work problem? Of course not. But I'm having a wonderful time trying to tinker away and have built a stable revenue stream, which is really important, which has removed the insecurity and anxiety out of the equation. Similarly, when you look at my writing or theater, these were not fixed passions that I had. These were some things that evolved over a period of time. And what is interesting about mastery as an element of work is that the better we get at a particular craft, the more passionate we became. So I started writing by essentially, writing a little bit of blogs, my papers, so on and so forth. They started becoming popular. Do you know how I got my first book? I wrote a blog for the World Economic Forum. It became really popular. A large Indian newspaper contacted me after that blog saying that, would you like to write a column for us? I said, sure, why not? So the column became a weekly column, and then a publisher reached out to me saying that, hey, would you like to convert this column into a book? I said, sure. And then the book became a bestseller. But what I realized in this mastery equation was that the better writing I did, the more I enjoyed because I was following my curiosity. I was not feeling a sense of pressure that I need to do it because, I need to become the #1 writer in the world. No. If you don't enjoy the process, if you're not really in the infinite game mindset, it'll be very difficult for you to do something for the long term. So when you think of mastery, think very carefully about which problem needs you the most, which people need you the most. How might you work together to create something unique, to find 1,000 people? That's a healthy start. If you do the math, 1,000 people who are paying you on a monthly basis, that's a very healthy revenue for most kinds of lifestyles. And the good thing about the number 1,000 is that it doesn't stop at that. But to get to the number 1,000, you need to be able to master your craft or set of crafts. And for that, you need to follow your curiosity, not your passion. So please try and keep these frameworks in mind just as one reference point. Feel free to customize them the way you deem appropriate, because that will be required for you to make sense of this really confusing set of worlds that we live in. But I promise you, from my example and from the 100,000 members that we have on Network Capital, that this framework works because it is not built on the 100,000 people competing with each other. It is built on the 100,000 people collaborating with each other and helping each other build their category of one. The last element of Pink's framework is purpose. And I think that should be self-explanatory because our generation is by definition trying to be purposeful. Just ask any millennial, what does he or she really want to do? And you will get, at least from their answers or what they're alluding to, that they want to solve a problem. It's just that they haven't figured out the tools, or they sometimes feel that everything needs to be in a sequence first. Get your degrees, get insurance policies, work, get financial security, then try and think about purpose. And I'm here to challenge a different kind of a work style in the 21st century where all these things don't need to be sequential. You might think that in my career per se, engineering, INSEAD MBA, Oxford University Chevening Fellowship, Microsoft, Harvard Business Review books, all of them have been sequential, but I am very much you. You and I or the people I think most people who are tuning in are essentially, we are all peers trying to figure it out. While it might look sequential, the process of trying to think about network capital started much before. It started the day I became curious about the problem and in my head developed a kind of a tangible vision. What might a world look like where people actually pursued jobs that they cared about instead of trying to apply for any and all jobs that come to university and forget about whether the jobs should exist or not in the first place, whether we create our own jobs. So I want you to think about all your work pursuits in terms of this framework and the infinite mindset, and I think it's going to be monumentally useful. Um, the second thing that I'd like to talk about in this masterclass, especially in trying to make it very actionable and tangible for all of you, is for you to think of your category as of one as something that you need to build as a superpower. So remember I asked you a few minutes back, what's something that you're uniquely good at? There's a beautiful Japanese phrase, which is, again, the center of network capital's philosophy. I would love for all of you to explore this phrase called ikigai. So ikigai, very simply put, is a way of trying to figure out the job which is at the intersection of who you are, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. And when you look at the intersection, that ikigai should be, by definition, your category of one. And when you think of, building your ikigai, one secret technique that I would like to share with you is that combine skills. There is a lot of magic in combining different kinds of skills or contra-disciplinary skills. In my case, for example, one of the things that worked very well or worked very well in the network capital's evolution was I, as a person, I am decently technical. I have a strong management background. I write decently well. And I'm able to communicate complex ideas, hopefully in clear fashion. Tell me if that's not the case. By combining different kinds of skills, at that intersection, you take the first step towards reaching your ikigai. So when I say of combining different skills, I mean very different kinds of skills. Think of physics and poetry, math and music, theater and technology. Because what happens at intersections is pure magic. Think of the company, like Microsoft or Apple, let's say, for example. Apple, they said, is a better tech company than any fashion company and a better fashion company than any tech company. This is an analysis, I'm quoting someone. You try and use this Apple framework in trying to see what kind of skills can you combine and create your own category of one. Are you a data scientist who's also a stand-up comic? Are you a trader and also a musician? When you look at the intersection, it also helps you discover your inner repository of knowledge. I found not this process to not just be fun and inspiring and interesting, but also a very useful problem-solving tool. In this purpose economy and in this collective pursuit of trying to transcend competition and create your own category of one, I believe that combining skills will be a very useful technique that you can think about. So start today by asking, what are two things which seemingly different, but I can combine them to create or follow my own curiosity? There's an Italian chef called Massimo Bottura. I learned about him from Professor Francisca Gino in Rebel Talents. And essentially, Bottura is somebody who's phenomenal in the way he's able to make experiences, design, and incredible cooking come to life. There are many Italian chefs, there are many designers, there are many experienced managers, but there is one Massimo Bottura. And that is something that you all should keep in mind. Your goal is not to become the next Massimo Bottura. Your goal is to try and figure out what will you combine to create whatever matters most to you. Bottura was most fascinated by the evolution of Italian cuisine and how might he reinvent it. And that's what he did. What will you do today? I highly encourage you to check out one of the recipes on his menu called Oops, I Dropped a Lemon Tart. If you look at traditional cooking, a lot of it comes down to following the recipes and really doing things the way it is done. So Massimo learned all of that, but added the element of improvisation, experience, and design onto it. So what was the result? Once one of his sous chefs dropped a lemon tart, and it basically fell apart. So, Oops, I Dropped a Lemon Tart is essentially a fantastic presentation of a lemon tart that has literally been smashed on a white plate. Looks gorgeous, by the way, but essentially it was a mistake. Boturo's genius was to create that mistake into an experience, into a memorable name that jumped out and stood out for everybody. And I think we can all try and learn from this. Don't we all make mistakes? Don't we all make mistakes and try to undo them? Sure. But mistakes can also be fantastic teachers in our journey to Ikigai as we try and combine different skills and try and think of this. The reason I gave you the example of Boturo, Vicky Benison, the network capital banker, who became a baker and now is an Instagram sensation, who also makes more than just a living, is that these examples are very relatable. The problem with the examples that we hear about every day on Twitter is that it's actually really demotivating to some extent. A nice quote by a gazillion-dollar entrepreneur sounds awesome for 5 minutes, but I'm far more interested in the 99.99% of people who are not that, who I hope one day become that, but don't want them to get intimidated by the prospect of such things. How do you make it more manageable, and how do you help them design such an experience that they can make this entire process come to life? The third thing I'd like to share in this category of one masterclass, and how might you create your own, is that try and build communities. I am firmly of the belief that every single company in the 21st century will be a subscription-based company. And any subscription-based company at heart is trying to be a community. But again, from your own lens, as an individual, as a young professional, as a student, when you build or try and be part of different communities, you're essentially basically learning from rapid and large-scale collaboration of minds instead of the standard competition, which is so dull and uninspiring. So the beauty of communities is that if you set the right culture, if you set the right tone, if you set the right frameworks, magic starts happening at scale. The first version of networkcapital.tv was a Facebook group. And at that time, I used to work at Microsoft full-time in a very busy job, a job that I loved. But that Facebook group, one contribution which I am happy about is that I set the culture right from the beginning. And that culture was that of radical collaboration. So when I say build or learn communities, it is essentially try and make sure that the communities that you're part of and the communities that you're building, they're designed to initiate and scale people's categories of one. Imagine if on Network Capital, I had gotten, say 1,000 or 10,000 people in the beginning, where everybody was competing all the time. How would you share anything if you are competing? It is possible, but it's not possible. I think it's not possible at scale. So on the Facebook group, I noticed from the early days itself, the way people came together, and we built some technology on top of that. But essentially, if you look at the people-to-people engagement, it was fostered because people understood intrinsically the value of playing infinite games and what they might do to learn and share with each other. So as you think of your future, think of many different communities that you can be a part of and learn from. And I like to think of a term called contribution capital, which essentially means figure out a way to add unique values to the community that you're part of. Essentially, instead, whenever we go, most people, when they go to a setting or join a community, the first thing they ask, what can I get out of it? What is my ROI, return on investment? Don't do that. Calculate your return on giving, if at all. Contribution capital is perhaps the single biggest factor that has helped network capitals become from a small Facebook group to one of the largest global career intelligence communities. And because we've been able to establish this as a core value, I think people are now inspired for each other. Do you know, I have not spent a single dollar on sales or marketing of network capital ever. It's all been word of mouth because contribution capital isn't a unique concept to me or people who are part of, X community or Y community. It is something that is fundamental to human nature. We are essentially, no matter what media tells us, essentially at the core of it, we are kind, we want to share, and we want to collaborate and build new things with an infinite mindset. Unfortunately, what media picks up are exceptions, not the rules, and more gruesome stories, not the norm. If you want to learn more about it, you can read Factfulness by Hans Rosling. You can learn Humankind by Rutger Bregman. Steven Pinker has done some work on it. But essentially, ask your grandma or your granddad. Or, they have seen and witnessed many acts of kindness, and they'll be able to give you an acute picture of what happens when communities come together. Now, the challenge when you are thinking about being a part of communities and trying to build one is this concept which I like to call intimacy at scale. So all of us are humans, and humans are designed to essentially know 150 people properly. It's called the Dunbar number. But what I'd like to suggest or invite you to do is to don't think in terms of scale again. Try and think of what are the groups of 5 that you can be a part of, just to begin with. Because I want this masterclass to be really actionable. So how do I scale down an experiment and make something possible for you? So you are essentially the set or the amalgamation of 5 people you spend most of your time with. And if a lot of building category of 1 is building and learning from communities, just try and start with communities of 5. What are the communities or micro communities that can start with 5 that you can be a part of that can help you learn and scale? That can help you contribute uniquely to others, and that can help you figure out and find autonomy, mastery, and purpose as you do so. Most importantly, help you transcend competition. Whenever you form those groups of 5, don't try and beat anybody, become better than X. You're bigger than that. But how might you think about their entire landscape? And just to wrap it all together and to make it actionable for all of you in terms of this miasma of information and frameworks that we've discussed in our category of 1. Look, one of the most defining aspects of the 21st century would be the constant change. We will have to reinvent ourselves multiple times. Disruption is far easier said than done. But what happens with disruption as and when it happens is that we need to reinvent ourselves, and in the 21st century, we will need to reinvent ourselves multiple times. The banker will need to become a baker, and the baker might need to become a writer, and the writer might need to take to YouTube, and the YouTuber might need to create a new media company to redefine how social media works. That may not work, and then you might need to start something new. So you will have to reinvent yourself multiple times, and you can't reinvent yourself alone. You need the support, the strength, the grit, the resilience that comes from truly enjoying the problem that you're solving and you're uniquely suited to solve. And that can only happen when you do that with the help of communities, when you transcend competition, and when you see this philosophy as a way of life, not just a way of finding a job or a living, but something deeper. It will not only help you be energized by the changes, it'll help you find opportunities, unexplored opportunities where people find adversity and challenges. I look up to all of you to look at the adversity that we find ourselves in, where literally nothing is defined, literally nothing is fixed. And how might you adopt an infinite mindset to create a category of one and transform this adversity into a unique opportunity, not only for yourself, but also for the millions who need it far more than you? Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Utgar, for this wonderful masterclass that has been also very enlightening. Also to me, actually, I've been listening here passively and really enjoying every single bit of it. Maybe
Thank you. It means a lot.
just a quick question to get started also. So you say this category of one, right? I can imagine as you've been also pursuing this direction now for quite some time, don't you find the whole process a bit lonely at sometimes?
Absolutely. Which is why I said communities are so important. It's reinvention, trying to recreate yourself. The sheer shame, for example, of getting fired or not knowing what will happen tomorrow or not being able to pay your rent or sometimes struggling to pay for an ailing relative who's been, say, hospitalized due to the current fight. It's really difficult. Um, which is why you need to build and draw strength from communities, because you are never alone. Even when in the darkest day, there are others who are going through something very similar, and you can learn from their experience. We formed subgroups in Network Capital for COVID, people who lost their jobs, people who were trying to help each other. And what I noticed on Global Shapers community, other Network Capital subgroups, and many other youth-based contribution capital-centric networks was that people understood the loneliness, the difficulty that comes with it, but sometimes didn't have the tools and the techniques to create the category of one. So I will not deny your question. It's lonely, it's hard, but it's worth it.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
Okay. And in some also other way, so you mentioned also this category of one, and we've just mentioned also in some ways the loneliness, but I can also imagine that people might be frightened about the idea of, pursuing their creativity
Yeah.
in these many ways actually.
Yeah.
Because I've heard of people that were called to be an ovni, right? Recruiters, for example, in company will say, "Well, I don't understand your profile. You've been doing X, Y, and Z
Yeah.
at the same time. Who are you?"
Yeah.
So, what would be your answer to this?
I hear you. I agree with you as well. So in the masterclass, when I talked about people paying lip service to the infinite mindset, is exactly this. What is the standard interviewer question? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 15 years? How did you decide to do this? What's your long-term plan? I mean, all of this is assuming that the world will be same in 5 years as it is now. Who predicted in 2015 that 2020 will be like this? Nobody. Zero. The future is uncertain, and the sooner recruiters realize that and start hiring people for jobs which are curiosity centric, contribution capital centric, category of one centric, the better it will be not only for them but for everybody. And I think for the smartest recruiters, the people who really want to attract the absolute best, this philosophy is not going to work for too long. That I will hire standardized people who do standardized jobs, who think in a standardized way. Oh, but I want them to do really innovative work to change the world. That's not going to happen. Somewhere you need to be logical and put your money where the mouth is. If you really say, if your tagline is that we are an innovation centric company, then hire people who combine diversity of thought, ideas, action, cultures, convictions. Don't just say lip service for it. And I think we should uh, talk about that in a fairly open way. It's time that recruiters create a scenario which is a win-win. I think the way recruitment happens in most companies today is completely flawed. The way resume selection happens, I have no idea. I've happened to work and study at the best institutions around the world. So I have just a lot of data on what works and what doesn't work. It's a black box. And I think it doesn't need to be a black box. The whole process of that one-page CV instead of, this system is broken, this hasn't changed. The CV and the job description, for example. Have you looked at any job description recently?
No.
So job descriptions are like the world, jobs have changed leaps and bounds in the past 100 years, but job descriptions are the same. We are looking for a diligent hard worker who's very innovation centric. Oh, but we want 20,000 pre-qualification. Isn't that silly?
A bit.
Yes.
Some ways, huh?
Yeah, so I think the brightest people and the most curious people should not join such companies till they change their mind. And since these are most companies, so we should all collectively make this process actionable. And in terms of what's the alternative? The alternate is build your category of one, just find 1,000 people. I know that every single person in the world has it in him or her to find 1,000 people to trust their mission. If you don't find 1,000 people, keep trying. That's not intimidating, right? 1,000 people you can find. Start from there. Let that be the origin point of whatever you're doing. Scale will be a byproduct. You can't build a $1 billion company without building, $1,000 company. And $1,000 comes from just 100 customers, 10 customers sometimes. 1,000 paying customers will be something that every single person can achieve. And I think they can have a lot of fun. Don't join recruiters who say innovation, creativity, and then, follow all these traditional broken job practices.
Okay, and so now we've been so in this also again in this situation and this idea of also scaling, and I think what you're saying is very valuable, especially now to students around us, maybe also listening, that might be into this, that might also want to create, as you say, their category of one and see which of their dreams they can pursue. But now coming to maybe scaling up also, you go from in some way from building your category of one to inviting others to join also
Yeah.
your category of one.
Yeah.
How do you really handle this? I can imagine that this category of one in some ways is also very personal.
Yeah. I think that's an excellent question. When I say category of one, I mention it as a philosophy of life. I made this talk very person and people centric because I think if I were 18, I would want to know how can I create my category of one. But this category of one is very organizational, institutional, national, and international as well. So category of one is I'm trying to be my category of one, and Network Capital, the organization, which is far more than me and far bigger than me and transcends just me as one person, is institution, is trying to help create its category of one. And it's built Network Capital so that all its 100,000 members, hopefully in the coming years, millions of members, will build their category of one because it's a way of life. I think competition, when say companies compete for this very similar outcome, is what Peter Thiel was critiquing. And when he said competition is for losers. So he said when everyone competes for a fixed pie, the pie is too small for 20 people to compete. Even if you win the race, you still remain a rat. So think of category as one as a way of life. As an individual, try and build your category of one. As an institution builder, try and make your institution try to solve a particular problem. And as somebody who's providing advice to institution, you should ask yourself, What would it take for somebody with a finite mindset or of playing finite games who believes in the virtues of competition? What will it take for them to leave this old school mindset and adopt a new one, which is far more possibility driven than anything else?
Okay, thank you a lot. And now I see that we also have some questions in the chat, so I will
Okay.
be asking some of them to
Sure.
you. So someone is asking, so what do you think about trust? How much is it and will it be crucial in the future, especially in terms of building communities?
Um, it's impossible to build a community without establishing trust. Think of any community, right? Let's take global shapers, for example. I believe that, among other things, that Global Shapers does very well and it tries to do really well is that it scales trust. So when you meet another global shaper, there is a preset understanding that this person must bring to bear a certain set of values, must be driven by things like purpose, economy, curiosity, so on and so forth. Um, and scaling and establishing trust is hard. You need to put together a culture, you need to put a certain amount of principles around that. So when you think of whether the micro communities of five, meta networks, mega networks, or something in between, you need to be able to scale something, a conversation or an intimacy, and take it to the next level. Trust needs to strengthen with scale. Trust cannot dilute with it. So the more members, say, global shapers have, trust needs to increase. And this will need some intervention in terms of principles and guidelines and framework, and some of which will be managed by the community members, which is why community is such a powerful thing. It's a peer accountability mechanism, right? So when you seek to build trust, you need to follow or let people also shape the culture and then put a framework around it so that people can basically come closer as they grow in size.
So someone in the chat says, I don't think it's a question, but that's also a message for you. May you always be happy, healthy, peaceful, and prosperous. I think that's also a positive message that they've sent in
Oh,
in
thank
the
you.
chat.
Means a lot.
And so going to a second question. So someone is asking, at what point do you think that your category of one is available as a business solution? Um, Basically, at which point do you tell yourself, I can make money out of it?
Yeah. So let me give you a couple of examples that you can think about. So network capital, for example, I first built the community. Then I built the product, networkcapital.tv, which is a simple way you can think of it as Netflix for careers. And then I put a business model around it. So my belief is, and my personal example gives me the data points, is that you will be ready when your community is ready. Your goal is just to find 1,000 people to to pay you. I adopted a very open dialogue with the community. I have always been very transparent with what works and what does not work. So the way I went about it was I started experimenting with it while I was at Microsoft, experimenting with the curiosity. I was interested in this curiosity when I was an MBA student at INSEAD. And if I ask myself, I have always been curious about this question. When I started thinking about, monetizing network capital, it was because, I had to, make ends meet. If I had to give up a living at Microsoft, I needed to figure out a way to also build and scale the community. So it was a curiosity exploration that constantly went about. You can also do it the reverse, by the way. You can also first build a very interesting product with a business model that you know will work, and you have a firm belief in that, and then let capital come to you in the form of faith by the customers. I think you should know what works better for you. So for me, it was very important to have a stable, constantly growing revenue stream before leaving, a great job at Microsoft. I loved what I did. It was very important because I don't want to be in a situation where I am not able to figure things out, and I'm experimenting when I should actually be um, you know implementing. So that's just me. I knew that. Plus, I had $150,000 loan. My MBA. I went for an MBA very young, as 25-year-old with $150,000 MBA loan. I couldn't have just left the job on a whim, right? So I needed to think about my financial situation as well. But it'll all come down to, when do you think you will be able to get to that thousand level? The journey to thousand is very hard. In fact, the first thousand are perhaps the hardest to get other people come. So I don't know whether it'll take other people 3 months, 6 months, or 3 years. But the idea is, when you get to thousand, you will feel a lot more confident, and your future, I will never say your future is secure, because that is a wrong concept. Future is never secure. Future is uncertain, but future is fun if you adopt an infinite mindset with it. So try and figure out what mix works for you. This is what worked for me. I'm not the ultimate source of wisdom. Let's try and figure out what works for you.
Thank you a lot for this wonderful answer, very comprehensive. Um, we have another question, and I think it's also very related to the place we're in. We're in the University of Geneva right now.
Yeah.
So how may school systems, educational institution, adapt to your vision by pushing children and students to discover the capacities and uniqueness rather than promoting a stressful norm?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. I've explored and written about it extensively for the World Economic Forum. So let me give you an answer, and also the organizers can share the link, so you can just Google it. Education is where a lot of our problems start. So we live in the 21st century, driven by constant disruption, constant change from all sides. And our education system is still living in the 16th, 17th, 18th century. It's designed for the industrial era. We live in the fourth industrial era. So if you look at a classroom, most classrooms, they look a lot like factories. There is a teacher, there is a bell, there are people sitting on benches, children or young students, and like an assembly line, teachers keep going, students keep coming. I'm talking on average. University of Geneva, I'm sure, is an exceptional school, but generally, that's the norm, because education fundamentally hasn't changed, right? In education, again, basically, you are taught that you need to stand first to get the best opportunities, and you need to learn, memorize all the facts. And what about innovation? What about curiosity? I don't know too much about the Swiss education system, but I can give you a flavor of what happens in many low income and middle income countries. Is that they're a lot more fact based than why based. So a question in a board exam, a standard 10 exam, was what is the speed of light till 8 significant figures? Why should anybody memorize that? It is not useful. I can Google it. Instead, a question should be, why is the speed of light measured till 8 significant figures? In university exams, you should not have questions which can be Googled. How might you really create a system where universities, the ecosystem that they exist in, and the students are solving real problems? So I think it starts by trying to, again, create your own category of one. I don't think University of Geneva should try to be the next anything. You should not, I think Geneva should not try to be the Silicon Valley, because, copying doesn't work. Copying is fundamentally against the creation of the category of one. Try and be Geneva and the best version of University of Geneva, but try and learn from some new things that are happening. So adapt to the current times and try and figure out what is a unique perspective that University of Geneva adds to Geneva and the world, without trying to be the next X or ABC of X. I think that's a philosophy that I strongly urge you to not go towards.
Thank you a lot for answering this question. I think we're going also to clip this part and really brainstorm on it to see how we can also, from our side, students also make the experience better. Yeah. So Utkarsh, thank you. I see that the clock has run out of time. Thank you a lot for this very inspiring masterclass. And now I turn to the audience. Now we will take a break on our sides, but we see you at 10:45 for the next masterclass, which will be on the topic of the digitalization of legal professions with the focus on legal tech. So that will be a session co-hosted by the Swiss Legal Tech Association's student chapter here in the University of Geneva. So see you at 10:45. Utkarsh, thank you a lot. Thank you for coming, and
my pleasure.
see you soon.
See you soon. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. It was a real delight having you, being here. Thank you.
E-SPACE.
Salut à toi et bienvenue dans l'e-SPACE, l'espace dédié à l'entrepreneuriat, ici à l'Université de Genève dans le cadre de la Semaine mondiale de l'entrepreneuriat 2020. Dans quelques minutes, nous aurons le plaisir de débuter une masterclass sur la digitalisation des professions libérales avec un accent particulier sur la Legal Tech. Une masterclass qui nous sera donnée par Nicolas Torrent, vice-président de la Swiss Legal Tech Association et qui est aussi co-organisée et co-hostée par le chapitre Genevois, étudiants de la dite association. Alors, comme vous le savez, cette masterclass s'insère dans le cadre d'une thématique journalière consacrée à l'évolution du monde du travail. Nous espérons donc qu'avec cette masterclass, vous verrez comment les professions libérales, et en particulier les professions juridiques, seront amenées à évoluer dans les années à venir. Avant de commencer la masterclass en tant que telle, on va juste vous donner quelques informations d'ordre général et d'ordre technique. Si vous nous suivez en direct depuis YouTube, par exemple, ou depuis le site de la Semaine de l'entrepreneuriat, nous vous invitons à entrer directement dans le webinaire que nous avons consacré à cette masterclass afin de pouvoir poser toutes vos questions. Si vous êtes sur notre site internet, le site E-SPACE.HOW, vous pouvez directement vous inscrire à la masterclass et recevrez immédiatement le lien d'accès pour entrer dans le webinaire. Ceci étant dit, Nicolas Torrent, merci d'être avec nous.
Merci beaucoup de m'accueillir.
Vous avez la parole.
Super, merci beaucoup. Est-ce que je pourrais avoir mes slides, s'il vous plaît?
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, la digitalisation des professions libérales, on a beaucoup de choses à dire dessus. Et en même temps, beaucoup de choses ont déjà été dites. Donc, tout le monde sait qu'il y a des nouvelles technologies, tout le monde sait que c'est une bonne idée de s'y intéresser. Mais est-ce qu'on parle vraiment de pourquoi est-ce que c'est important de s'y intéresser? Comment est-ce qu'on s'y intéresse? Est-ce que je me lève le matin et puis je me dis je m'intéresse aux nouvelles technologies? C'est un peu plus complexe que ça. Il y a une méthode. Donc, je dois parler de la digitalisation et des legal tech, mais pour finir, je n'ai pas grand-chose à dire dessus, si ce n'est qu'il faut s'intéresser à ce qui se passe autour. Donc, dans ce que j'ai à dire aujourd'hui, il y aura un mode découverte de ce qui se passe autour de la digitalisation et de l'adoption de la legal tech. Évidemment, je vais en parler, bien sûr, mais c'est plutôt pour créer l'environnement qui va être favorable ou non à la legal tech. Donc, on va d'abord s'intéresser au monde du consommateur, parce qu'au final, c'est le consommateur qui fait qu'on a la legal tech aujourd'hui. Il y a des gens qui se sont rendus compte qu'il y avait une demande, et il y a des gens qui se sont rendus compte qu'on pouvait répondre à cette demande. Donc, on va s'intéresser au monde du consommateur, on va s'intéresser au concept de customer centricity, c'est-à-dire mettre le consommateur au cœur de l'entreprise et adapter les différentes structures de l'entreprise au consommateur. Ça veut dire le management, l'organisation elle-même de l'entreprise, la compréhension du client et la gestion du personnel. Tous ces aspects vont converger vers une amélioration de l'expérience utilisateur. On va après s'intéresser à la méthode. Eh bien, comment est-ce que concrètement je vais mettre en place une digitalisation avec un focus si nécessaire sur la legal tech? J'avais pensé parler du changement, on verra si on a le temps. En tout cas, on peut commencer. Donc le monde du consommateur, ça ressemble un petit peu aujourd'hui à ça. Vous voyez que je vois une très belle image, je vois un titre, je vois un rating, je vois un domaine, là en l'occurrence un café italien, je vois une description du café et je vois des horaires et une possibilité de réserver. Mais ça vient d'où ça? En fait, ça c'est le marché de masse aujourd'hui et ça vient principalement des GAFAM. Donc vous voyez à gauche de cette image, il y a ce qu'on appelle un wireframe. Avec tout en haut, il y a un rich media, comme on dit, c'est soit une vidéo, soit une photo, soit quelque chose d'attirant pour l'œil. On a un titre, on a une description et on a des actions. Et ça, l'idée, c'est Google Material Design. C'est un ensemble de règles que Google a établies pour favoriser le développement d'applications consumer-friendly, c'est-à-dire centrées sur le consommateur qui permettent au consommateur d'agir, de prendre des décisions. Donc ça devient aujourd'hui un standard. Et Google n'est pas le seul à le faire. J'ai parlé des GAFAM. Microsoft a son propre set de recommandations. Apple a son propre set de recommandations. La plupart des entreprises aujourd'hui, des leaders, proposent des modèles de conception de sites web. Et puis ça veut dire quoi en pratique? Ça veut dire qu'on cherche à répondre à un besoin du consommateur. Il ne faut pas oublier que tous ces GAFAM investissent des sommes colossales dans le fait de comprendre le consommateur, parce que mieux on le comprend, mieux on peut répondre à son besoin. Le consommateur, il s'intéresse à vous parce qu'il veut que vous fassiez quelque chose pour lui en tant qu'entreprise. Donc là, qu'est-ce que ça me dit, cette carte? Ça me dit que eh bien, j'aime bien l'italien, donc ça me paraît intéressant pour moi. Je vois qu'il y a de la place en terrasse. Je vois qu'il y a 413 commentaires avec une moyenne de notes de 4,5 sur 5, c'est super. Je vois que ce soir, il y a de la disponibilité. Ça veut dire que je peux prendre une décision, ça veut dire que je peux agir, je peux acheter si je veux. Et ça, c'est l'intérêt de ce type de design, c'est qu'il est concentré pour répondre à la demande du consommateur, lui permettre de prendre une décision et d'agir. Et pourquoi est-ce que ça c'est important? Parce que le consommateur, il vient vers vous parce qu'il a un cahier des charges. En tant qu'entreprise, profession libérale ou pas, le consommateur vient vers vous pour vous dire « j'ai un besoin, j'ai besoin que vous m'aidiez à le résoudre, j'ai un cahier des charges ». De la même manière qu'une entreprise va choisir une solution logicielle ou une autre en se disant ben, « voilà mes contraintes, voilà mon budget, voilà ce que je cherche à réaliser, etc. » De la même manière, un consommateur va tenter de dire, par sa recherche sur Google par exemple, s'il tape café italien Genève, eh bien, il va se rendre compte que voilà, il y a plusieurs possibilités pour lui de dîner, et puis il va chercher celle qui lui convient le mieux. Il a un cahier des charges, il a un prix, il a peut-être envie d'être assis dehors vu les temps qui courent, il a peut-être envie d'y aller ce soir ou pas. Donc tout ça, c'est des éléments qu'on va lui donner le plus rapidement possible pour qu'il puisse prendre une décision pour ses choix de sortie dîner. Et ça nous amène au concept de customer centricity. Le client nous engage pour réaliser un travail. Il faut qu'on remplisse son cahier des charges. Typiquement, dans le cadre d'une profession juridique, le client va rarement se dire « Tiens, j'ai envie d'acheter des heures d'avocat ». Il peut rien en faire des heures d'avocat. Il est plutôt en train de se dire j'ai absolument envie de commencer une nouvelle vie, mais je suis encore bloqué dans ma situation matrimoniale actuelle. J'aimerais bien pouvoir sortir de ça et commencer une nouvelle vie. Et il va engager un avocat, par exemple, pour que cet avocat l'aide à commencer une nouvelle vie. Le Customer Centricity, on le réalise grâce à une méthode. C'est pas du gut feeling, c'est une méthode qui s'apparente à la méthode scientifique. Et appliquer cette méthode, ça va permettre non seulement d'être agile au sein de l'entreprise, si on détecte que le marché évolue, on va pouvoir rebondir sur cette évolution et s'adapter presque en temps réel aux demandes du consommateur. Et puis, le Customer Centricity, ça demande une culture d'entreprise. Ce n'est pas seulement le business développement qui doit s'intéresser à ce que veut le consommateur, c'est toute l'entreprise. Sinon, les différents départements de l'entreprise ne vont pas être alignés. Donc on va rentrer un peu plus dans le détail de ce concept. Le Customer Centricity, c'est la responsabilité de tous. C'est-à-dire qu'on a le management qui doit s'y intéresser, parce que si le management ne s'y intéresse pas, eh bien, personne dans l'entreprise va s'y intéresser à part le développement commercial. Tout le monde peut apporter quelque chose. Tous les différents organes de l'entreprise peuvent apporter quelque chose sur le Customer Centricity. Donc, j'ai dit une bêtise là? Non, c'est ça. Donc, chaque fois que l'entreprise cherche à mettre en commun des ressources, il faut que chacun dans l'entreprise parvienne à comprendre son rôle et puisse ramener des éléments importants pour comprendre le consommateur. Typiquement, si moi je suis aux ressources humaines et que je ne m'intéresse pas aux consommateurs, eh bien, quand j'engage quelqu'un pour l'entreprise, eh bien, je ne vais pas songer à ce que cette personne peut apporter du point de vue du consommateur. Et puis du coup, chaque fois qu'un élément de l'entreprise a un succès vis-à-vis du consommateur, eh bien, ça va faciliter le succès de tout le monde et de l'entreprise en elle-même. Donc, peut-être pour mettre en place ce contexte, il faut penser aux objectifs stratégiques de l'entreprise. Quelle est ma vision en tant qu'entreprise? Qu'est-ce que je veux réussir à réaliser avec mon projet de digitalisation? Ça, quand on était au XVIe siècle, si on avait dit aux marins, écoutez, on vous met sur un bateau, on vous lance sur l'Atlantique et puis on verra bien ce qu'on trouve, ça fait rêver personne. Par contre, si on leur dit, alors c'était l'époque, hein, c'était les standards de l'époque, mais si on leur dit, bah, écoutez, on va découvrir des nouveaux mondes, on va découvrir des colonies, on va avoir plein d'or, c'est beaucoup plus passionnant. Et aujourd'hui, une entreprise qui n'a pas de vision, eh bien, elle ne peut pas expliquer à son consommateur pourquoi elle fait ce qu'elle fait. Et le pourquoi est très important parce que quand on connaît les intérêts de la personne, on peut beaucoup plus facilement se dire j'ai envie de faire du business avec ou pas. La confiance, c'est quand même un des principaux facteurs grâce auxquels deux personnes vont faire du business. Donc, l'entreprise doit avoir une vision, elle doit avoir des objectifs stratégiques, par exemple, quelque chose d'aussi bête que je veux augmenter mon chiffre d'affaires de 10%. C'est un objectif qui est simple, qui est concret, qui est mesurable, et on va pouvoir le mettre en œuvre beaucoup plus facilement que si on avait je veux faire mieux. Le fait de pouvoir mesurer son progrès est très important. Le fait de pouvoir se dire bon, j'ai besoin de quelles ressources, j'ai besoin de quoi pour réussir mon projet d'augmenter mon chiffre d'affaires de 10%. Qui est responsable de cette augmentation? Parce qu'on ne peut pas tous être responsables du même projet, sinon le management va s'éparpiller, il y aura des instructions contradictoires, ça ne va pas fonctionner. Et puis, qu'est-ce que ça implique de faire ce changement? Je ne sais pas si vous avez vu récemment sur les réseaux sociaux, il y avait une fake news qui circulait, comme quoi une instance en France, qui n'était même pas compétente pour le faire d'ailleurs, avait publié des recommandations pour un confinement encore plus rigide en France. Et puis parmi les propositions, il y avait le passage au revenu de base inconditionnel, universel, d'ici 2021. Alors si on sait ce que c'est, ça veut dire démanteler complètement le service social français pour n'en garder qu'une toute petite partie. C'est irréalisable en un an. Donc le fait d'implémenter un revenu de base inconditionnel serait une mesure tellement complexe à mettre en œuvre, ça implique tellement de modifications dans le système actuel qu'on n'aurait pas pu le faire dans l'horizon qui était annoncé, c'est-à-dire 2021. Donc voilà, il faut se demander qu'est-ce que ça implique de mettre en place un nouveau système, et il faut se demander aussi qui est responsable de l'implémentation et du monitoring. Ensuite, il faut s'intéresser aux clients. Donc l'entreprise, évidemment, elle doit être organisée en fonction des besoins du client, du cahier des charges du client qu'elle cherche à remplir. Et puis après, il faut se poser plein de questions concernant le client pour essayer de mieux le comprendre. Parce que mieux on comprend son client, mieux on est capable de lui remplir son cahier des charges, de le faire mieux que les entreprises concurrentes, et de conserver sa clientèle, d'attirer des nouveaux clients, de réagir aux effets du marché. Donc là j'ai mis toute une série de questions qu'on peut se poser. Par exemple, mais est-ce que je me suis déjà intéressé de savoir ce que mon client appréciait dans les services que je lui rends? Est-ce que je me suis intéressé de savoir comment se passe l'onboarding? Si j'ai un site web d'avocat, par exemple, est-ce que je me suis intéressé de savoir comment un client entre en contact avec mon étude et comment mon client va finalement commander mes services? Donc, est-ce que j'ai mis, par exemple, un client test à une table? Est-ce que je lui ai dit, écoute, essaye de commander un service? Ça s'appelle des tests expérience utilisateur. C'est quelque chose qui est codifié, c'est une réelle pratique. Et puis, je vais observer, là, je vois qu'il va sur la page contact, puis je vois qu'il se bloque. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il se bloque? Est-ce qu'il n'a pas compris comment ça marche? Est-ce qu'il n'est pas sûr d'avoir compris si je peux répondre à son besoin ou pas? Donc, on va observer le client, puis essayer de comprendre ce qui fonctionne ou pas pour lui. Qu'est-ce qui lui faciliterait la vie pour commander mes services? Si après, un client décide de recourir à mes services, il faut se demander comment se passe l'onboarding. L'onboarding, c'est le fait, par exemple, on imagine un grand bateau, il faut qu'une personne monte sur le bateau, et il faut s'assurer qu'elle est passager, qu'elle a un billet valable, il faut s'assurer qu'elle a un ordre d'appel. Il y a plein de questions qu'il faut se poser pour amener cette personne-là à la bonne cabine. Et ça, c'est l'onboarding d'un client. On va essayer de se dire, ce client, il a décidé d'utiliser mes services. Comment est-ce qu'il m'envoie son dossier? Comment est-ce qu'il m'envoie ses pièces? Qui est-ce qui lui donne les moyens d'accès à son dossier? Qui est-ce qui va lui donner de l'information? Comment est-ce qu'on lui dit, écoutez, il me manque encore ça dans votre dossier? Tout ça, c'est des questions qu'il faut se poser et puis essayer de répondre au maximum aux besoins du client pour que ce soit pour lui une bonne expérience de travailler avec vous. Et là, la digitalisation, ça va apporter des éléments de réponse parce qu'on va se rendre compte que grâce à des solutions digitales, ou d'autres solutions qui ne sont pas digitales d'ailleurs, mais ça va être de faciliter l'onboarding du client, de faciliter l'interaction avec le client, de mieux lui offrir les moyens de résoudre son problème. Puis après, les critiques du client, il faut être ouvert aussi. Par exemple, est-ce qu'il est satisfait du prix? Est-ce qu'il est satisfait du service? Est-ce qu'il recommanderait le service à un de ses amis? Pourquoi pas? Pourquoi est-ce qu'il ne le recommanderait pas? Est-ce qu'il pense que son problème est résolu? Le succès du point de vue de l'entreprise, ce n'est pas forcément la même chose que le succès du point de vue du client. Si moi, je mesure le succès en j'ai gagné le procès ou pas en tant qu'avocat, peut-être que le client le mesure selon un critère différent. Peut-être que pour le client, c'est je peux commencer une nouvelle vie. Et puis pour finir, s'il a gagné ou perdu, c'est pas si important que ça. Il faut vraiment clarifier ce que le client a cherché à obtenir en utilisant les services de l'entreprise et voir si son problème a été résolu. S'il n'est pas résolu, pourquoi? Est-ce qu'on peut faire mieux la prochaine fois? Et donc, les opportunités que ça peut dégager, c'est on peut voir qu'il y a des critiques récurrentes, on peut voir qu'il y a des recommandations récurrentes. Si on voit que 80% des clients ne sont pas satisfaits avec l'onboarding, par exemple, d'abord, on ne peut que le savoir parce qu'on leur a posé la question, mais surtout, eh bien, il faut se demander à quelle étape de l'onboarding est-ce que ça bloque, et puis comment est-ce que je peux améliorer cette étape pour que le client ne bloque plus. Ou alors, si j'ai 6 clients sur 10 qui me disent, bah, écoutez, ça m'arrangerait de pouvoir vous acheter un paquet d'heures à l'avance et puis d'utiliser mes heures quand ça me plaît, eh bien, pourquoi ne pas leur proposer un package d'heures? Et ça se fait en digitalisant le site web davantage, en proposant une de ces cartes à la Google où voilà, vous achetez 10 heures d'avocat, vous payez tel prix. C'est une commande qui peut être faite en ligne. C'est rapide, c'est efficace. Donc si 60% de vos clients aimeraient ça, est-ce que ça vaudrait pas la peine de le faire? Ça permet aussi de voir quels services fonctionnent bien et si on peut les améliorer, quels services fonctionnent moins bien. Est-ce que si je vois qu'il y a un des services qui n'est pas tellement apprécié des clients, est-ce que je dois continuer à le proposer? Donc ça, c'est des questions qu'il faut se poser dans le cadre d'une digitalisation parce que ça permet de comprendre où je dois faire des changements et où je ne dois pas en faire. Et si je dois faire des changements, comment je dois les faire, quels services sont à ma disposition, comment je les implémente. Ensuite, l'équipe. L'équipe dans une entreprise, eh bien, elle revêt toute son importance parce que c'est elle qui interagit principalement avec le client. Et du point de vue de l'entreprise et surtout de ses employés, on se pose surtout la question de l'avenir. Qu'est-ce que ça m'apporte, moi, de travailler pour cette entreprise? Est-ce que l'entreprise investit dans mon futur? Est-ce que je suis encouragé à participer au succès de l'entreprise? Est-ce qu'on me donne les moyens de m'exprimer? Est-ce qu'on respecte les horaires de travail? Ce qui est très important aujourd'hui, parce que les gens, enfin, ça a toujours été important, mais dans l'économie d'aujourd'hui, ça devient plus en plus important de respecter les horaires de travail, parce que les gens veulent avoir leur vie privée. Et le fait de respecter ces horaires de travail, ça va donner à la personne davantage de motivation. La plupart du temps, elle va avoir une forme de reconnaissance envers l'employeur pour le respect qui lui est témoigné vis-à-vis de ses heures de travail. Et ça lui permet d'aller à la piscine, d'aller courir, d'aller passer du temps avec les enfants. Donc ça, c'est quelque chose qui devient de plus en plus courant avec le télétravail d'ailleurs. Le fait de pouvoir compter sur les travailleurs pour les salariés, pour qu'ils fournissent le travail sans avoir besoin de les surveiller tout le temps, eh bien, c'est quelque chose de très bien pour l'employeur, parce que payer pour qu'une personne soit assise à une table, ça apporte très peu de valeur ajoutée à l'employeur. En revanche, si cette personne, elle est motivée, elle a trouvé sa place et puis elle veut contribuer au succès de l'employeur, elle va apporter beaucoup plus à l'entreprise, elle va s'intéresser aux clients, elle va chercher à apporter sa pierre à l'édifice. Ça va être extrêmement intéressant pour l'entreprise. Et dans la situation contraire, on parle de perte de talent. Eh bien, il y a plusieurs facteurs qui peuvent causer la perte de talent. En général, c'est toujours au détriment pour l'entreprise, parce que devoir former des nouveaux salariés continuellement, parce qu'on a un tournus très élevé, ça facilite pas la pérennité, on n'arrive pas à construire empiriquement les connaissances de l'entreprise, on n'arrive pas à augmenter progressivement la qualité de la compréhension du client et de son cahier des charges. Donc il faut se demander, mais pourquoi est-ce qu'on perd des talents? Il y a des facteurs qui sont très connus, très courants. Le premier, c'est l'attitude commande et contrôle. Quand on a un patron qui est là pour faire le patron et qui n'est pas là pour l'idée l'entreprise, l'amener à livrer des produits de qualité pour le client, il est là pour exercer son rôle de patron. Ça, c'est un problème pour pas mal d'employés parce qu'ils n'ont pas l'impression de pouvoir contribuer, il n'y a pas l'impression qu'il y ait une réflexion commune, un projet commun. Ils ont l'impression qu'ils ne sont pas respectés, ce qui est très embêtant du point de vue d'un employé. Ne pas respecter les heures de travail, le pendant de ça, c'est que si je sais que je dois être à disposition même après les heures de travail, je peux difficilement aller au cinéma, je ne peux pas aller à la piscine, je ne peux pas faire un dîner dehors avec mes amis, encore que maintenant ce ne soit pas la panacée de faire ça. Donc, il y a plein d'aspects qui vont être favorisés du fait que l'entreprise sait garder ses talents, sait convaincre ces employés de rester au sein de l'organisation et de contribuer. Le fait de vouloir plaire au patron, ça c'est encore un truc. Si le patron, si le critère de satisfaction de l'entreprise, c'est la satisfaction du N+1, c'est pas le bon critère d'allocation des ressources pour l'employé. L'employé, il faut qu'il travaille au service de l'entreprise et des clients. S'il travaille pour gagner les faveurs du supérieur, il n'apporte pas vraiment de valeur pour l'entreprise. L'entreprise ne va pas être agile, ne va pas pouvoir répondre plus facilement aux clients. Ça ne va pas apporter les bénéfices que ça pourrait apporter s'il y avait une culture d'entreprise plus orientée, esprit d'équipe et réponse aux besoins du consommateur. Donc les bénéfices d'avoir une bonne organisation de l'entreprise, un bon management qui fait confiance aux employés, qui encourage les employés à se former, à se développer personnellement, à arriver à des solutions, je dirais, plus inclusives, plus rémunératrices en termes de valeur personnelle, de reconnaissance pour le travail qui est fourni. D'abord, l'entreprise est beaucoup plus réactive vis-à-vis du marché parce que tout le monde va faire attention à ce qui se passe pour le client. Vous avez des employés, si ça se passe mal au travail quand ils sont malades, eh bien, ça va être le silence radio. Puis voilà, alors que s'ils sont contents et qu'ils veulent contribuer au succès de l'entreprise, eh bien, il y a plus de chances qu'ils, même s'ils sont malades, ils vont quand même essayer de faire quelque chose pour aider malgré leur absence. Ils vont coopérer, ils vont envoyer des infos aux collègues. Ça va bloquer beaucoup moins. On va conserver le talent plus longtemps. Ça veut dire que tout ce que l'entreprise acquiert comme connaissance sur le consommateur par son expérience et ses tests successifs, c'est un savoir qui va être conservé au sein de l'entreprise, qui va garder un avantage concurrentiel sur la compétition. Et c'est un savoir qu'il ne faudra pas transmettre à quelqu'un d'autre parce que cette personne a quitté. Et de manière générale, si on doit systématiquement travailler après les heures, eh bien, on est fatigué, on est moins productif, on a l'impression que l'entreprise est mal gérée. Ça, c'est dommage parce que si on a cette impression-là, ça veut dire qu'on n'a pas besoin de s'investir plus que ça. De toute façon, elle est mal gérée, elle ne va pas aller faire des étincelles. Donc, le fait de s'occuper vraiment de son équipe et de l'aligner, de lui donner vraiment envie de satisfaire le client et qu'il y ait de la communication entre tous les acteurs de l'équipe, ça contribue vraiment au succès d'une entreprise. Ça permet de savoir ce qu'on doit faire si on veut digitaliser, quels aspects sont importants. Ensuite, on peut enfin parler de la méthode. Alors ça, c'est la méthode classique scientifique. C'est-à-dire, on part d'une hypothèse qui peut tout à fait venir du gut feeling. Mes tripes me disent que, ça c'est l'hypothèse de départ. Je pars du principe que, voilà, alors j'ai un exemple de l'autre jour. J'ai une personne qui me dit, voilà, j'ai acheté une Audi Q3 parce que j'adore le design et j'adore les SUV. Bon, très bien. Et pourquoi tu n'as pas acheté une Mercedes alors? Et puis du coup, on a creusé un petit peu le besoin. Et puis, on s'est rendu compte que le cahier des charges, c'était pas du tout celui qu'on pensait au début. Donc, notre hypothèse de départ, c'était que la personne est fan d'Audi, parce qu'elle a choisi une Audi et pas une Mercedes. Ça, c'est vrai, mais c'est pas suffisant pour comprendre ce que le client voulait. Donc, on a pris cette hypothèse de départ qu'il y avait un intérêt pour un SUV, oui, qu'il y avait un intérêt pour Audi, et puis qu'on aimait le design. Donc, on a implémenté cette hypothèse. On a fait, par exemple, une campagne. Voilà, vous avez la belle voiture, vous avez la vidéo avec la belle voiture, vous avez des performances astronomiques, tout se passe bien. Et puis, on fait le test. On regarde quels sont les résultats. Est-ce que ma campagne publicitaire a donné des résultats plus élevés que ma dernière campagne? Si c'est le cas, ça veut dire que j'ai touché juste, probablement. Et si ce n'est pas le cas, ça veut dire que j'ai peut-être raté un élément. Dans les deux cas, je dois analyser mes résultats, formuler une nouvelle hypothèse et retester mon hypothèse. Donc là, en l'occurrence, après avoir clarifié un peu le besoin, il s'est avéré que le besoin réel le plus fondamental du client, c'était de déplacer du bazar. Et c'est pour ça que la personne voulait un SUV, c'était de déplacer du bazar d'un point A à un point B. Et une fois qu'on a compris que le besoin essentiel, c'est de déplacer du bazar, soit avec classe, avec puissance et probablement avec la marque Audi, pour le coup. Je ne suis pas sponsorisé, mais... Et une fois qu'on a compris ça, on peut faire un clip publicitaire en disant, eh bien écoutez, oui, grâce à cette voiture, vous pouvez déplacer votre bazar d'un point A à un point B. Et puis on montre quelqu'un qui a beaucoup de bazar et qui doit déplacer. Et là, on regarde si cette pub, eh bien, elle fonctionne mieux que la précédente. Quelles sont les réactions des gens? On peut regarder sur les réseaux sociaux, on peut choisir plein d'indicateurs qui vont nous permettre de dire si notre campagne a fonctionné ou pas. Donc après, comment ça se passe en pratique? On doit avoir des indicateurs clés de performance. Ces indicateurs, ils vont nous dire, voilà, qu'est-ce que je dois observer et mesurer pour déterminer si mon test est un succès ou pas. Donc ça, c'est très important, parce qu'on ne peut pas décider si un test est un succès ou pas en lançant le test et en regardant les résultats qui en sortent. Il faut dire au préalable, voilà ce qui constitue pour moi un succès, et si ce n'est pas ça ou plus, eh bien, ce ne sera pas un succès. Donc, ça amène plusieurs écueils. Il faut d'abord ne pas changer les critères en cours de route, se disant non mais j'ai lancé le test en voulant mesurer ça, mais en fait après coup je me dis que je vais mesurer ça parce que ça fausse les résultats. Il ne faut pas requalifier le résultat après l'expérience. Il ne faut pas se dire après l'expérience, ah mais non mais en fait ça c'est bien, puis c'est suffisant, je peux aller de l'avant avec ça. Non, il faut se dire on avait prévu de qualifier ceci de succès pour une raison bien particulière. Donc si on n'a pas atteint ça, il faut se demander pourquoi on n'a pas atteint ça. Il ne faut pas se dire, oui, non, mais c'est suffisant, on avance comme ça. Et puis, il y a un écueil qui est très important, surtout dans les professions libérales, c'est de prendre le temps d'analyser ces résultats, de se faire donner des résultats qui sont utilisables, d'avoir des données fiables. Sans données fiables, eh bien, on ne peut pas vraiment prendre des décisions sûres. Il faut prendre le temps de regarder ce que les solutions sur le marché proposent. Il faut vraiment s'intéresser et prendre le temps de s'intéresser. Et ça, si je prends l'exemple des études d'avocat, il y en a plusieurs qui ne peuvent pas prendre le temps, d'abord parce qu'elles courent après les délais judiciaires, ou alors parce qu'il faut faire des recherches juridiques, parce qu'il y a des nouveaux clients à trouver. Donc on va difficilement prendre le temps de s'arrêter, de se dire, OK, je vais faire le point sur mon entreprise, je vais faire le point sur ma stratégie, je vais regarder comment elle fonctionne, je vais recevoir des personnes externes qui vont pouvoir m'apprendre quelque chose sur ma stratégie. Donc, ne pas prendre le temps, c'est un véritable écueil, surtout dans les professions juridiques. Et les bénéfices qu'on peut tirer de cette méthode, d'abord, c'est de prendre des décisions plus sûres, c'est de construire une maîtrise empirique de son marché, savoir ce que les clients apprécient ou non, quelles sont les campagnes publicitaires qui ont fonctionné ou non. Alors je sais qu'on ne peut pas faire beaucoup de publicité dans la profession juridique, mais on peut quand même en faire. On peut avoir des campagnes de mots-clés sur Google, on peut vouloir se positionner, on peut avoir des sites web plus efficaces. Le fait de changer le design du site web, ça peut être considéré comme une campagne publicitaire parce qu'on va chercher à parler à ses amis, puis on va chercher à voir comment ils interagissent avec le site web, s'il y a plus de commandes au final ou pas. On peut créer des scénarios qui sont conformes aux règles sur la profession, et qui permettent de tester si on a amélioré notre offre clientèle ou pas. Et le fait de conserver et de documenter toutes les expériences qu'on fait, ça construit un savoir pour l'entreprise qui va lui permettre de mieux maîtriser le cahier des charges de son client, de mieux maîtriser qui est son client et de répondre mieux à ses besoins dans le futur. Parce que plus on a des chiffres stables aujourd'hui, plus on peut anticiper le futur, plus on peut savoir qu'à telle période de l'année, il y a une baisse d'activité, à telle période de l'année, il y a ce domaine du droit, par exemple, qui va avoir plus de succès. Donc voilà, c'est vraiment des outils qui vont permettre une bonne gestion, une bonne prévisibilité pour les décisions stratégiques de l'entreprise. Donc maintenant qu'on a parlé de tout ça, c'est enfin le moment de parler un peu de Legal Tech et de digitalisation, évidemment. Donc, est-ce qu'on fait de la digitalisation pour faire de la digitalisation? Pas vraiment. Si vous avez votre entreprise, qu'elle vous donne des chiffres, que vous savez ce que vos clients attendent de vous, que vous êtes capable de réagir rapidement aux besoins du client, peut-être vous n'avez pas du tout besoin de digitalisation. L'essentiel étant de comprendre où on en est, quelle est notre rapidité d'adaptation face à une évolution du marché, et de savoir si on a besoin d'améliorer quelque chose ou pas. Si tout fonctionne bien, que votre clientèle est stable, qu'elle augmente régulièrement, parce qu'il faut savoir qu'on perd des clients au fil du temps, toute entreprise en perd, donc il faut aussi s'assurer qu'on gagne aussi des clients et que ce qu'on perd est compensé par ce qu'on gagne. Donc si on arrive à la conclusion que l'entreprise est stable, qu'elle est bien installée dans son activité, qu'elle comprend bien ses clients et qu'on n'a rien à améliorer, eh bien, il ne faut rien toucher. Il ne faut pas réparer quelque chose qui fonctionne. Par contre, si on se rend compte qu'il y a des choses qu'on peut améliorer, eh bien, c'est là qu'on se pose la question, est-ce qu'il y a des solutions de Legal Tech qui peuvent m'aider? Donc il faut identifier d'abord les aspects sur lesquels on veut travailler. Est-ce que je veux améliorer la collaboration interne de mes équipes? Est-ce que je veux mieux gérer la documentation? Est-ce que je veux mieux gérer mes délais? Je dois avoir constaté qu'il y a un problème dans mon entreprise ou vis-à-vis de mes clients que je veux régler. Et la Legal Tech, ça va être une solution pour régler le problème que j'ai identifié. Il faudra s'intéresser pour le fait de savoir si c'est la bonne solution ou s'il y a une solution qui est meilleure et qui n'est pas proposée par la Legal Tech. Typiquement, changer les process internes. Dire tout simplement, écoutez, on n'a pas besoin réellement de demander l'avis de cette personne. Ces deux personnes-là peuvent travailler sans celle-là et ce sera plus efficace. Ce sera moins lent, il y aura moins de délai. Ça, c'est une amélioration qui est mise en évidence par le fait d'avoir fait toute cette analyse en amont. Par contre, on peut aussi se dire, cette amélioration-là, je peux la réaliser que grâce à une solution externe. Et c'est là que je vais m'intéresser au marché pour voir ce qu'il y a comme solution externe. C'est pour ça que c'est intéressant, surtout pour les managing partners des études d'avocats, de prendre le temps de recevoir les concepteurs de solutions Legal Tech pour leur communiquer leurs besoins, pour que ces derniers soient au courant de ce qu'ils doivent créer pour aider les avocats. Il faut aussi que les avocats puissent communiquer sur les budgets qu'ils envisagent pour une telle amélioration dans leur service. Si un entrepreneur qui a une idée, qui veut me vendre sa solution, vient me voir et puis il me dit, voilà, moi je veux créer ça, et puis la tranche de prix que j'envisage, c'est ça, moi je peux lui donner des retours intéressants, lui disant, écoute, ça à mon avis, ça va être trop cher, regarde avec d'autres avocats, mais moi, à mon avis, ça peut être trop cher, ou alors le pricing me paraît bien. Par contre, dans ta solution, il y a quelque chose dont j'ai besoin qu'elle ne fait pas, qu'est-ce que tu penses de ça? Donc le fait d'avoir cet échange, ça va favoriser la création de solutions beaucoup plus pertinentes pour l'utilisateur, pour l'avocat, pour le client. Donc, à la fin de la journée, la Legal Tech, c'est vraiment le résultat d'une méthode. Est-ce que j'améliore ce que je fais? Si oui, comment? Quelles sont les solutions à disposition sur le marché? Donc, pour rentrer un peu plus dans le détail, je peux optimiser mon travail à l'interne ou à l'externe. J'ai pris ces deux grandes catégories. Et on parle de digitalisation en tant que de Legal Tech ici. Ce n'est pas juste la Legal Tech. Si je veux améliorer mon site web, je ne vais pas forcément utiliser une solution Legal Tech. Si je veux implémenter une solution dans mon site web qui a été créée par une Legal Tech, soit. Donc je peux m'intéresser à plusieurs aspects de mon entreprise. Je peux me dire, mais comment est-ce que je peux améliorer ça? Comment je peux améliorer ça? Là, je remarque que j'ai 3 avocats qui travaillent sur un dossier. Est-ce qu'ils nomment les pièces de la même manière? Est-ce que s'il y en a un qui tombe malade, les autres peuvent reprendre facilement son travail sans devoir courir au lit d'hôpital pour lui demander de l'aide? Toutes ces questions-là, c'est de l'optimisation interne. Et puis on va se demander si une solution pourrait me faciliter la vie. Et puis le cas échéant, est-ce qu'elle est dans mon budget? De qui je dois solliciter l'opinion pour valider ou pas l'adoption de cette solution, qui est-ce qui va être impacté par cette solution, est-ce que je dois amener maître X à la table ou maître Y, est-ce que je leur mets un délai pour qu'ils se prononcent aussi, parce que sinon on sait que l'activité d'avocat va prendre le dessus, et puis donner son avis sur une solution Legal Tech, on sait que ça va descendre dans la liste des priorités. Donc voilà, il faut optimiser le fonctionnement interne pour pouvoir prendre en compte les points d'amélioration, les pistes d'amélioration, voir quelles solutions peuvent permettre de développer ces pistes, de résoudre les problèmes qu'on a identifiés, et après, on teste, on implémente et on optimise. Donc, dès quand on adopte une nouvelle solution, en général, il faut changer les process. La plupart du temps, c'est un problème. Changer les process, les gens sont résistants au changement. Donc, il va y avoir une phase d'adaptation où tout le monde va se dire « Oh non, mais c'était mieux avant, je veux revenir en arrière ». C'est systématique. Chaque fois qu'on utilise un nouvel outil, il faut apprendre à l'utiliser. On peut avoir des formations à l'utilisation, on peut avoir des ateliers pour faciliter l'adoption. L'essentiel étant de consacrer le temps, comme je disais tout à l'heure. Il faut prendre le temps de prendre ces décisions, de revoir les résultats des tests qu'on fait et de décider comment on va de l'avant sur la base des résultats qu'on obtient. Et puis, on peut optimiser évidemment à l'externe, c'est-à-dire dans les rapports qu'on entretient avec les fournisseurs, les clients, les tribunaux par exemple. Le fait d'avoir bientôt Justitia 4.0 qui arrive et qui va inciter quand même à une digitalisation assez nette de la profession, parce que les pièces devront être envoyées via une interface web. Les pièces seront accessibles via une interface web. Ça, c'est typiquement un process où on s'est dit, il y a un problème, Le problème, c'est qu'on avait des avocats stagiaires qui allaient au ministère public pour prendre des photos avec leur téléphone, des pièces d'un dossier. C'est absolument pas pragmatique, c'est catastrophique comme manière de fonctionnement. Donc, ça veut dire qu'il faut avoir des dossiers papier, il faut faire des photocopies. En plus, elles étaient chères, les photocopies. C'est mauvais pour l'environnement. Donc, on s'est dit, non, mais il faut faire mieux. Et puis, on a créé des dossiers électroniques, et c'est beaucoup mieux. Donc, les études d'avocat, elles vont devoir s'organiser à ce qui est en réalité un changement extérieur de leur environnement. Elles vont devoir s'adapter, et puis du coup, elles vont chacune se demander qu'est-ce que moi j'ai besoin de changer au sein de ma structure pour arriver à optimiser ma façon de travailler au regard de ce changement-là. Alors ça, c'est un changement qui est imposé aux avocats, c'est-à-dire ça va fonctionner comme ça, mais il y a des changements qui ne le sont pas, mais qui existent aussi. Si on a des clients qui tout d'un coup décident qu'ils veulent consommer différemment, eh bien, soit l'avocat va se dire « je ne veux pas prendre en compte ce changement, moi je suis satisfait comment je travaille », mais du coup ça veut dire que les nouvelles générations de clients vont être moins nombreuses à se présenter à leur porte, soit il se dit « je vais prendre en compte ce changement, comme mon organisation est centrée sur la prise en compte des besoins du client, je vais être en mesure de plus facilement réagir et adapter mon offre à ces nouvelles demandes du client ». Donc voilà, ça c'est pour vous donner un exemple de ce que ça signifie réellement la digitalisation et la legal tech. C'est pas je décide de faire de la legal tech, c'est je constate que j'ai un besoin d'optimisation dans mon entreprise, que j'ai un dysfonctionnement dans mon entreprise, que je n'arrive pas à atteindre les objectifs que je me suis fixés, et je vais chercher à améliorer ce constat pour résoudre le problème que j'ai identifié. Et la legal tech, eh bien, c'est une façon de résoudre ce problème-là. C'est un outil à disposition parmi d'autres. Certains avocats pensent que la legal tech va prendre des parts de marché. Dans la majorité des cas, c'est faux. C'est l'exemple typique des grandes marques qui disent la contrefaçon, ça nous prend des parts de marché, on perd du chiffre d'affaires. Mais en réalité, qui est-ce qui vous prouve que celui qui a acheté un Gucci d'occasion, il aurait acheté, enfin un Gucci counterfeit, qu'est-ce qui vous dit qu'il aurait acheté le Gucci à 2000 francs? C'est vraiment ça la question qu'il faut se poser. Le client qui va chercher son contrat sur un site canadien puis qui veut l'utiliser en Suisse, eh bien, il prend le risque que ce contrat ne soit pas adapté pour son service. Il sait qu'il est allé sur Internet, mais il y est allé parce qu'il avait des contraintes budgétaires qui ne lui permettaient pas de prendre un contrat auprès d'une étude d'avocat locale. Et la raison pour ça, c'est peut-être parce qu'il se dit « moi, je ne peux pas aller rencontrer l'avocat, je n'ai pas les moyens », ou alors peut-être qu'il faut voir le problème dans l'autre sens et se dire « est-ce que moi, en tant qu'étude d'avocat, je pourrais offrir ce modèle de contrat à télécharger sur mon site web ? Est-ce que c'est rentable pour une étude de vendre des contrats qu'elle a créés sur son site web ?» Chaque étude aura sa propre réponse. Pour une grande étude, peut-être pas. Pour une petite étude de quartier, pourquoi pas? Donc, c'est vraiment une question d'analyse de chaque situation pour essayer de comprendre ce qui peut aider l'étude à atteindre ses objectifs, à mieux servir son client. Donc voilà, j'ai fait le tour. Je pensais parler du changement. Je ne sais pas combien de temps il nous reste.
Oui, alors on a totalement le temps de s'intéresser à cette
Ah,
thématique.
super alors. Alors, le changement, eh bien, une fois qu'on a décidé qu'on veut améliorer le changement, améliorer le changement, ça commence bien. Une fois qu'on a décidé qu'on veut améliorer quelque chose dans l'étude ou éliminer un problème dans l'étude, eh bien, le changement ne va pas se faire tout seul. Il va y avoir des gens qui vont être opposés au changement. Ils ne vont pas vouloir aller de l'avant, ils vont se dire non, moi ça ne m'intéresse pas, j'ai toujours fait comme ça, je ne suis pas intéressé. Et ça va être une force qui va empêcher le changement d'aboutir. Donc, il faut bien s'intéresser au process du changement quand on veut faire une évolution au sein de son entreprise, quand on veut proposer quelque chose de nouveau aux clients. Et le changement va concerner autant l'éducation de l'entreprise elle-même que l'éducation des clients, des fournisseurs, de toute personne qui va être affectée par ce changement. Donc, idéalement, il faut commencer par observer les tendances. On va se dire, mais qu'est-ce que je dois améliorer en priorité? Qu'est-ce que j'ai le budget pour améliorer? Par quoi je commence? Qu'est-ce qui est le plus net et que je pourrais facilement améliorer en tenant compte des spécificités de chaque cas? Donc, une fois qu'on a la réponse à cette question, il faut clarifier le changement désiré. Il faut se dire, voilà, j'ai constaté qu'il y a ce problème-là. une des façons de répondre à ce problème, ce serait de faire ça, ou de faire ça, ou de faire ça. Je vais passer en revue la liste de tout ce qu'il est possible de faire pour répondre au problème que j'ai identifié. Donc, une fois que j'ai clarifié le changement désiré, je vais le mettre par écrit, parce qu'il faut que toutes les personnes qui vont être amenées à se prononcer sur ce changement, qui vont être affectées par ce changement, eh bien, il faut les informer, il faut qu'elles soient on board avec nous, il faut qu'elles nous aident. Donc, on va clarifier le besoin le changement désiré, et puis, on va créer un plan d'action. C'est-à-dire, on va essayer de dire par quoi je commence pour implémenter ce changement. Alors ça, dans une étude d'avocat, ça peut être un problème, parce que de nouveau, dans une étude d'avocat, on se concentre principalement sur le respect des délais judiciaires, sur l'activité des délais, sur les délais des clients, sur le respect de la déontologie, sur l'obligation de diligence. Et on aura peu le temps pour faire des réunions, pour se dire, OK, on va s'aligner sur ce qu'on veut faire, on va essayer d'avancer dans notre process de changement, et on va essayer de faire avancer le dossier. Et généralement, quand il y a plusieurs managing partners, il y en a toujours un ou deux qui sont plus réticents au changement que les autres. Donc, ces managing partners-là, il y a quand même le risque qu'ils ne soient pas présents aux réunions, et puis une fois qu'ils n'ont pas entendu, enfin, ils vont moins comprendre ce qu'on va faire, ils ne vont pas être en mesure d'accepter le changement, et puis si eux, ils n'acceptent pas le changement, tous les collaborateurs qui travaillent avec eux risquent de suivre cette même tendance, et ça peut être un souci pour la cohésion de l'équipe, parce que si certains vont dans un sens, l'autre va dans l'autre sens, bah, soit tout le monde converge et puis il y a une collision, soit tout le monde diverge et puis on va nulle part. Donc il faut que tout le monde soit aligné, arrive sur la même définition du résultat qu'on veut et contribue à l'effort. Donc dans une étude d'avocat, ce qui va être très important, c'est d'avoir une personne responsable du projet. Ça demande du temps, donc si les managing partners sont concentrés sur leur travail d'avocat, peut-être que ça a du sens de faire intervenir un tiers, quelqu'un d'externe à l'entreprise, et lui donner pour mandat de conduire le changement dans l'entreprise. Alors il y a plusieurs types de changements, il y a des changements radicaux et des changements incrémentaux. Changement radical, c'est on se rend compte aujourd'hui, il y a un désastre absolu, on doit absolument changer tout de suite. C'est ce qui risque de se passer aux États-Unis une fois que le nouveau président aura pris ses fonctions. Il y aura un changement radical de la réponse au Covid-19, à la Covid-19. Et là, pour le coup, tout le monde va devoir faire un switch assez radical, assez net, assez violent, le jour de son investiture. Eh bien, c'est la même chose dans une étude d'avocat. Si tout d'un coup, on se rend compte qu'il y a une chute drastique du nombre de clients, peut-être qu'on va devoir prendre une décision radicale, peut-être qu'on va devoir changer radicalement notre manière de travailler. Et ça, c'est quelque chose, il y a besoin de leadership. On ne peut pas juste l'improviser. Puis l'autre variété de changement, ce serait du changement incrémental, où on sait qu'on veut arriver à un objectif, on a le temps d'y arriver, donc on va y aller étape par étape. Si on veut adopter un nouveau logiciel, eh bien, on va commencer par le mettre, par exemple, chez une ou deux personnes qui étaient peut-être plus familières avec ce logiciel que les autres. On va leur demander de tester ce logiciel, d'essayer de voir s'il fonctionne ou non, qu'est-ce qui ne fonctionne pas. Et puis, progressivement, on va l'étendre au reste de l'étude. Donc ça, c'est un changement beaucoup plus incrémental, qui est beaucoup plus doux pour l'entreprise, qui ne fait pas de coupure nette avec ce qu'on avait l'habitude de faire. Ça va être beaucoup plus facile à mettre en place. Et tout ça, ça doit se faire selon un plan d'action. Et il faut une personne qui est responsable de ce plan d'action. Donc, une fois que soit le managing partner, soit le conseiller externe commence à mettre en œuvre le plan d'action, il faut qu'il ait du soutien. Si les managing partners, chaque fois que la personne demande de l'aide ou que les collaborateurs disent « non, j'ai un délai, je peux pas vous aider », eh bien, on est en train de gaspiller le temps de cette personne, qu'on paye d'ailleurs. Donc, c'est important de s'organiser à l'interne pour que la personne qui est en charge de conduire l'évolution au sein de l'étude, il faut s'organiser en interne pour que cette personne-là puisse faire son travail. Si elle ne peut pas faire son travail, le changement ne se produira pas. Tout le monde dira on ne le fera plus. Là, on a chat chaud d'écrin l'eau. On a essayé une fois, ça n'a pas marché. Mais il faut se demander pourquoi ça n'a pas marché. Est-ce que tout le monde s'est impliqué? Est-ce que tout le monde a contribué à ce changement ou pas? Et du coup, se pose la question de la mise en œuvre. Et puis après, une fois qu'on l'a mis en œuvre, on veut faire du monitoring. On veut s'assurer que le changement qu'on a décidé de faire fonctionne. On veut s'assurer que ce qu'on a décidé de faire répond aux objectifs qu'on s'était fixés. Vous vous rappelez, quand on a vu la Legal Tech et ce qu'elle pouvait apporter, on s'est dit, qu'est-ce que je veux obtenir avec l'adoption d'une solution digitale, une solution ou d'une application Legal Tech? Qu'est-ce que je veux obtenir? Est-ce que ce résultat est mesurable? Si oui, quels sont les critères que je mesure? Eh bien, le monitoring, on va réutiliser ces critères et puis on va essayer de déterminer s'ils sont respectés ou non. Est-ce que là, je suis conforme à mes attentes? Est-ce que je suis en dessus ou est-ce que je suis en dessous? Si je suis en dessus, eh bien très bien, ça c'est parfait, eh bien je peux continuer comme ça. Si je suis en dessous, il faut que j'essaie de comprendre pourquoi. Donc, le monitoring va être particulièrement important parce que, surtout au début, il y a toujours des problèmes, hein. Je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, chaque fois qu'on a une nouvelle solution qui arrive dans une étude, il y a des nouveaux problèmes, il y a des gens qui découvrent le software. Euh, ils vont avoir quelque chose qui ne marche pas chez eux spécifiquement parce qu'ils ont leur ordinateur, ils ont leur façon de fonctionner. Et puis, on sait très bien qu'avec les ordinateurs, ça marche sur l'un, pas toujours sur l'autre. Donc, il va y avoir des problèmes qui vont être soulevés. Il y a deux personnes qui vont dire, ah oui, moi aussi j'ai un problème. Pourquoi est-ce que c'est comme ça? Moi, je préférais l'ancien système. Donc, la personne qui est en charge de conduire le changement doit être à l'écoute des collaborateurs, doit les aider à mettre en place ce changement, doit les accompagner. Il faut former les employés en permanence. Il faut les aider en permanence à développer leurs compétences, développer leurs capacités. Donc, le changement, ça implique certes l'adoption de nouvelles solutions digitales, mais il va impliquer aussi une évolution de la culture d'entreprise et une évolution de l'offre client. Donc, l'offre client, on va devoir s'intéresser à comment est-ce qu'on informe le client qu'on a une nouvelle offre. Est-ce qu'on lui fait un mailing? Est-ce qu'on lui met simplement l'offre à disposition sur le site internet? Est-ce qu'on en parle autour de nous? Si oui, quel est le discours commercial qu'on va tenir? Eh bien, tout ça, c'est du changement pour le staff, parce que lui, il n'a pas l'expérience de ça auparavant, il n'a pas encore rodé sa façon de travailler, donc il va falloir l'onboarder. Il va falloir lui dire, bah, écoute, viens sur mon bateau, je vais t'expliquer comment ça marche, je vais te donner les clés du discours commercial, je vais t'expliquer comment tu vas pouvoir vendre notre nouvelle solution et comment tu peux répondre aux questions du client. Donc le changement, ça va aussi être de dire, bon, bah, le plan d'action pour éduquer les clients, ça va être, je vais leur faire un email pour leur expliquer. Si c'est des relations avec des entreprises, du B2B, eh bien, on va peut-être organiser un rendez-vous avec l'entreprise pour lui présenter le nouveau service, lui expliquer comment elle peut en bénéficier, pourquoi c'est intéressant pour elle. Les produits ne se vendent pas tout seuls, hein. Enfin, peut-être les iPhones, oui, mais enfin, ça c'est une autre histoire. Donc, la plupart des produits ne se vendent pas tout seuls, la plupart des produits demandent un effort de vente. Et l'effort de vente, il faut éduquer toutes les personnes qui vont y contribuer. Après, il faut se demander si les clients ont bien compris la solution et comment les clients l'utilisent. Parce que le client, peut-être que vous lui avez bien expliqué comment ça marche, mais peut-être que lui, il y trouve un autre usage que vous n'aviez pas prévu. Et ça, il faut en être conscient aussi. Et puis, il faut pas dire au client, non, non, vous n'avez pas le droit de l'utiliser comme ça, ça doit être utilisé comme ça. Il faut être suffisamment flexible en interne, dans l'organisation de l'entreprise, pour se dire, ah bah tiens, le client, il l'utilise comme ça, est-ce que ce serait bénéfique pour moi et pour le client de légèrement modifier mon offre pour me coller à ce qu'il cherche à faire? Parce que si c'est un client qui a un problème, bon, ça c'est une chose. Mais on a dit tout à l'heure, s'il y a plusieurs clients qui vous font la même recommandation, qui adoptent un comportement similaire, eh bien, c'est peut-être une opportunité commerciale. Et si je colle mieux au cahier des charges de mon client parce que je l'ai laissé me dire ce qu'il serait intéressé à faire, eh bien, je vais maximiser mes chances de répondre aux besoins clients. Je vais maximiser mes chances de résoudre son problème et réaliser son cahier des charges. Et du point de vue de la culture d'entreprise, eh bien, quand on arrive avec une nouvelle offre, quand on arrive avec une nouvelle application, quand on change les process de fonctionnement à l'interne, eh bien, ça ne se fait pas en un jour. Il faut monitorer comment ça se passe, il faut aller voir les différents acteurs qui font partie du changement, qui sont affectés par le changement, et puis il faut voir, est-ce que ça se passe bien pour eux? Est-ce qu'ils ont des difficultés à l'utilisation? Est-ce qu'ils ont des difficultés à la mise en œuvre? Donc, après, une fois qu'on a identifié s'il y en a ou pas, eh bien, il faut se demander, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Est-ce que je peux l'améliorer en changeant peut-être ce réglage-là? Est-ce que je peux l'améliorer en changeant l'interface utilisateur? Est-ce que je peux l'améliorer en organisant des séances de formation régulières? Si on fait une analogie avec la sécurité de l'information, 90% des failles de sécurité, enfin des brèches de sécurité dans les entreprises, c'est un employé qui a cliqué sur un email sur lequel il ne fallait pas cliquer. Donc, si moi j'ai pris la peine de former mes employés en leur expliquant ce que c'est qu'une arnaque, en les entraînant à détecter les arnaques, eh bien, ils vont être beaucoup plus efficaces dans leur utilisation de mon système de sécurité de l'information. Ils vont mieux respecter les règles à l'interne parce que j'ai montré que c'est important pour moi, je leur ai donné les clés pour respecter ça, et je leur montre que je compte sur eux pour contribuer au succès de l'entreprise. Donc c'est la même chose quand on parle du changement ici. Il faut vraiment accompagner tous les acteurs du changement. Il faut voir les difficultés que chaque acteur peut avoir avec le changement, et il faut l'aider à surmonter ces difficultés, ou alors, si ce n'est pas des difficultés qu'il faut surmonter, mais c'est lié à un problème de conception du logiciel, ou c'est lié à une fonctionnalité du logiciel qui manque, eh bien, il faut se dire, mais comment est-ce que je peux régler ce problème-là? Et là, de nouveau, on va repartir sur la méthode qu'on a vue tout à l'heure, on va faire une hypothèse, on va dire peut-être que si je change ça, ça va aller mieux. On va se dire peut-être que si je change pas ça, ça va pas aller bien. Je vais essayer de combiner tout ce que je comprends du logiciel pour créer une version 2 de ce que j'essaye de faire, et je vais tester cette version 2. Je vais l'implémenter, je vais la tester, je vais analyser mes résultats, et puis je vais pouvoir me dire, ah oui, est-ce que ça fonctionne mieux ou est-ce que ça fonctionne moins bien qu'avant? Si oui, pourquoi? Et là, je vais recommencer ma méthode, je vais repartir au stade où je formule une nouvelle hypothèse basée sur le résultat de mon précédent test, et je vais refaire mon test, et puis je vais voir est-ce que j'ai amélioré ou pas. Et au final, c'est ça que font la plupart des grandes entreprises aujourd'hui, c'est l'utilisation d'une méthode qui s'apparente à la méthode scientifique pour obtenir des données, exploiter ces données, tirer des conclusions et améliorer ce qu'elle fait. Et c'est pour ça que vous avez sur Google, la plupart des sites web, ce n'est pas juste une barre de recherche, mais Google, c'est juste une barre de recherche. Tout ce que Google fait, c'est vous donner des résultats. Même chose sur Booking.com. Booking.com vous donne des résultats pour vos vacances. Donc vous dites où vous voulez aller, combien de personnes, etc., les dates, vous cliquez sur recherche, et c'est des gens qui investissent des millions de dollars dans le fait de faciliter cette interface. Ils font sans arrêt des tests utilisateurs pour affiner la même chose. La barre de recherche Google, l'affichage des résultats, les publicités, même chose pour Booking, l'affichage des résultats, comment est-ce que je peux réserver, comment est-ce que je peux faciliter l'expérience du client. Donc, une fois qu'on a compris vraiment cette méthode qui consiste à générer des données sur notre service, comprendre le client, comprendre de quoi il est content, de quoi il n'est pas content, ce qu'il aimerait peut-être pour améliorer le service, améliorer l'entreprise, améliorer le management pour que tout le monde soit en train de ramer dans la même direction, eh bien, ça va permettre d'aligner tout le monde, ça va permettre d'aligner tout le monde sur le besoin, le cahier des charges du consommateur. Donc voilà, j'en ai terminé. Je crois que j'ai dit tout ce qu'il y avait à dire.
Super.
Pour moi, en tout cas.
Nicolas Torrent, merci beaucoup pour cette masterclass qui, je pense, a été extrêmement enrichissante sur ces différents points que vous avez abordés. Comme j'ai pu aussi l'entendre dans votre masterclass, il y a cette notion de changement, il y a cette idée que finalement, on ne peut pas se contenter de rester là où on est, qu'il faut se donner une forme de dynamisme aussi vers l'avant. Mais j'ose imaginer que peut-être pour certaines études d'avocat, par exemple, cette direction que vous avez pointée leur semble peut-être un petit peu trop étrangère. Vous avez mentionné ces cartes à la Google. Certains avocats ne se retrouvent peut-être pas dans cette façon de proposer leurs services. Est-ce que c'est forcément vers là qu'on est en train d'arriver?
Alors, il faut bien voir de quel service on parle. Et puis, il faut prendre chaque entreprise pour elle-même avec ses propres clients. C'est vraiment une approche au cas par cas. On ne peut pas ignorer le fait que les modes de consommation aujourd'hui évoluent. Que j'aille sur Google ou sur Amazon ou sur le site de la COP, je vais avoir des cartes avec un rating client, avec une description, avec un prix, et je vais pouvoir passer ma commande. Ça, c'est la nouvelle réalité du client. Donc, le client, il a besoin de savoir ce qu'il achète, il a besoin de savoir ce qu'il va recevoir. Donc, plus l'étude d'avocat est en mesure de s'aligner avec ce que le client cherche à obtenir comme information, eh bien, mieux elle va être en mesure de remplir le cahier des charges du client. Je ne dis pas qu'il faut faire des cartes à la Google. Là, l'exemple, c'était de dire il y a une standardisation qui est en train de se produire parce que toutes ces sociétés qui investissent lourdement dans la compréhension du fonctionnement du client, eh bien, elles ont des effets qui se répercutent jusqu'en bas de la pyramide. Elles sont tout en haut, elles mettent les tendances, puis après, tout se répercute. Si le client il peut acheter tous ses services facilement avec une carte, euh, eh bien, si on lui propose un mode de fonctionnement qui est différent, eh bien, ça lui demande plus de réflexion pour comprendre ce mode d'acquisition, enfin ce mode d'achat différent, ça lui demande plus de compréhension. Peut-être qu'il va se dire non mais je comprends pas, je vais passer à autre chose. C'est ça le risque. Donc il n'y a pas de solution toute faite pour chacun. C'est vraiment regarder ce qui se passe chez vous, comment vos clients fonctionnent. Est-ce que vos clients sont satisfaits, est-ce qu'ils arrivent, est-ce que vous ramenez régulièrement de nouveaux clients, ou est-ce que vous constatez qu'il y a un essoufflement?
Mhm. Et donc j'imagine en vous écoutant aussi que par exemple une étude plutôt internationale, très commerciale, n'aura pas du tout la même approche dans finalement la proposition de ses services qu'aura une petite étude qui fait principalement par exemple du droit des poursuites, etc.
Non, pas du tout. Alors, une grande multinationale qui sert des... Enfin, une grande étude internationale qui sert des, euh, des clients B2B avec des budgets beaucoup plus importants, c'est pas de la même façon que ces clients-là consomment quand vous êtes une entreprise internationale puis que vous cherchez à acquérir des services juridiques. Vous avez un département juridique qui va vous communiquer les besoins, vous avez le département développement commercial qui aura des besoins. Donc c'est un processus qui est beaucoup plus formel. Et pour vendre à une telle structure, en général, il faut convaincre plusieurs personnes, je crois que c'est 5 là dernièrement. Donc c'est pas du tout le même client que monsieur et madame tout le monde qui veut récupérer une somme d'argent. Monsieur et Madame Tout le Monde prend la décision elle-même. C'est une question de confiance, de prix, c'est une question de rapidité de service. Peu importe ce que le client a comme critère de succès ou ce qu'il recherche, le fondement est le même. C'est-à-dire que chaque client a ses propres critères qu'il recherche chez un prestataire. Charge à chaque prestataire de pouvoir bien comprendre ce que ses clients recherchent et de s'aligner avec ce besoin.
D'accord. Et puis, pour prendre peut-être un petit peu de perspective, parce que c'est vrai qu'on a tendance à être très, surtout peut-être dans le monde juridique, très axé sur, par exemple, Genève, sur la Suisse, mais peut-être un peu plus à l'international, en Europe. Est-ce qu'on a des écosystèmes peut-être un peu plus avancés sur ces questions de legal tech, par exemple, ou comment est-ce que vous comparez finalement la Suisse avec le reste du monde, l'Europe, etc.
Alors, écoutez, c'est assez simple. À la fin de la journée, la Suisse, c'est 8 millions de personnes. Il y a moins d'opportunités que dans un marché comme les États-Unis où il y a 300 millions de personnes. Euh, il y a dès le moment où vous avez 300 millions de personnes, vous avez plus d'investisseurs, vous avez plus de structures pour aider les entreprises. Il y a aussi une mentalité qui est différente dans chaque pays qui favorise ou qui favorise moins l'entrepreneuriat. Euh, mais bon, la Suisse a ses propres outils, ses propres atouts. Mais avec 8 millions de personnes, c'est compliqué de créer des nouvelles solutions, d'évoluer rapidement. Quand on a un marché, même comme la France, qui a 60 millions de personnes, eh bien, si vous cherchez des avocats qui vont travailler avec vous, vous allez avoir, il y a 30 000 avocats au barreau de Paris, par exemple. On ne parle pas des mêmes ordres de grandeur, et du coup, pour une société qui se lance, trouver des clients quand il y en a 60 millions, c'est plus facile de manière générale de croître et d'arriver à des résultats satisfaisants que quand il y a 8 millions de personnes, en fait.
D'accord. Et puis, pour peut-être nous intéresser aussi aux plus jeunes générations, que ce soit par exemple des stagiaires, des avocats stagiaires ou des étudiants, qu'est-ce que finalement ils peuvent faire pour faire partie de ce changement, pour aussi contribuer à cet effort?
Alors, je pense que la chose la plus importante, à mon avis, ce serait surtout de s'intéresser à autre chose que le droit. Euh, L'étude du droit, bah, c'est très important d'avoir des bonnes notes, c'est très important de savoir comment il fonctionne, c'est le core business. Maintenant, un client, il aura d'autant plus confiance que vous maîtrisez son domaine d'activité. Donc, si vous vous êtes intéressé à d'autres domaines d'activité, si vous avez fait des stages en entreprise pour voir comment on fonctionne en entreprise, euh, comment, euh, comment, comment fonctionne le core business de d'autres entreprises, eh bien, ça va vous faciliter votre travail d'avocat. Si vous avez travaillé dans une boîte de développement de solutions software, eh bien, si après, comme avocat, vous voulez conseiller une de ces entreprises de création de software, eh bien, vous allez savoir comment elle fonctionne à l'interne. Ça va être beaucoup plus facile de parler le langage du client et de faire naître un lien de confiance. Il ne faut pas oublier qu'on fait du business avec les gens en qui on a confiance. Si on ne fait pas confiance, on ne fait généralement pas de business. Donc, moi, je dirais, aller tester tout ce qu'il est possible de tester, s'intéresser au marketing digital, s'intéresser à la gestion des ressources humaines, au développement commercial, s'intéresser à comment fonctionne Google, parce que Google est partout aujourd'hui, s'intéresser à comment fonctionnent les solutions qui sont sur le marché, qui peuvent aider la profession à se développer, savoir ce que les clients disent, savoir ce que finalement avoir une vision beaucoup plus globale et profonde et pas rester dans l'écosystème juridique qui déconnecte un petit peu du monde des clients. C'est vraiment important d'entrer dans le monde du client, de comprendre sa réalité à lui pour pouvoir mieux le conseiller.
Mhm. Et quand on parle aussi digitalisation, c'est un terme qui a été dans les parages déjà depuis quelques années. Dans le monde des services juridiques, par exemple, on en est où à peu près dans cette digitalisation?
Alors, on a fait une enquête en Suisse en 2019 avec la Fédération suisse des avocats, donc la Swiss Legal Tech a fait une enquête. Elle a été publiée dans la revue de l'avocat, je crois que c'était juillet. La plupart des études ont déjà soit commencé un changement, soit envisagé de commencer un changement, soit sont conscientes qu'il faut faire quelque chose. Mais il y a très peu d'études qui se disent « je n'ai rien à faire, je suis très bien comme je suis, je n'ai pas besoin de changer quoi que ce soit ». Ne serait-ce que parce que c'est toujours une bonne idée de se demander si on peut fonctionner de manière plus efficace à l'interne, avec de meilleurs outils collaboratifs, par exemple. Le simple fait de s'envoyer des documents Word, des écritures avec des track change, etc., est-ce qu'il n'y a pas une manière de faire ça où on ne se trompe pas avec les versions, où la nomenclature du document est la même pour tout le monde, il y a peut-être des moyens d'optimiser la façon de travailler. Et même si on ne se dit pas, je veux faire du full digital, je veux une étude 100% en ligne, dématérialisée, etc., on n'a pas besoin de se dire ça dépend du client d'ailleurs. Mais il faut toujours se poser la question, peu importe qu'on s'intéresse à la digitalisation ou pas, est-ce que je peux faire mieux dans mon entreprise? Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui est un point de blocage et que je pourrais améliorer? Est-ce que mes collaborateurs pagaient tous dans la même direction? Est-ce qu'ils sont tous alignés? Est-ce qu'on a une vision commune?
Merci. Nicolas Torrent, merci beaucoup pour cette masterclass.
Merci beaucoup à toi.
Le temps est malheureusement écoulé. Quant à vous, chère audience, nous allons prendre une petite pause de vous quelques instants, histoire de nous préparer pour notre prochaine session, mais nous vous invitons déjà à 12h15 pour le Lunch Break Show. Le Lunch Break Show, en quelque sorte, c'est l'occasion pour nous d'inviter cette fois-ci des étudiants, entrepreneurs, parfois secondés par des personnes avec un peu plus d'expérience, et finalement de se poser la question suivante. Ben voilà, c'est quoi entreprendre? Ça coûte quoi d'entreprendre? Et finalement, est-ce qu'entreprendre pendant ses études, c'est intéressant? Qu'est-ce qu'on apprend? Bref, l'idée, c'est vraiment d'échanger un petit peu sur nos expériences. Donc, vous avez quelques minutes pour vous attraper quelque chose à manger. Et puis, on vous retrouve donc à 12h15 pour un programme d'1 heure sur l'entrepreneuriat et surtout les jeunes générations. Nicolas Torrent, merci beaucoup d'avoir été avec nous. Et
merci
puis,
beaucoup.
nous vous disons donc à très vite.
E-SPACE. 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 E-SPACE.
Hello, you, and welcome in E-SPACE. This is the entrepreneurship space here at the University of Geneva during the Global Entrepreneurship Week 2020. Thank you for tuning in. In a few minutes, we will go on this lunch break show for which we have the pleasure to welcome Taha Bawa, which is the co-founder and CEO of Goodwall. We also have Rudolf Hitli, which is the founder of the Systems Change Foundation. We have Gaël Tran-Deletro, which is the president of ISX Switzerland, and Sebastian Moser, the co-president of the E-SPACE initiative. Thank you all for joining. So this lunch break show is organized in collaboration with Goodwall's and ISX Youth Future Day. So if there are people joining us from there, you're also welcome, more than welcome to this event. So before we go into the specifics of this lunch break show, let's just give me a few minutes to do some virtual housekeeping. So if you're following us live, let's say from the website of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, you may just decide to actually join the Zoom webinar that we have set up for the occasion, so that you can actually ask your questions in the chat, and so that we can actually bring them here on the panel, and so that we can discuss it. If you are already on the webinar, that's amazing, and I hope that you will have an excellent experience with us. So the lunch break show basically is really about having students and young professionals, entrepreneurs, talk especially today about the COVID situation and how we've tried to maybe make the life of students easier, or help them face the challenges that we are facing today and the uncertainties that the coronavirus situation has brought onto us. And for that, I'm happy to give the floor to Taha, so that he can maybe explain a bit more the work that he's been doing with Goodwall to help students face this pandemic. Taha, are you with us?
I am. Thank
You
you
are?
so much for having us. I'm excited to be here. Yeah, the pandemic, starting off, it's pretty clear, has had a profound impact on our society as a whole, but clearly on youth in particular. We look at the anxiety, the mental health impact it's had. We look at the economic reality, or the economic consequences that have had such a profound impact on youth in particular. Often we say last in, first out, when it comes to employment as well. So we've looked at seeing what could we do to help. Goodwall is a community for the next generation to help them maximize their potential, impact society positively. Think of us as a pre-LinkedIn almost. We help them build up their profile, showcase themselves, and connect to opportunities. And what we saw with COVID was there were just so many fewer opportunities out there. And there was such a demand for support and inspiration and confidence amongst youth globally. So what we did was we said, what could we do? And what we did was we came together with some partners. Some of them are here, ISEC, Rudy, and the System Change Foundation. We came together and we just brainstormed very quickly. And we said, listen, from ideation to launch, I think it was like a few weeks, we just had this idea that we came up with on a Friday evening. Like, we should put some sort of virtual online program that can help tens of thousands of youth around the world build up skills, get recognition, almost like a virtual internship if you'd like, and then connect to opportunities, whether they be funding for startup ideas, whether they be jobs, whether they be scholarships for educational opportunities, all within a learning experience that would be meaningful and supportive and encouraging. We said, okay, and we came up with this concept, which is called Better Together, from scratch. And we launched this alongside 35 leading international organizations. So from the UN, it was actually launched at the UN Secretariat in New York. And alongside the executive director of YMCA, we had the Olympics, we had all kinds of amazing organizations, public, private, student. Of course, ISEC was involved, various other student organizations involved, the System Change Foundation. And we all came together and we brought, in record time, we brought the various strengths that we had to offer. So we had over $25,000 worth of prizes that we offered. Pearson Education offered free courses. We had Walden offering money. We had Monster work with us to connect to jobs, which was amazing. And organizations that normally would not work together came together in record time to help youth. And we brought together 60 speakers over 5 weeks. from the goalie of PSG to Netflix stars to CEOs to youth advocates. Unbelievable, and essentially it was all about being a better you. So 5 challenges around being a better you. What are your goals? What would you like to achieve? And how do we make a better world? Better you, better world. Tell us about your local NGO. Tell us about how we can impact society positively. And I think this is so important within the COVID context. Youth need to think about how do we better ourselves, but how do we better our world? And so, yeah, over 50,000 participants from all around the world. And that was exciting. Apart from that, we had a Swiss Futurepreneur Award here in Switzerland, which was financed with various states. And we did alongside Jenny Lem to help youth essentially pitch their ideas and receive startup financing on the back of a 60-second Shark Tank-like pitch. That was really exciting. We had Who's Awards run over the past months with Rudy leading that. And the System Change Foundation, we financed, just to give you an example, a gentleman called Derek, super young. The money that he received based on his pitch basically paid for homeless children to find a shelter during COVID. It's unbelievable. I think we sheltered, close to 50 young kids, thanks to his work as a Goodwaller, and thanks to the Hoos Awards and the pitch that he did. So, we've done a lot, and it's all because it was a multi-stakeholder collaboration. Goodwall would never have been able to do it alone, but it was about bringing people together. And now, on the back of that, the momentum has been huge. So as we speak now, because of that interaction, we now have Youth Future Days with ISEC that Gaetan will talk about. We actually have another Better Together running right now alongside the African Union, alongside the UN, alongside various other governments. It's incredible the momentum that's been created on the back of this. And this was all just a youth initiative, right? So I think there's a lot that's being done. But there's a lot still to be done, and I hope we can really do a lot more.
Thank you, Taha. Thank you a lot. Rudolf Hilti, you are the founder of the Systems Change Foundation. Can you give us a few words about the work you've been doing until now?
Hi, together. Yeah, just to start with, I'm born in a country which is of a size of a village from Liechtenstein. And as we know, we have to think big, especially if we would like to change things. But it's not only to think big, it's to think different. But that's a really difficult thing because usually it's too far away. And for me, I'm born in this small country. It was always easy to understand a complex system because for me it was not far away. And that was the reason. It's not about Liechtenstein at all what we do, but it was just a starting point to say, let's start here, the System Change Foundation, because it's easier to imagine a different reality of system change because it's possible to think different. And that was the reason that we started this foundation. And as well, that we say, look, in this world, we are not in the industrial age anymore. We are in the digital modern era. Everything and everyone is one click away of each other. As well with Goodwall, you can see it. It's one click away of everyone, more or less. And that was the reason that we said, look, we would like to think without the box, not outside the box, because the box is not there anymore. As well for climate change, there is no box, there is no nation, there's one global problem. And but we have so many agendas in this world, and usually you do not speak about the agenda, they're just there. And this is the same as a small country, small Switzerland, little brother. So it's a good place to build a place where we say, look, it's free of higher agenda, it's topic, it's on the forefront. And that was why we with the foundation, so we have several things like one yearly forum. Vaduz is next to Davos, so we started our own format, the World Systemic Forum. Goodwall is there from day one. And then we have the Who's, the house. It's just a house where we bring people together. And we said our plan is to have these 5 steps. And the first is, let's help people to reimagine complex systems and build trust in a different thinking, because by telling them it could be the truth, it could get done somewhere. And then the second step is to build a network, but not only with decision makers, because in this new reality in the digital modern era, especially opinion leaders, they have a lot of power and reach. And so we try to get opinion leaders, decision makers, experts, creative minds, um, all together under a roof. It can be an opera house, it can be a schoolhouse, it can be, or we do something inside a mountain, it doesn't matter. It's just a roof where we bring people together and we start discussions. And out of these discussions, projects arise. It's not that we do the project, but we bring people together that they discuss and that they think bigger and different. And out of these projects are arising. And then we see idea, because when we talk about system change, it's not only about technology. Technology is by far the easiest point. It just needs a lot of money. The problems are more policy change and behavior change. And behavior change and policy change needs a new trustful relationships. It needs a different thinking. It needs a different culture. And with a different culture, new reality which starts in us, we create these new policies because policymakers listen to the people. And yeah, I think as well now with COVID, you see, or it was, people can, or COVID made so many things real what was not the case in the past. And I think as well, we should now, especially after COVID, we should take these new realities, or this, that we, it's now easier to think different because we have seen a different reality, what nobody was thinking about before. And if we use it now smartly to change many things for the future, I think we can take good things out of it as well. And this is as well what we are trying with Taha and with Goodwall. That's why we created these who's awards, micro awards. It's more to stimulate people to do better. But it's not just that we finance project, we finance people who are doing projects. It's also people are in the focus what we do. And yeah, we are always looking for the right partners to scale this vision globally, because there is no box anymore. It's one world, it's one problem, it's one thing to solve.
Thank you a lot, Rudolf. Gaëtan, you're the president of ISEC Switzerland, so I've heard that you've been in touch with Goodwill and you've built an initiative. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, of course. Like, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I guess if we want to go to the part like the collaboration with Goodwill and what we're doing, you first need to understand what ISEC is doing. So the goal and the purpose of ISEC is to develop leadership in youth people. And before COVID, we were doing that in two simple ways. First one, we were sending and receiving people aboard for like going to do a volunteer or doing like, for example, working in companies. The second thing that we were doing was pretty simple. We were like organizing like physical events to put company in contact with students, like workshop. We were doing career fair and everything. So we were like kind of professional in that. But then COVID hit, and we're not only impacted in some part of our business model, on some part of what we're doing, but in pretty much everything. Because like, forget about sending people aboard right now. Universities are closed. There is no way to bring companies, startups to university. So it was very challenging for us. And then at that time, we're asking ourselves, okay, what should we do right now? Because when it comes to sending people aboard or to organizing physical events, I have a huge pile of book with good case practice, very easy for me to do that. And like the question came, like, okay, should we postpone everything to 2021? What is the right thing to do? And during the planning with my team, we kind of figured out that now is more important than ever to be able to to give youth opportunity, to make sure that youth, like young graduates, can be in contact with startups, with company, because like, yes, the world doesn't stop right now. They still need job, they still need opportunity, they still need inside if they want to build up their startup. So at that time is when we met the first time. Taha, the CEO of Goodwill, he came to one of our conferences, and there we start thinking about how we could do that online. How could we create this opportunity online? And the idea of Youth Future Day came up. And the idea was, okay, we're used to do a physical work fair, like it was called Carry Days. It was working. Now how we can put that together online? How we will do it? So with like the cooperation with Taha, we put that together, and like today, like the event is live. And we managed to have like company coming for workshop presentation. We have as well booths where you can like, if it was pretty much if it was like a physical event, but just it's online, but you can go on the booth of the company, you can chat, you can have one-to-one. So yeah, I think like if I can sum up that today it's more important than ever to still fight to give this opportunity, even if it's a bit different, even if it's a bit more difficult, but at the end, I'm pretty sure that we can do it, and it comes with like finding the right partners. For example, with TAS, so I'm very glad that we can put that together today.
Thank you a lot, Gaëtan. And now I turn to Sébastien. Sébastien, you are the co-president of E-SPACE, this initiative. You're also the president of Innovation Time. How come E-SPACE?
Before I talk about E-SPACE, one thing I saw from the three of you guys, you've been saying that we have to adapt to this new situation, and I think that today is more important than ever to think about how we can have an event virtually, as we're doing now with eSpace. But it's important also to think of the future, because we don't know when it's gonna stop, when we're gonna be able to do things back physically. And so today you always have to think in a two ways your event, and that's we did with eSpace at first. It was I think it was in March when Mylen and I started thinking about eSpace, this project, and we didn't really know that we would do it completely live with speakers online. We knew we had to adapt because it was already COVID had already hit here in Switzerland, but in this process of development of the project, we've been always asking ourselves how we should exactly do the project in order to answer to what people are expecting, and respecting always the norms, the sanitary norms. So it's been very challenging for us to make this project happen in a way that would fit others' expectations. And I think that if we're talking about the future, what is important today is to talk, to discuss, to have a dialogue about what's going to be happening in the future. That's also the topic of today. How can we benefit from the evolution of work? I think that the project you're having, ISEC with Goodwall, is a great answer first to that. But eSpace is a space in which we can talk about engagement, entrepreneurship, the future of work, disruption, as we did yesterday, and how can we become also the entrepreneur of tomorrow. We're going to be focusing on that tomorrow. Tomorrow, I mean, yeah, and. Yeah, though. So that's pretty much that. It's a space for us to talk about all that, to try to have an impact, and to see how we can develop some projects, develop some ideas in order to make the future a bit better.
Mm-hmm. And I see also in this perspective, and building on what everybody has been saying, the importance of collaboration, right? Just here on this stage, we have, I don't know how many associations represented. You are the president, co-president of eSpace, president of Innovation Time, president of ISEC. I'm the co-president of Innovation Time, but also the president of ASUNI, and actually another association involved in this project as well. Then we have Taha, which is also a global shaper. We did not mention that. Then we have Rudolf, the Systems Change Foundation. So many entities involved. And then I don't even speak about the sponsors, the partners that you have here on this logo over there, and all the other co-hosts that have been co-hosting sessions here in this entrepreneurship space. That can be the Global Shapers, the Trust Valley, Icon, the Chamber of Commerce, and I think that people also don't really see that often, or they don't seem to actually take and acknowledge the importance of that, which is that you don't just create something on your side and just deliver it to people. You have to build something together. And today we're inviting you in this space. In this space, maybe tomorrow you will invite us in your space. And I think that that's exactly how the work kind of goes. And that's when I want to go back to Taha, because you've been doing this, but at a much bigger scale with your initiative. How was it to actually, and how did you manage to actually convince all those stakeholders, which also do have sometimes very competitive interests? How did you manage to get that to work?
I think it was interesting. I think there's two elements. One is getting certain elements to work together, and the other is getting them to work. Right? We're talking about some of the largest organizations in the world. Some of the largest private companies, some of the largest, non-for-profit companies, some of the largest student-run organizations, and getting them all to come together in a record time, right? Like because the thing is, it's great if we all come together in 2025, fantastic, and but it's like, how can we come together in a meaningful way where we're not just discussing, but actually getting something done? Right? It's one thing, bringing people together to discuss, it's super important and it's critical, but it's like, people are more inclined to do that because they're like, okay, we'll talk, but there's no commitment. There's no engagement, right? I'm not putting money on the line. I'm not putting reputation on the line. I'm not putting resources on the line. What we did was basically say, look, we came with the approach, which was do what you can. This is the problem. It's a very clear problem. Do you guys want to join? Do you guys not want to join? And what we found was, and we just said, look, this is what we're in. We're super transparent. Obviously, as you can imagine, a Better Together program, with the scale we're talking about, the resources being allocated is huge, right? But all we said was, look, this is what we're putting down. Give us what you can, and let's go together. And we know these organizations quite well. Some of them, they know us, they trust the work we do, but normally it would take 6 months to bring someone like this into the loop. Getting them on board in 6 days is like, this is not normal. And I think this is a response to COVID. People understand that this is a new reality. We need to move now, not in 2022. We need to move now. And I think we were just super transparent and super honest. We said, this is the deadline. You guys are in or you guys are not. And people came on board. And that was amazing. And then in terms of their competitive nature, they realized, we're all in this together, really. And nobody has enough resources to solve the crisis coming forward or the crisis that we're living in alone. And once they realized that, and I think there's been a lot of humility that's been developed by this or in response to this COVID crisis, where you realize it's like put us as a society on our knees. And there's no one, not the government, not a private company, not a student organization, not a technology company that can solve for this by itself. And that's where we're like, okay, let's leverage each other's strengths. And they said, okay, we all have the same goal. What we want to do is help tens of thousands of youth in the most deep way possible. So if I don't have the leading learning company in the world offering courses, if I don't have the leading job company in the world, if I don't have the leading student company in the world, if I don't have the leading NGOs, how can we actually deliver on that promise? And so that's where we say, okay, we collaborate. And in the end, everyone wins. This is the great thing. Everyone came closer to their vision, and we went further together, literally, and it just would not have been possible if we didn't have everyone involved. So I think, transparency, honesty, and just clarity on what we're doing is what made it happen. And maybe you should ask ISEC why they joined, and why did they come together?
Yeah, so, but just, we'll go to ISEC in a minute, but I just want to head to Rudolf. Rudolf, so you've been yourself, you said, organizing an initiative, going, for example, to Davos, if I understood correctly. But concretely speaking, if you had the possibility to redo what you did a second time, would you have a different approach in the way you would organize those meetings and those people getting together? Do you have any learning experience that you will share with the audience?
A good question, but it's not that we go to Davos. We just create. We are
You create your
neighbors,
own.
so we created a parallel thing around it. No, I think for us, it's for sure all the time. I would do things different afterwards, but I think that doesn't matter because in the end, it's about us, how we think and how we see the world, and that's why we say, let's think different. But to think different, you have to believe in that what you do, and you have to believe in an outcome. And I think that's the problem with the problems what Taha described before. Nobody has the money to solve all global issues and problems. And if you don't see the point that you can change it, you will not start it. And what we like to do, or I do, and what we with the foundation, with the partners say, let's help people to think different by believing in a real outcome. But like every technology starts in a lab small, but somewhere. And if you have it, you will do it. It's the same if you have a new technology in the market, something new, there's no way back. But until the moment it's coming, nobody believes in it until few people. And I think for me, I'm so super open about different future. And maybe I'm crazy enough to believe in it, but if you believe in it, you will do it. And I think that for sure there would be different approaches sometimes, but the vision would still be the same.
Mhm.
And we have to we just have to reimagine so many things, and then we have to start. And nothing has to start perfectly, really nothing. But we have to make it perfect.
I think it's
And that's long-term journey.
it's definitely a valid argument, and I really love your answer. And so, Taha, the question for you: why did you join?
Uh, for a lot of reasons, for sure. But maybe what you need to understand first is, uh, as I said before, like ISEC knows how to run events, how to physical events, how to do a lot of things. When I got elected on as president in December, I was like, oh, I have a lot of idea on how we can do exchange better, how we can do our physical event better. But then I realized that everything is changed, and we're going into something very new that we don't know. And like for us, we didn't have any knowledge how to run, like for example, the platform of Goodwall and everything. So I think what is important is like right now, each of us have different skills. For example, Goodwall came with like the beautiful platform and everything that I have just no idea how to do it. And in the other hand, like we have contact with partners, with students, with everyone. And I think like it's just like, okay, we need to work on our own strengths, and together we can bring something. And something that Taha said is like we need to move fast. We need to move now because we cannot wait 1 year to see how it will go and to see it and to think about the project and maybe take 3 months to discuss it before going to do something. And that's what we really like about Goodwall because, like as I said before, Taha came to one of our conference in August. We sit and we say, okay, then we'll do the event in November. 4 months, let's do it. Then we onboard our teams, marketing teams, all our like 300 members, and we work together. And of course, it was not perfect. And maybe if we do a second edition, we will do a thing better. But what I really like is like the willingness to do something and to act right now. Because like as I said before, I don't think it can wait. So that's pretty much why we joined.
And Sebastian, so you mentioned that we kind of ideated this initiative back in our rooms in March this year. Was it already planned? Perfect. Was it planned in this room? Like, how did we really like conceive everything from scratch to get just the two of us perfectly? And concretely, how did we come to this?
Yeah, first, before answering the question, I want to rebound on what Gaëtan said. You talked about the fact of diversifying the skills, the competencies, and the focus of everyone that's working on a project in order to make something happen much better. And I think that's really important because even now at the moment we're doing that because we're focusing on E-SPACE and we're inviting, as you said before, people that are focusing on other points, and joining all that we can do something great. But also within a project, within something, as you said, it's important also to diversify the skills. that's what we did with E-SPACE, because I think the two of us couldn't make it happen at all. We don't have the right skills to make everything happen, and that's very important to know that there is an amazing team behind everything that's happening here. And yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's a crucial point, and even more now that we're going live in everything we do. And yeah, to answer to this question, we didn't plan even to make it in this room. I think it was 5 days before the event. We've been informed that we had to shift the event from the place we were planning to do it since. I think it was since April, and we had everything confirmed. So it's also the point of adapting every time, because you know you're gonna have some changes. We don't know if COVID is gonna continue for 3 months, for a year, for 2 years, and that's yeah. I think the keyword is adapting. Even yesterday we had some struggles by when we started the event, and that's also how it works when you try to do things. And it's the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and if everything goes right, it's because you're not enough. How do you say that? No, it was just on Monday. I had a conference with the co-founder of Twint that Innovation Time organized, and I think he ended up the conference by saying that if everything seems under control, you're not going fast enough, and that's I really love yeah, this sentence.
This idea of really moving fast, and I think that's really also what brought us together. We had the possibility, basically. Someone told us, well, we can allocate a budget to an idea you could have, but you need the idea in 2 days. And that's exactly how E-SPACE came to be. It's like we had 2 days to come up with a budget, to come up with a concept, and we really did that together. And then, as he said, recruiting the right people with diverse skills. Even the two of us were so different, and that's what also made the collaboration so fruitful, because everybody's bringing something together. And then when you add the whole team together and all the people behind this event, you have, for example, Nico, which is an excellent graphic designer that has done the website, that has done the Instagram, something that nobody in the entire group is capable of doing. And if you don't communicate on your event, you're not capable of doing it at all. And really this idea of we are a team already, and we have to collaborate on the inside. But not only, we need to collaborate on the outside as well, because alone our group cannot do it. I think that's really key, and also this notion of resilience and adaptation. You have changes all the time. Yesterday we had a panel. So basically, like a bit like this one, we were supposed to have 3 moderators physically here, and then just maybe 10 minutes before the event, one of the speakers said, well, I'm in quarantine, so how do we do? And then you have to come up with a solution with the Zoom. Now, today I just called Taha, and we said, Taha, we have to do the event today. And we were like, okay, yes, that's right, that's today, but that's how you organize, and everything is running smoothly, and suddenly we were supposed to be 3, now we are 5, and that's how you adapt. And I think that's how we learn. And Taha, you were mentioning this idea of also doing things. What is the nature of failure and the role of failure also in entrepreneurship? Because that comes with doing things fast, right?
Yeah, I think when we say okay, I think it's a very good question. If you're not failing, at least sometimes, it probably means you're not taking enough risk. That risk can be manifested in not going fast enough. It can be in trying things that are a little bit wacky. It can be trying things that just don't make sense. Now, I remember one of our first investors said to me, one of the reasons why I invested was because this sounds just crazy enough that it might just change something. And you have a lot of ideas like that, right? When it starts to get really risky, either in terms of idea or execution or time frame, well, then there's also a huge upside potential. But when we look at the execution front, so that's more in the ideation. When we look at the execution front, it's if we look at some of Rudy's initiatives, they really are out there and risky, but someone but that's where the change happens. And if we talk about, you know, the Youth Future Days, which is a good one, or even Better Together, you know, our team is constantly worried, and that's where also within a team you need to have a good balance. You know, we are lucky to have, we can take these risks because behind the scenes are some really, really capable people who just get things done. And my job is to push the limits, or part of my job is to push the limits and make sure we're always a little bit in the red in terms of either ambition or speed or scope. But then behind the scenes, we have some amazing people who make sure it gets done, you know, alongside us. And we just, and you deliver almost always. And when you're not, I think, you know, we're lucky that we deliver almost always. I think where it's okay to fail is when you set expectations correctly. So in all of our partnerships where we're pushing the limits, we're very clear and frank with our partners about how we're pushing the limits and why. And if we're all aligned in terms of what that means, then it's fine. And everyone's okay with it. But, you know, generally, culturally within Goodwall, failure is totally okay. And it's just, are we willing to learn from it? And are we, if we are learning, how are we doing it different? And I really don't mind if we're failing a lot. In fact, when we're not, that's when I start to get quite worried.
Thank you a lot, Taha, for this perspective. So coming back to you, Rudolf, what's your take on that? Do you maybe also have examples of initiatives you've launched that maybe did not succeed for X or Y reason? Anything to share with the audience?
Yeah, sure. We are super flexible because we say it's not about. That's why we say it's not about the event what we do. It's about the people coming together with this new thinking and I think once it was a real case that so we had really cool people. So we had someone from Germany from the ministers. Then we had Jay Paul from MIT, this Nobel Prize group. Then we have really well-known huge family of all there. And then day before our event location, okay, it was at my private apartment, and I had that issue in the apartment. Everything was wet, and I said, "Holy shit, what should I do?" And then it was the best thing ever what happened to us, because we went to a construction work. A friend of mine was building a house, and we said, "Can I have it?" And I said, "What would you like to do?" And we said, "I will put a table in it, and I will have a really, really cool. I have cool people there. Here, let's do it." And he said, "Yeah, sure." And then the people thought, "Hey, wow, what you did! It was super actors." And I said, "No, nobody was. They really did their job. It's not. They didn't know that we were coming. It was so flexible. People loved it because to think different, you have sometimes to go a different approach, but that needs a lot of trust to do so. So I was lucky that I had this issue. So that was the reason I did it. I think I wouldn't have done it without the problem at my apartment. So sometimes you need this problem, and then you do something different. Or the events, what we do, so we're doing inside a mountain. This mountain was used in the past for military reasons, to testing things. Or in Berlin, we can use an opera house, or in Africa, a schoolhouse, and it's for us just so we just need place that we can inspire people, but nothing has to be perfect, because perfect is usually it's not the reality, because the world is not perfect, and it's not there if you pretend to do so. Nobody thinks different. Everyone would do the same. And if you would like to inspire people to go a different journey, you just have to run and to go on. And you need. I think the most important thing is that you have a vision and the power to imagine a different reality, and then you just have to do, and you have just to try. For sure, a lot of things will not work, but if you have a good vision, you will find your journey. Yeah, be proud of yourself and your group and your organization, and then just run and try things out. And
And maybe going back to you, Gaetan, we said just do things. In some ways, you were elected as president of ISX Switzerland in December. Of course, COVID came and made everything more complex. At some point, you need to plan ahead, or people like in general to plan ahead. You know, you need to have an agenda and everything. in your opinion, at the end of your term, maybe in December, December is coming slowly, do you feel that you've done what you wanted to do, or are you maybe even satisfied with the things that you've done, which were actually not the things you had planned at all? Like, how do you navigate change?
Yeah, I think it's a good question because like something is for sure I have not done what I've planned. I think at the beginning when I came in front of the plenary of ISEC in Switzerland and when I applied for being the president, not everything changed. Not because of me, but because of the context. So of course it's very challenging. But when we understood that COVID was coming with my team, we tried. What we did is we planned on three scenarios. Like first, like COVID is coming. Second is going better. Like different option, and I think that was very useful. And we tried to foresee a bit what would happen. Because what I think is like yes, of course, like COVID is challenging. There is a lot of things that are very difficult, but it was we tried to take it as an opportunity to strengthen, for example, our partnerships, to do things differently. So at the end, of course, I didn't achieve what I wanted in the beginning, but I think it's okay. Of course, like along the road, we did of course some mistake because it was new, because like we were not fully ready about it. But I think it's as well what ISEC is all about. Because the pretty much the idea of ISEC is giving the possibility to youth to have like concrete experience. Like for an example, like I just finished my bachelor in political science, and now I'm leading 300 people and trying to do things new thing. So like just to sum up and to talk about like what I said before, like I think like this fine if we're not planning what we're supposed to do, even if we fail. But for me, what is important is like to learn from your failing, because like something that I was doing karate before, and something that my coach all the time told me was like either you win, either you learn. So I think with that mindset is the right mindset to move forward and then try to bring things forward.
Hmm. Moving forward in using this word, Sebastian, you are the president of a wonderful association called Innovation Time, which you co-founded. Is innovation time taking a direction that you had planned already? And especially, how did you handle, for example, recruiting new members in times of COVID? Like, how do you handle all of that?
Regarding the recruitment part, it hasn't really changed because we were still allowed to meet in a face-to-face basis, in a one-to-one. So it didn't really change on the recruitment part, but of course all the projects we had to be adapted or reported, because there are things you can do when you have the resources, but it's also a new association. So for example, we've been focusing more on what's more relevant in times of COVID, according to the resources we had. If we had heard of the Goodwill initiative, maybe, and the ISEC, Goodwill and ISEC initiative, maybe we would have thought of different points. That's something we can even discuss after this session. But also on the failure part, I wanted to come back, because you said something very important that I wanted to say as well. So I want to emphasize that, because it's a very good point. I think that the people that are threatened about the failure is the ones who have never failed. And once you have failed once, you know that it's a learning. But that's very difficult to understand before you didn't live that at least once. And this turning point, at least to me, came when I had to make a presentation in front of 200 students for ISEC, because before I was part also of ISEC, and it didn't go well at all. But I've learned that I wanted to do it better, and to try a second time, and the second time it went perfectly. And since that time, I always take a challenge as an opportunity, either to do something great, either to learn. And I think that's also what we did with Innovation Time. we didn't know how the student world would react to this new association, because there were already some associations focusing a bit on entrepreneurship, but there wasn't one focusing only on that. And yeah, that's what we did, and we've been growing a lot, because we started in April 2019, and we were 3 when we started, and now we're 37 here in Geneva. So I think it's an amazing challenge that we've been doing and facing, and yeah. The events also, for example, on Monday we've been doing an amazing conference, as I said before, with the co-founder of Twint, and we wouldn't have set up a stage like that. We wouldn't have maybe recorded even the conference. We wouldn't have thought of that. Here it's the same with E-SPACE. So it's always an opportunity to do something different, and to keep also all those experiences recorded, that you can put it back on demand. That's an impact that you can have. Now that's pretty much that.
Thank you a lot, Sébastien. And now I want to go to Taha, because you said something very interesting to me. You said that, well, you have a role which is to push the limits, and you work with very competent people. I feel like when you have this bright mind such as yours, sometimes you are maybe in a situation where you might end up like many entrepreneurs in a situation of, like, overload. You have too much to do. It's sometimes also stressful. Entrepreneurship is a stressful adventure. How do you make sure that you don't lose sight of your objectives, that you stay in touch, in connection with your team, to go more on the human and the relationship aspect of entrepreneurship?
I think it's a really good question. I don't think it's easy at all, in terms of managing your emotions during this roller coaster, which it is. I mean, it's not just a physical roller coaster. I think many people can deal with the physical burden of entrepreneurship, which is significant, but the emotions that go with it are intense. Over the course of a day, you can go from elation to complete despair, because you care so much, right? I think everyone goes through it in life. It's just that, this is your baby, so you're disproportionately emotionally affected. And I think it's something I'm working on. I think everyone has to work on it, and it's just a journey in terms of that. In terms of having too much work, it's about prioritization. It's something I'm coming to terms with, and having the right people to work alongside you, and properly delegating within that context. So I've been lucky to be able to work with some amazing people, and we're hiring, we're growing, and to allow us to be able to take on these new initiatives. And then, where do I focus my time, and try and focus on what I'm good at, and not necessarily, there's so many things I'm really not that good at. And I'm lucky to find people who are really, really good at those things. So it's about getting that balance. And then within that context, about dealing with the human side. I think, again, on my side, my responsibility is making sure that we adhere to our values and our vision, and being really, really clear on that. Once that is clear, if you can set up, and that's what we're constantly working on as we grow, if you can set up a framework for how decision-making is made, how culture is, how the hierarchy is in terms of its flatness, then you can scale. But if there's always one bottleneck, that's me or someone else, then it's not possible. But if the values are clear, the alignment is there, the structure in terms of decision-making and culture is there, then it becomes quite simple. I mean, quite simple. It's never easy, but it becomes easier. And then generally in terms of communication, we do things like all hands. We try and do one-on-ones. I mean, there's a lot more that we should do, for sure. But again, it's a journey, doing our best.
Mm-hmm. And now we head to Rudolf. So as we've said multiple times, you're the founder of the Systems Change Foundation. Change requires a lot of dialogue, and you've emphasized a lot on the notion of trust, on the notion of discussions, dialogues. How can you really bring such qualitative also discussions and trust in a group, in a community? What are your solutions to that? What's your experience?
Yeah, for sure. I think you need, if you have good people in your network, you get other good people as well in the institution. That's important as well. Network is a really important thing, but a good network you get as well. For that, you need a good vision or a goal, right? It's the same for a project. It's not a problem what you do today. It's more so where would you like to go in the future? What's your goal to create? I think that's for us important as well. That's why we say why we have this foundation in Vaduz. It's not, as I mentioned, it's not about Liechtenstein at all. It's about just having a place where you can think independently and you can think in complex terms in ecosystem, how it's all connected, because our world, everything is connected. And in the industrial age, I think we learn to focus. Everything which is not your task, forget it, just do what, so be precise about it. And I think in the new reality, we have to bring it back, this complexity of things. And it's really difficult to do so because it's two different realities in a way as well for work. But if you have a good story, you bring people together, you create a network, and with the network you can lead discussions. This is needed right now because with the discussion you start, and with the network you start projects, but the people behind who are doing it.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Rodolphe. And now I head back to Gaëtan. So you've been leading an organization that has also multiple chapters in Switzerland. How did you manage this change? Like, did you set up a system for discussion, dialogue across, I don't know, the community, or how did you, create this space?
So yeah, of course, like it's always very challenging when you have because right now we have 9 offices all over Switzerland, and sometimes it's true that is challenging to have one focus and for us to go in the same way. For example, at the end we managed to work all together, so all ISEC in Switzerland work together for YFD. But of course at the beginning it was challenging. But what we're doing all the time is we have conferences where we meet all together, and that's where for example YFD started. So the first thing we did, and I think it was very important, is that we had the opportunity to have Taha with us. So he was there, he pitched the project to our members, and it was really good for them to see that we were working with Goodwill and what it was very concretely. And then of course we had a space where they can ask questions and really to challenge a bit the status quo, to see okay what is the best. But at the end all of us can kind of agree on yes, we need to do it, because right now we need to do something. If we're not doing anything, ISEC won't survive 1 or 2 years. So it was very good to see that the membership was okay. We're all together in that, and we'll try to achieve that. And I think it's the one way if we want to achieve something. So I was very lucky, I guess, to have the membership and my team that was on board in the same moment. And the result was that we managed to work all together, and that's something that maybe the pandemic bring to us, because before it was really oh, this local chapter is doing something, the other one is doing something else, but the fact that we need to find a solution all together, it kind of bring us together. And I think that was a nice added value and something that we'll be able to work with. So that's pretty much it.
Just have a question. How did you manage to organize all the conference online? Was it online, in a hybrid way?
So we have 2 conferences. The first one is only with the executive board. It was during August, so the COVID was pretty much low, and we did it physically, of course, with all the measure and the restriction you need to have. But the second one, then it's a bit a funny story, because we're planning to do it on physical as well. But what happened is in something 2-3 weeks, the second wave of COVID hit Switzerland. So at that time we really sit together. We have 2 weeks, and we managed to switch it online. So one was physical and the other one was online.
And you want to just bounce back on the whole thing, and from your perspective, Sébastien?
My perspective on how did I manage to organize all the innovation time.
It can be innovation time, also E-SPACE. How do you,
Yeah, more. I think I'm gonna talk more about innovation time because E-SPACE we were a small team, so it was more easy, much easier to meet. We separated the whole team in two, so we were 4 and 4. So we didn't have many problems for that for E-SPACE, but I think that innovation time has been hit hard during the first wave because we weren't ready. I'd say to adapt directly to all that, and I think that all the new members that joined Innovation Time at the time. Were expecting to live an amazing physical experience to meet new people, and we've been recruiting I think 20 people in February, and not even 2 weeks after that we were all at home. So of course we've been doing online meetings. We've been trying to organize some online games in order to have fun together, but it's been very hard. And now for the second wave, we're trying to make it much better for everyone. We've been setting up Discord, in which you can have. Yeah, do you know Discord?
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
are you using it?
Not personally, but yeah, people have tried to get me on this platform.
All right, yeah. I haven't been using it before either, but it's Michel, the vice president, who has been implementing that, and I think it's great because there is you can have the professional part in which you work on the channels that in which you can write, and there are also the ones in which you can have a call by Teams, but you can also have a call all together. It's a very complementary platform, and we're trying to make it even more accessible to everyone. So yeah, I think it's kind of working, but to have the social experience of being in a student association when it's all online, it's still a big challenge because yeah.
So I hear that's the end of Slack, if I hear correctly.
For innovation time, it's getting down.
It's getting down. Okay, guys, we still have 4 minutes. So in order to close this session, I'd like each of you to also share maybe what will be your message to students that are maybe listening, younger students, older students, young professionals. Like, what's your message to this new generation? Taha, we start with you.
Yeah, I think I would say this has almost been a crash course like few would imagine. We have we have challenges ahead as a generation, whether it be the climate crisis, whether it be industries being created and destroyed, automation, the rest that we're aware of. So resilience is so important, and then adaptability. And I think as we said, as I once was told, it's not about getting it right. It's about being the quickest to find out you have it wrong and making that change. And that's what we kind of need as a society, as a generation, if we're to get to our goals. And I think we can. Let's come together and be resilient and be adaptable.
Rudolf, the floor is yours.
Think different and bring it to scale. Believe in yourself, because everything you can imagine is real. Just do it. And believe in yourself, yeah, as mentioned.
Gaëtan.
For me, I will tell them to join our event, Youth Future Day. But more seriously, I think that's something that is important to understand is that just try it. If you have an idea, if you see something, if you have a project, just go for it. As I said, like, it won't be perfect. You will make mistake, but that's the path. And move as fast as possible. Make your mistake. Make sure to learn from them. And at the end, like, I'm sure that the outcome could be great.
Sebastian.
To complement all those interesting messages, I think I'd say when you undertake something in a project, think about why you're doing it and what's the purpose. Is it also relevant according to your values? Why do you want to do that, and how do you want to do that, and what's the impact you want to have on society? Impact positively the society. That's, I think, the role of the younger generations from our world.
Thank you. So I'll close by saying and addressing also directly the audience to say that I think that we've had a beautiful panel, and so just there and just explore the world out there. Just experience whatever you can experience, because that's exactly what will bring you maybe in today or tomorrow in the place that will help you to still create even more. Don't be afraid to fail. I think that's been said multiple times. That's been said around, but it's not. Nobody will remember maybe your failures, but people will certainly remember your big successes. So just go out there, just do it. And I think that closes well this lunch break show. So really happy that you joined. It's also my honor to invite you to the next masterclass that we will be organizing during this day dedicated to the future of work here at E-SPACE. And that is to tell you that at 3 p.m. There will be a masterclass on the topic of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. This masterclass will be given by Julianne Buty, which is the head of startup at Platzi and also a board member at SeedStars. This masterclass will be moderated by Sébastien. But before that, give us a quick break, and so that we can also get something to it, and see you soon. Maybe a last word also from the team organizing the Youth for Today.
Yes, maybe a last word if you have any interest to maybe look for like opportunity in startups, companies, schools, or if you just want to see like what is going around, like just join our website on Goodwall. It's Goodwall / like Youth Future Day. Maybe we can send the link after and just like go and see what's there. We have as well like a lot of opportunity presentation that could be very interesting for you.
Gaëtan, thank you. Taha, thank you. Rodolphe, thank you. Sébastien, thank you. And thank you to all of you, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
E-SPACE. E-SPACE. E-SPACE.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks and welcome to the ones joining us digitally today, and to the ones who might be following us on our social media for the second day of the Global Entrepreneurship Week of E-SPACE in the framework of the Global Entrepreneurship Week 2020 here at the University of Geneva. Today, we've been talking about a general topic, which is how can society benefit from the evolution of work. We've been talking about that in two masterclasses and the previous lunch break show. This masterclass, co-hosted by the Global Shapers Geneva, will be focusing on diversity and inclusion in the workplace. For that, we have the pleasure to welcome our exciting invitee today, Juliane Buty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Juliane, you're the head of a startup, Platzi, and also a board member at Seed Stars. You've also been involved at Seed Stars before a bit more. Good afternoon. I let you present yourself for a moment.
Thanks a lot. Yes, sure. Well, I think you summarized it quite well. I'm from Switzerland, but I have been traveling and working in over 20 countries right now, and mostly in Latin America. So my first experience there was through Seed Stars, which is a Swiss fund and accelerator for startup in emerging markets. And I traveled in 12 countries the first time, so that's, I guess, also why I'm here today, because I have the chance to be immersed in different cultures, nationalities, and diversity and inclusion are topics that are super important for me, and I think for the workplace as well. And now I'm at Platzi, still working with entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial education in Latin America, and I guess that's it.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have the chance to talk a bit more about those entities at the end of the masterclass. Before we start, I'd like to let the online audience know that if you have some questions, you have a webinar Zoom that is put in place for that. So if you're following us on YouTube, there is the link just below. And if you're already on the Zoom, that's perfect. Enjoy the masterclass. I think that's pretty much that. Now the stage is for you. I let you begin with the session.
Great, thank you. So I guess they can see my slide, correct, already?
Yes, normally they can. Yeah.
Good. I wanted to start with this picture, which is a picture taken in Peru on Sunday this weekend. And I was talking when coming by train to Geneva today with Romulo, which is one of my friends and former colleague, and he is Peruvian himself. And we were talking about the current movement that there is in Peru right now, where the population is tired of their corrupted government that is not at all representative of the diversity of the Peruvian population, that is openly machist, homophobe, and doing a lot of discrimination related to the different ethnies. So they are calling for a government that is more diverse, more open, and that promote and defend any Peruvian, no matter of the gender, the ethnies, and the sexual orientation that they might have. And I think what is happening in Peru right now is just one of the examples that show how diversity and inclusion is an important matter in 2020. And today we have this masterclass, but I don't think I can teach anything or that I am an expert in the topic. I more want to use this time to discuss, talk, and reflect together on what is diversity and inclusion, where we stand right now, how we can move forward and progress, and why does it matter. So I think we could start by defining what is diversity and what is inclusion, right? Well, if we start with diversity, it's a synonym of variety, like the quality of having a team of people from a range of different social, ethnic backgrounds and of different genders or sexual orientation. If we take an example, you were mentioning Seed Stars. Well, Seed Stars, which is this accelerators targeting entrepreneurs in emerging markets, has a team of over 50 nationalities. And I guess it's also because of its DNA, right? We worked with emerging market and we are present in 4 different continents. So we have different people from different nationalities. And this year, we also reached the parities between male and female in the workplace of collaborators, which is great. So that's diversity. Now, if we look at inclusion, well, we could define inclusion as the action of providing equitable access to opportunities, resources, and freedom of opinion for people independently of their genders, colors, nationality, physical or mental disabilities. Inclusion, good inclusion, will celebrate diversity, but it's not because you have diversity in the workplace that you have an inclusive workplace, right? So now that we have tried to define inclusion and diversity, I would like to look a little bit at what data are telling us today. So I did some research, and something interesting that I found is that over 69% of executives around the world are rating diversity and inclusion as very important matters. So there is like this kind of common acknowledgement that it matters, that it is an important issue we should tackle. And also, we know that diversity and inclusion drive performance. So if you look at some report from McKinsey, they say that companies with diversity and inclusive management financially perform between 15 to 35% better than others. And that inclusive decision-making process leads to better business decision. Over 80% of the decisions are better when you have a diverse team and inclusive environment to discuss those subjects. But in 2020, if you, for example, look at the CEO of the Fortune 500 companies, less than 7% are women. If we give a look to venture capital investment, so investors that invest in tech entrepreneurs in startup in the US, well, Crunchbase found out that only 2.4% went to Latin or Black founders. And if we think about disability and people with physical or mental disability, well, in the US, again, what we found is that 68% are not involved or integrated in the workplace. When for some people it sounds normal, for me it sounds like we miss at a huge talent opportunity. And so there is still a great gap between diversity and inclusion, between what we think and the reality today. So I was asking myself, okay, if there is this kind of common will and acknowledgement that diversity and inclusion matters, if it is proven that it drives performance, why are we still lagging behind? I don't have the perfect answer to that, but thinking a little bit and talking with a lot of friends, we brought up some elements that I would like to share with you today. The first interesting element, I think, is the question on intent versus impact. So the perfect example to illustrate that is, when you are cooking, for example, French fries, you put oil and so, and suddenly there is a fire. Well, of course, your intention is to turn off the fire. Now, if you didn't add cooking class at school or good chemical class, you might think, okay, I will throw water on it. And we know that it's going to be worse or it can even explode. So while your intention is good, the impact is terrible. Well, this is a little bit the same in terms of discrimination in the workplace, right? And I think if you want to reflect on when that could happen, it's all those moments where you say or where you listen, oh, I didn't mean it. Or, oh, sorry, I didn't want to hurt you. It's not what I wanted to say. Well, your comment, willing it or not, has a negative impact on the person. And this is all what contributes to create a non-inclusive environment where people don't feel safe to share their opinion. And I think it's also because diversity and inclusion is still a recent topic. So we don't have today the lean startup methodology of diversity and inclusion or the Scrum Master guide of diversity and inclusion. So the first thing I think we could try to do is building this kind of platform of shared knowledge, collective intelligence, so that we can work on this topic and improve. Now, if you think, okay, why do we have so many times good intention, but we are bad in the impact? One of the elements that I think we could also discuss today is bias. you know, all bias are those kind of stereotype or ideas that you have about, usually about people that are different than you, that you don't know really well, that are stranger. And they also have an impact in terms of diversity and inclusion at the workplace. So this is an example. Those three women, imagine that they have those pictures on their LinkedIn profile. And now I'm telling you, Sebastian, okay, you need to hire one. They have equivalent experience. They have done great and have great results. And you need to hire one as your new sales manager. Well, looking at those pictures, is there a first idea that change about themselves? Is there one of those women that you feel is stronger? And why?
Do you know those women?
Yes, I know them.
Okay. So I have to be careful on what I say. No. I think I would, if I only see them in picture without getting to know them, I would choose two of the ones from the right.
Okay.
One of them.
And do you know why? Could you explain?
Yeah, because I think, to me, when I see those two women, I have the feeling that they have still a lot of time to develop their potential, and yeah, I think that's the main reason why I would choose them. But maybe I'm missing a big opportunity of hiring someone with a lot of experience, that can have even a bigger impact than someone who maybe has less.
Correct. I like the reasoning, and it's from what you say is like, okay, on one side you have like young people with a lot of potential, but you might miss out that experience, right? So I guess the question you should ask yourself right now is like, is it the fact that I think the person that has more experience is maybe too old to join the company, or that he doesn't fit the culture based on his appearance, right? Or is it really because I want to give more opportunity to young talent? And I think this is a way to try to see, okay, I am biased because of age and a potential not culture fit, because I believe like an older person will never like fit with my young team. That could be one of the questions to reflect on.
Maybe that's what I try to tell myself,
Yeah.
that I'm based on, but maybe there are some others bias that I don't even see.
Totally. And maybe like if I will ask someone else that is listening to us, they will have chosen another one, and they might have thought, okay, the one in the middle, like just look at models, don't tell me she is a salesperson, you know? No, so you have different kind of bias that you might have. And some other example, as we talk about bias, it could be like those kind of idealization bias that are called the halo bias, where you think, oh my God, this new colleague is working and he has studied at Stanford or MIT, London Business School, or EPFL in Lausanne. And just because the university is prestigious, you think, wow, this is the top of the top. Like, and maybe yes, but maybe not. Or maybe he is, but there is other that could be even better than him in his new role, you know, or than she in this new role. Another example is when you have those kind of stereotype where you think, oh, Brazilian, great at soccer, but they don't work that much. Swiss, they are good in engineering, very precise and punctual. Indian, if you need a head of growth in your startup, look in Indian talent. So those kind of generalization that might be sometimes true, but also wrong, that could have a big impact when you need to recruit your team or to create an inclusive environment. So I think the first thing that is important about bias is to know that they are present for everyone. Like, I have a lot of bias, you might have some, but we are not always conscious about it. And that it can happen at the time you need to recruit someone, or at the time you need to do a meeting and listen to different opinions. Sometimes you might think, oh my God, this person has an opinion that is not valuable for us. And I think a good question to ask yourself is like, okay, am I thinking the opinion is not valuable because the point is weak, or is it because I have kind of a bias toward this person, or nationalities or genders that makes me feel uncomfortable, or thinking that the person cannot just bring value and be relevant to the discussion? And probably like the question is like, okay, if bias are here and if we all have them, how can we go about it? And questioning ourselves is something that can help. So as you were saying, like you were asking yourself, okay, I am biased because of age, or is there anything else? And so, and like it just helps you to reflect and maybe to identify some bias that you were unconscious about. And it's kind of a continuous process. Another great idea is to try to broaden your inner cycle, right? So as I've been traveling a lot, I feel that I became more tolerant and more open to different way of being, of expressing, and of different cultures. And one exercise that I want to invite you today to do, Sebastian, but also all of you that are joining us, is take your iPad, take a piece of paper, or open a spreadsheet on your computer. And what I would like you to do is you are going to list the person with who you have been interacting quite frequently in the last months. So they can be your friends, your family, your colleague, other students, your boss, and your team at work, people that you have interacted frequently in the last months. So you will do your list, and then on each column, you will write their gender first. On the second column, you will write their nationality. On the third column, you will write or try to estimate their social classes, low income, middle income, high income. And on the last column, you will write if maybe they have disability, can be physical or mental disability. And do the exercise. I give you like 2 minutes to reflect and write down, and then we can discuss a little bit.
So it's gender and the two in the
Great,
middle.
good to,
Yeah.
I will repeat. So you list the people you are interacting with in the last months. Then in the first column, you will write if they are, what is their gender, okay? Male, female, or if maybe they identify as non-gender, right? Then the second column is the nationalities. Swiss, Peruvian, Argentinian. The third column is the social class, if they are middle class, high income, or low income, in case you know, right? And the last one, we will think about the question of disability. Do they have a certain physical or mental disability? Okay, that could be like high sickness, dyslexia, mental disability. I mean, really think broad.
I think to me I'm okay. I did something maybe more general to mention, not to be mentioning all of the people I've been interacting with.
Of course, you can still continue later if
Yeah.
you want, but that's cool.
I'll be
then.
doing this exercise more deeper. Should I start?
Yeah, tell me like what you noticed.
I would be interested also to know what you would say from this exercise. But
Okay.
starting from me, I think according to the gender, I'm interacting more with men generally because I'm very close to my friends.
Yeah.
Now with the COVID, it's maybe a bit more difficult, but I have more friends who are men. According to the nationalities, I think here in Geneva we have a very diverse type of people according to the generalities. So my friends are from all over the world. Social class, I think, the medium class, and disabilities. I interact every day with my mother. She has an acouphene.
Yeah.
So, for example, we had to adapt some things, but I've been also interacting since my childhood with people with disabilities, physical disabilities, with the term I was mentioning before, the masterclass. So, to me, I don't see it as a disability. I see it as a difference like all the others, and I think that's how everyone should see the disability.
Yeah, interesting.
That would be my point.
Do you notice that there is a group of people that is maybe missing on your list, no matter if it's in terms of nationalities, or you were mentioning about social class, mainly middle class, like have you interact with a lot with maybe the higher classes or low income classes, or not?
In the last month, I think the lower class, I have been less interacting with them here in Switzerland. When I go to Argentina, I interact much more with them because we're very active also in my family with street children, for example. But here in Geneva, a bit less. And the other question, I don't remember the other question.
I think the other was like around the nationality. You said like you have
Yeah.
kind of the world is covered.
That's what I feel from
Yeah.
my friends. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Well, I think that that's interesting. It seems that you already have a kind of broad inner cycle. Of course, like it could be interesting to think, okay, maybe in Switzerland I have like less contact with low income or high income, and try to also interact more so that you can see different perspective. That's what I think it's interesting when you kind of identified people that you are maybe not used to. Or, you know, we talk about nationalities, but another topic is ethnies. Like there is, for example, if you take Peru, there are ethnies, like a wide range of different ethnies that have totally different way of living than the Peruvian that lives in the city. Or in Brazil, if you take the Amazonian and so on. And like when you have all those subjects on deforestation and so on, that might be interesting to think, okay, I have ever interact with those people, and like when you need to make your idea an opinion, sometimes I think it helps to see of like if you have an inner cycle that is broad enough to be able to take a decision when you add different perspective from different people to help you make your call.
Yeah.
Right?
But I think I'm gonna do the exercise a bit deeper, as I said before,
Yeah.
because it seems very interesting to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and at different moment of your life, maybe like when you are confronted to a decision, or if it's in the workplace when you need to recruit, you know, you can ask yourself, okay, when I recruit, do I have the tendency to always recruit the same profile? So of course, if you recruit, for example, for sales or for design, you will have different skills that you look for, right? But like, do you always recruit extrovert? You know, you can be a great salesperson and be an introvert. That's again a stereotype that you will think that only extrovert can sell. Well, no, it's not the case. So like, I think that's like doing those kind of exercises can help you to see like if you might have some bias or some stereotype, that if you work on it, maybe you will bring more diversity toward your team and in the workplace. So if it's okay for you, we can move on and we can still discuss after. But thank you for your help. So what I think is interesting with the question of the inner cycle is to see like with who you are surrounded. And at least myself, I'm convinced that I value diversity and like inclusion at the workplace so much because I have been immersed with so many like different nationalities, people. I am working with women and men, but as I'm in technology, it's true that it's more still a male world, so we want to see more women. So you are like very every day like stimulated by the wide range of people around you, and I think it helped me to be more open to others in general. Now, what I want to say by that is that I think I still have some group of people that I interact less with, and it's super important to try to be curious, right? But like bienveillance, curiosity, so this genuine curiosity where you really care about the others and to understand why things like that or why in their culture they act like this. And you don't try to ask so that you can better discriminate after or judge. And I think this brought us to the question of empathy, which is, for me, one of the most important gifted skills, of humanity. Like, if we think today on machine, computers, artificial intelligence, they can just not catch up with us in terms of empathy. And today, if you look at the workplace, more and more companies, they want people that have high level of empathy. They want leaders with great empathy. So if you are a leader today, you should definitely work on developing that. And if you are young talent that will look for further opportunities to start your career, this is definitely also something that company and employers, they are looking for. And when you think on diversity and inclusion, well, empathy means, you know, when you see someone, I might see you and say, okay, Sebastian is a guy, man, probably from Switzerland, and he speaks English. That's what I know about you. But I might not know that you are actually also from Argentina. Now that you have mentioned your family, well, one of the action you do when you are in Argentina is helping street children. So there is a lot of your experience that I wouldn't know if we wouldn't talk before. And maybe when I will interact with you in the workplace and so on, sometimes I will think, oh my God, I disagree with him, or he's not great, or having those kind of idea. Why is always late, you know? And I don't know that maybe he has to drive his children at school because he is or she is a lone parent, and that's why he always arrives late, and so like I think curiosity and empathy are very important to create a more diverse and inclusive workplace. And we have mentioned that there is a big gap, but I thought it was interesting today to also talk about the fact that some companies and people already started to move toward a more inclusive and diverse workplace. So I will just share some example. This is an example of Google. They created some years ago inclusive language guide for their developers. Because at the end of the day, language, as silly as it sounds, it's also very important. Like one of my colleagues, Daniel Granata, he always say that language move with the world and the need of its population, right? So if today population are asking for more diversity, for more tolerance to your freedom of being, we also need to adapt the language. Otherwise, we cannot speak and write the reality. A great example as well is Salesforce. That since 2015, they have promoted to bridge and not only promoted, but they also engaged to bridge the salary gap. So this year again, they invested $2.7 million in order to have same salary for same skills and for the same role, no matter your gender or your race. And what I think is interesting is that they committed in 2050, they started investing since 2050, and still in 2020 they need to do that. So I think it showed that diversity and inclusion is not like a checklist that you can say, oh, I did that, and now it's done. It's more like a continuous process and a journey that you need to go towards so that you can improve, right? And the last example I wanted to take is Nubank, which is one of the neobank, the largest one in Latin America, kind of the Revolut we have here and so. So in October, there were a massive scandal because Christina Junqueira, one of the co-founders, in an interview, she said something about the fact that it was really hard to include more minority group in Nubank because they are very high exigent in terms of performance. And for a lot of people, and I can understand, it was kind of a very racist statement. So what they did is first, 1 week after, they acknowledged that they did a mistake, and they signed up a letter and asked for apologize, all the co-founders of Nubank. And 10 days after, they set up a plan and a lot of different measures that they will engage to take toward creating a better and diversity and inclusion at the workplace. So some of the measures they take is they are starting a venture fund where they will invest in companies from black people and minorities in Brazil. They created different programs to bridge the talent gap as well, giving more opportunity of education to minorities in Brazil. And one of the things they also did is that they included diversity and inclusion objective into their company objective, like what we call OKRs. This is a methodology a lot of startup or technological company are using. So at a company level, and I think it's interesting, and I was looking for that, and less than 15% of company are including diversity and inclusion really at the high level of the company objective, right? So this is the plan and the engagement. Let's see later how it works and what are the results, but that's also something I wanted to share as an example. What I'm convinced of is that you can have policies, you can have action and so on, but one of the things we should also promote is role models. Like when Biden won the election, I think most of us, we were even more enthusiastic to see the vice president, a woman, charismatic, of colors, and she will open opportunities for a lot of little girls to say, yes, this is possible, right? And maybe we will even be president once of the US. Some of my role models are, for example, Christian and Freddie. They are the founders of Platzi, the largest online school to teach digital and technological skills in Latin America, where I work. And what I love about them is that Freddie is from Colombia, Chris is from Guatemala. They grew up in their country. They come from low middle class families, so they have access to education, but like they never went to the US to study at those big universities. They didn't have access to this high-end network, and still they made it. They were the first Latin American company to enter Y Combinator, which is the largest accelerator in the world. They have raised money, and now they are able to impact 1 million people in the region. So I think it is a great example that shows that talent is everywhere and that you can make it your way, right? If we jump to another continent in Africa, last month, SPACE.HOW, a startup from Nigeria, also founded by 2 Nigerians, was acquired by Stripe, which just show that there is great opportunity in Africa, and for investors, it shows that there is way to make money investing in companies from Africa, and beyond that, that there are incredible talent. Another example, as we talk of investors, Monica and Lara Lehmann in Brazil, they launched their own venture capital fund last year, $5 million for the first one, and now they just raised another fund. And, you know, there are still little women investing. So they are just one great example that you can be woman and you can launch your fund and you can be successful. And what is interesting is that the first fund overperformed most of the fund in the region of Latin America, and they invested over 30% of the capital into company-led or co-led by women. So diversity also drives performance where you are investors. And then last example that I wanted to take today, as we are in Switzerland, is Alexandre Julian. So he's not an investor or not an entrepreneur, but diversity matters in all the field, right? Alexandre Julian, who is a really respected philosopher, and he is living with autism. So I think it is also an example, a great example, that even people with disability, or as you said, differences, can make it and have valuable opinion and can help us to create a better society and drive better performance. So what is interesting is that diversity and inclusion is a discussion that we have since a time, but I think in 2020 it has never been such an important matter. And I think this because of 3 things. First of all, the technology. So technology helps to spread the word at a speed that it had never reached before, and also the reach of people that will listen to this message. If you think of the Me Too movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, all of that was a worldwide movement happening. The second thing is that the demographic is changing in the workplace. So while before it was mainly white men working, now you have more and more women, you have more and more people from emerging markets, different cultures arriving in the workplace. So inevitably, you will have more diversity and they will fight for more inclusion. And finally, we should think that the leaders of tomorrow are the millennials. And millennials, or even the Generation Z that comes after the millennials, they want more inclusion, they want more diversity, they want impact, right? So they will fight to change the statu quo. So I'm convinced that the work toward more diversity and inclusion in the workplace has started, and that definitely it will be raising. I think you cannot deny that, and you might have different opinion. So the question you need to ask yourself now, thinking about all this, is like, do you want to join this journey toward a more inclusive and diverse workplace? And what are you ready to do to promote it?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I really liked it and I really enjoyed it. There is one slide that is in my mind from before. It's the iceberg.
Yeah.
When we look at the iceberg, I think it was this one is that on the top we see all the physical differences that we can see at first sight, and on the bottom we see everything that we cannot see, and that's what it makes me think on what you said at the beginning, which is that apart from the physical appearance, what you might feel about someone, there is everything that's inside, which is the background, which is the learning, the education, and the skills, the pure skills when you recruit someone, which is much more important finally than the physical differences. And that's what diversity and inclusion is all about. Right?
Yes, yes, I think it's that, and it's also about thinking that before judging someone, no matter at which moment, right? It could be in the street, it could be when you need to recruit, it could be when you need to promote someone. Always think as deep as you can. There might be a lot of things you don't know about this person, and you might miss out on an opportunity and having a great talent or bringing someone great to your life just because you judge on the appearance or the first type of skills that you will see, right? As soon as we start talking, you can say, oh, she has or he has a great level of English. And if you do not, you might think, okay, maybe it's not the best, right? But you might be extremely intelligent, smart, can bring great points. You just need to work a little bit on your English, right? So, like, I think this is all about always being conscious about that. And it's not easy. It's easy to say it, but, like, it's really something you need to think on your day-to-day. And having this iceberg in your mind, thinking, okay, but maybe looking deeper, actually, this is the great person that we need.
It's easy to say, you just said, but maybe more difficult to implement in the everyday life.
Yeah.
Before we were talking about those bias that everyone has, but that we're not aware of. How can we concretely know which ones are part of us, and how can we change that in order to not only have the intention of changing, but having the impact, if I go back on the slide as well that you were opposing?
Correct. That's an interesting question, and I'm also happy if you have more suggestions. I think things that at least helped me to improve on my bias is the first things, as I said, is try to reflect on your decision and your perception, and when, for example, I had to recruit people, at the first time you recruit, and you don't ask yourself too much of if there is any bias in the way you interview the person and select them. But at some point, you have this discussion that arrives on diversity and inclusion, and you think, okay, were I sometimes biased in the decision I made, or were I thinking that this person is better than other based on some bias, or not considering this iceberg? So, for example, when you interview men, usually they are much more self-confident, and they will come with all the great things they have done, which is great. But you have to be conscious that when you will interview women, they might be more like, yeah, so I did quite a good work, and we reached those results. Much more like underestimating her work, or trying to have a very realistic approach and talk about the bad and the good. And you might think, okay, I need the top one that is super self-confident, and miss on an opportunity to meet someone great that just have another personality. So I think, like, asking yourself and then talking with people from different profile, as I said. For example, I have friends that are gay, homosexual, and like the fact that you can interact with them will open your eyes on a lot of stereotypes you might have, an idea you might have about them that are not true. Same, when I did the inner cycle exercise and listing people, I realized that I was interacting very little with people from Middle East. And interestingly, I think I'm quite open, but I still sometimes have some stereotype on these cultures and some ideas. So you might have different ideas, and it's good to stand for your perspective, but I was like, I should definitely interact more, because I'm convinced it will totally change some of the point of view I have and make me more open as well. But it's hard to tell yourself, I'm biased or I'm discriminating someone here. You don't want to be this person, right? That's the intent versus impact. So it's not because you have bias, and that's why often they are unconscious. You don't really know about it. So you need to first know that they are around you, try to look for it, and ask yourself or talk with others, and also ask for feedback. Do you think I'm biased, talking to others? And then it's a discussion that I think can help. Reading a lot as well, or listening to a podcast of people that are from different nationalities, culture, genders can help as well.
Being open-minded to everything that's not maybe normal to you,
Correct.
or that might change, or that might challenge your ideas.
Totally.
That's
And
pretty
I
much
think
that.
on challenging your idea, it's all about also being ready to go out of your comfort zone, right? And to say, okay, I did wrong here. And acknowledge it and work on it. That maybe, yes, at some point you hurt someone and you were discriminating a certain minority. It's also being able to be out of your comfort zone, maybe telling, okay, I will go travel to this country and I will go there to understand the other culture, not to tell them, oh, why are you doing it like this? So in Switzerland, the way we do it, and trying to preach your own nationality, so like this kind of good curiosity you might have. And this is not easy. This will mean that you will be out of the comfort you are usually and having totally new ideas in front of you that can be like destabilizing you as well for a time.
Discriminating is a great word when we talk about inclusion and diversity at the workplace. What about the positive discrimination? Because when we were talking about the fact of having an objective of diversity and inclusion for a company, it's pretty much also positively discriminating people. Is it where we want to reach? Is it where we want to be at the end, or is it a mean to go somewhere else?
Yeah. So I think, if I'm not wrong, when we talk about positive discrimination, usually it refers of measure that will be, for example, the implementation of quota, telling, okay, we need 60% of our leaders that are women.
Exactly.
20% at least by next year of our top manager that are from colors. I think it's a controversial question, and there is pros and cons. I'm personally not necessarily in favor, but at least I think it is an action that is kind of, I will see it as an experiment to see if it can bring better result and better inclusion, right? And what we have seen so far is that those kind of measure of quota, usually they help with diversity, but not necessarily with inclusion, because as it is kind of a quota to reach, there will be a lot of kind of controversy and rejection from people that are from the privileged class, thinking like, why will we give like opportunity to a discriminated class just because they are discriminated, right? And even from women or people of color, they're like, why will I get this promotion just because I'm a woman? So like, that's what is kind of controversial sometimes, but on the other hand, they're like, maybe it's one of the unique opportunity to change the status quo. So I think I see it more as an experiment. What I think is important is the question of, and that's what is in the definition of inclusion, of equitable opportunity and access. So when you talk about inclusion, you know that we don't have the same background and we are not born equal. So you cannot say that you will have the same opportunity in terms of career if you are born in the favelas of Brazil, and if you are black, than if you are born in the city of Geneva from a family where both parents have great work and where you can study wide and so on. So like the question is like, you might have to invest more resources to bridge the gap for this person that comes from favela, so that she can access the same opportunities. And I think this is all about that, right? If we were talking about disabled people, well, if we want to include them, if they have physical disability, for example, or if they are in a wheelchair, they will have need to have access maybe to more day where they can work remote, so that they don't have to go to the burden to always like do all the transit, or that they can take an elevator that other shouldn't take, so that because you might have like policy for better environment, like climate and so on at work. So like it's just acknowledging that we are not equal and that we need to give equitable opportunity to others.
So when we talk about diversity and inclusion in the workplace, maybe the first step is to have this inclusion, because the diversity in the everyday life, we have the diversity, but we may not have the inclusion.
Yeah.
And maybe if we focus on the inclusion in the everyday life, in our sharings, in our interactions, then we can have natural inclusion in the workplace.
Yeah, I think for us at least we have the perception that diversity is everywhere. I'm not sure if we will look at traditional companies in Switzerland, diversity is there. If we like it's I think
mean,
still
in
something,
the
but I
everyday
agree.
life,
Yeah, in
the
the everyday
diversity.
life, at least like in city like Geneva, you
Yeah.
might see diversity. But then the big question is inclusion, and like
Completely.
as you say, usually when you start to survey employees, they say that they estimate or they see their companies as diverse. But when you ask them about inclusion, that could be defined by the sense of belonging as well, of the freedom of being in your company, they still think that they are not there yet. So like for me, the big challenge right now is really to work toward more inclusion and understanding that this requires time, effort, and experiment so that you can find what works, what doesn't work. Because as I say, we don't have now the perfect methodology or recipe on how to do
Yeah.
that.
So about this methodology, when we focus on the companies, what can benefits those employees to be working in a team? Because there are some people who are saying, I'm tolerating everyone, but does that mean that I am ready to and willing to work with different kind of people and with everyone? So how can we raise awareness and make sure that in the companies the employees as well as the company are ready to work all together for
Yeah.
better inclusion?
That's a super important question as well. I think the younger you can be, have the chance to interact with people from different backgrounds, the better, and surely it will help. I think traveling can help a lot, and actually one of the things I'm worried about with the coronavirus is that we can travel much less. And like if it's for a long time, I'm wondering if it will have an impact on our open mind and tolerance to others, right? Because you stay, even if you have diversity, you will mainly meet with Swiss people, for example, in my case, right? Or interact less with other people and so on. So I think that's something also to ask ourselves. So, or you can reiterate this traveling experience in your day-to-day life without necessarily traveling. And some things that some companies does is constant training around diversity and inclusion. So having those discussions, right? And say, okay, today we will talk about diversity and inclusion and where everybody can speak. That's something also very important. Try to have in the meeting to give the opportunity and to encourage that everybody speak, and just to listen. Listening, I think, is a really important action if you want to build more inclusion as well. So that's type of measure, and then constantly like asking yourself, what can we do better? Where are we failing at? What kind of group are not represented, and why? You might have hired diverse people, but then when you look at the last layers of leaders of executive, they are still all white men and so on. So maybe there is a problem in inclusion. Otherwise, those talent, they will also be able to be in the leader level or executive level and so on.
Yeah. Before you've been mentioning also people with disabilities.
Yeah.
It is a difference that to me is to most of the people, or at least to many people, a bit bigger than all the other differences.
Yeah.
Because they might not have the same access, the physical access to something, which doesn't change for people of colors or white people. So what are the stakes of these differences that others don't have?
For me, like disability is really one of the more discriminated group as of today, and I know it's really hard because it's not that you can, at least also for mental disability, that you can integrate everyone in the workplace as easy as you would like it to be, but still I think it's such a statu quo in the mind of most of the people that if they have mental disability, they can't work, they are victim. We need to protect them and so on. Or if they have physical disability, or probably it's too hard and so on, let's not ask them to work. And I think this is like something that need to change. Like, we know that one of the best way to feel included in the society is through work. So if you take the opportunity to work to all those people, there is no way that they feel fully included and autonomous and respected in our society, right? So I think there is here like something that we need to really dig deeper and move on. And I hope that more and more people will be interested on this question, on including people with disabilities toward the workplace, because there is potential.
Because also I think there is a difference between integration, which means that we help you be with us, we help you integrate our society, and inclusion, which would better mean the public space, the working place, or anything will make all those differences irrelevant, you know.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's pretty much the difference between integration and inclusion. And to me, integration is not enough.
Yeah, I haven't thought about that, but definitely. We always talk about integration.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when you think on migrant, you know, there is this program for integration. But inclusion is still like far away from that.
Yeah.
And I think this is definitely something we should take more action toward.
Inclusion means exactly having everyone all together, not do things for some minorities, do things for other minorities, but having everyone together without seeing those differences at first.
And trying to create a space where everyone can speak, no matter if we are different, right? And accept that we are not all equal, and like you need to create like those kind of access for everyone. And it's not easy for sure, but I mean, if you only live and work for easy stuff, well, it might be a little bit boring as well. So I think it's an interesting challenge that we have in front of us.
Yeah. There are also questions from the online audience that I'd like to ask. The first one was, what tips would you give to fight against those bias? I think we already kind of answered to that question, but I don't know if you want to add.
No, but maybe if we summarize quickly, is first like be aware that they are biased and that you have bias most likely. Try to reflect on the decision you make if they might have been influenced by some of your bias, and like list those potential bias so that you can start to work against it. Try to open your network to different people and listen more, be more curious about other culture, about people that are different than you. And I think also what you can do is like if you see someone having a bias, try to say, hey, are you sure that you're not discriminating someone because of that? And also accept that people might tell you that and be open to this conversation.
There is another one. I think you will agree with what the person says. Isn't the instauration of a quota against equality, even if it's positive discrimination, shouldn't they be chosen for their qualities in the line of work instead of physical mental characteristics?
Yeah, so I think that's the whole
Sorry for the question.
No, but that's exactly the controversy around like positive discrimination, because you don't solve discrimination, you reverse it. And I think the assumption of reversing the discrimination is to say, okay, maybe if you give more opportunity to minority that normally will not have access to those opportunities, well, you might arrive to a better inclusion with no discrimination. So to arrive to inclusion, you need to reverse the discrimination, and at some point it will balance. I'm personally not convinced about it. I think, though, that it's interesting to try, and maybe it's one of the fastest action you can take because you have a clear objective and you give opportunity. And it might be harder to hire a person based on skills, merits, and so on, because you need to bridge the gap in education that some population had so that they can access the same opportunity and so on. But definitely, like, positive discrimination is not the perfect solution. The thing is that as of today, we don't have a perfect solution, so I think it's worth trying and being critical to see, okay, should we continue or should we iterate in another way? And so I will be more toward like investing in the education or discriminated group, or providing some coaching. Maybe, you know, we were talking about women. This is true in general. We tend to be more unsure of sharing our opinion or taking responsibility. So maybe like if you invest toward training your woman colleague and give them some coaching so that they are more self-confident and willing to take risks, that can help as well. And they will reach the leadership without having to enter through a quota, right? So I think you can be a bit more creative than the quota, but it's still interesting to try rather than doing nothing. That's my perspective.
Maybe another answer as well that can be given to this person or all the others that have been asking that to themselves is the fact that of course there is the ethical part of having an inclusion and diverse workplace, but you also talked about the benefits that can bring to have a diverse workplace.
Definitely, like we shouldn't forget that is not a question of just being nice, you know, or that is not just fashion and new trends. Like it's something that is needed and that will drive better performance as well. So like, and not only financial performance, but also innovation, creation. Like it comes from having different ideas around the table and for having different ideas, you need different people, different background, and so. So I think like just in terms of result and benefit that it can bring at work, we should consider that and do more effort.
And you've been mentioning Platzi, the startup, the company in which you're working currently, about educational entrepreneurship, if I understood it well.
Yeah.
How do you work on that, and how do you try to raise awareness about this inclusion within your courses?
Yeah, so Platzi is like, it's an e-learning platform where we have a wide range of courses on digital and technological skills. So it's also for tech entrepreneur, but it could be for engineer, designer, and so on. And like the way we try to have, it's still something we are working on and learning. But for example, we have a chart when you join where it's clearly mentioned that any type of discrimination will be directly, like it will be one warning and probably you will be fired. So like there is zero tolerance for discrimination in the workplace. Then what we do is like, as we have a big community of students, in any time you might have a debate, you might have some very radical ideas that come up from the community, right? And here again, like the community of students, they have a chart and they know that if the ideas is discriminating a certain group of irrespectuous, they might also be like rejected from this debate, and we take action around that. And then in the day-to-day, like we try to have a diverse team. So like we have a team of engineers where so far we have a minority of women. We have women, which is not the case of a lot of companies in the engineering team, but we try to work toward having more. And the question is like, how can we have more? It's not only about recruiting one more, it's about like, why don't we have more women applying, for example? And one thing that we did is like, we try inclusive language. So before we were writing all our job application with the masculine form, you know, because it's all we are used to. And we say, let's try with the feminine form this time. And we had twice more women applying and also more men applying. Like it didn't affect, because men, they're like, oh, I love this opportunity, I will apply. They just don't care, you know, and that's great. And then women were like, oh, they identify more and they apply. So like I think, you know, it's all those kind of little things and steps that you can try and be very conscious of seeing if it works or not, so that you can create a more diverse and inclusive team as well. And community, of course, because it reaches the workplace, but then also like your user, your potential client, patients, depending on what is your company about. And that's a whole ecosystem you should create around that.
How would you imagine the working place in 5 years, according to this topic?
That's a great question. I'm convinced that diversity and inclusion will be one of the most important matters in the next 5 years. So I think we'll have much more diverse team in futures. And from different background, I think as well we will see much more decision maker that come from minority group and company launch and money invested toward different group as well. So I think this will radically change, and this will probably bring a set of whole new ideas and companies that we have no idea about right now, but that will probably being able to tackle challenges such as access to healthcare, security for all, more inclusive world as well in society in terms of the ideas and so on, democracy, citizenship that we haven't really worked or tackled so far. And because of like this more inclusive workplace, we will have set of new company that can bring an impact not only in the workplace but also toward their user and toward the world at the end.
Interesting.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. I think we're getting at the end of this masterclass. What would be your final word to the audience?
Well, first, thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed and had interesting reflection for you. Thank you for inviting as well. And maybe the last things I could say, when I was talking in the train with my colleague, as I said, we were like, what if we could invite everyone of the audience to allocate 15% of your time per week toward thinking and acting on this topic of diversity of inclusion. So it could be as simple as if you're a student doing your inner list and see who are you missing, and start listening to podcasts or reading about this group of people that are not in your life right now, or go on LinkedIn and connect, or Facebook, I don't know. That's one action you can take. But like the rationale is like, I will allocate 15% of the time I have during my week toward thinking and taking action for a more diversity and inclusive workplace or society. Try and let me know what you come up with.
Thank you very much, Juliane.
Thanks.
So thank you everyone for joining this masterclass. It has been very interesting to talk about diversity and inclusion in the workplace, but as well in the everyday life, in society, in the public place. We'll be back in 30 minutes at 4:30 more or less for a masterclass given by Peter Wharton and moderated by Sarah Condé. It's going to be about how to get ready for the working world of tomorrow. I hope to see you there and see you soon. Thank you again, Juliane.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to E-SPACE, the entrepreneurship space here at the University of Geneva for the Global Entrepreneurship Week 2020. Today we've been talking about the topic how to benefit from the evolution of work, and related to this theme, this masterclass co-hosted by the Global Shapers Geneva will focus on the topic of getting ready for the working world of tomorrow. It will be presented to you by Peter Warden, Managing Partner of Entel International Geneva. Hello, Peter, and welcome.
Hi. Hey, thank you.
So before we start, let's proceed to a little virtual housekeeping. If you're watching us live right now, you can either stay on the live or join us for a full experience on the Zoom webinar. For that, if you're on the website of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, you can join the Zoom by clicking on the Interaction Live button, or just go to the E-SPACE tab, or easily register for the session on our website directly. If you are already on the webinar, enjoy the ride, and don't hesitate to participate and ask questions. And now let's move on to the session and the masterclass. Thank you, Peter, for being with us, and the stage is yours.
Okay, hey, thank you. Thanks very much. I'm actually, very excited to be here, and I'm very proud to be part of this initiative. And, I'm looking forward to sharing my viewpoint on how young professionals and graduates can enhance their career prospects as we move forward. So maybe I'll just introduce myself briefly. So as you can probably guess from my accent, I'm from the UK, but I've been here in Switzerland for about 32 years. And so my career journey has been quite varied. I studied after university, where I studied business studies. I was a musician for a couple of years, then before starting a proper job. And really, since I've been in Switzerland, I've been working in marketing in tech companies for about 25 years. So started off in product management, worked at Logitech when it was a very young company. Then worked for various, mostly US IT vendors. And I worked eventually at iAmega. I started out as product marketing manager. I ended up as the global vice president of marketing worldwide. So I was commuting between Geneva and San Diego for about 5 years. And then afterwards, I worked for some smaller companies as well, usually in sales management and marketing management. And then about 3 years ago, I started reviewing, what did I want to do next in terms of my career, what I thought I was good at, my skills and my network. And so I decided to move into recruitment, bought a franchise, and have built up my recruitment company since. So my recruitment experience has been in the technical sector, and it's been mostly the executive level, sales and marketing management, some operations management, some engineering, but it's more in the commercial side. So my perspective in terms of where, what's happening in terms of career development is obviously more around based on that side. Okay, so in terms of getting ready for the world of tomorrow, I want to kind of look at it in 3 different ways. So one is the long-term planning. So now if you're either at university or you've just started, you've maybe got you have your first working experience in terms of planning where you want to get to, and what you should take into consideration when you plan. Then the next part I want to look at is more in terms of preparation, probably before you start applying for jobs or before you start applying for your next career, the sort of things you should be doing and things you should take into account. And then lastly, more of a tactical side is as you're applying for jobs, what are the things you need to be doing to enhance your chances of getting there? Because I think the hardest thing for anybody, actually at any stage in their career, but especially when you're starting out, is how do you differentiate yourself? How do you get yourself noticed by companies? How do you get them to hire you rather than somebody else? So I think there's certain things that you can be doing to enhance that side. So in terms of the longer stage planning, so if you're still at university or you've just started work or looking for work, you've really got to choose your career path carefully, and it's really about planning. And I think it was Eisenhower who said that plans are meaningless, but planning is everything. It's probably misquoting it, but what I've seen is that you need to know where you're going and you need to be sure that's the direction you want to go. And then how do you get there? Because you can change your plans, you can change your objectives, but you should always be planning that. And even if you're midway through your career, or even towards the end, you'd always be planning, where do you want to go to next? You know, where is it you want to go? So from a candidate perspective, it can seem like it can be really difficult to find a role. You know, it's very hard to get companies to notice you. It's very hard to find jobs. You know, you may be looking on job boards or looking on companies' websites. And even if you do apply for jobs, it seems like there's hundreds of people applying for the jobs. So, and sometimes you don't even get a response back, which can be quite disheartening as well, and very, very frustrating. However, on the other side, for employers, when they're looking for specific skill sets, it's also very hard for them. It doesn't seem like it when you're a candidate, but when for an employer, when they're specifically looking for skilled people with certain experience, it's very hard for them to find them, because they can put job adverts out on LinkedIn or on job boards. They can get hundreds of CVs and find that there's nobody that's appropriate for them. So that's why people like myself get involved. We get hired to go and find what these people, you know, who are the key people. And so that's why, you know, as a candidate, you need to really see how can you differentiate yourself. You know, what is it you need to be doing to really, you know, stand out from the crowd. So from a planning perspective, it's very important that there's a lot of things you can do to prepare yourself for that. So as a graduate, you really need to start thinking about, what are you good at? You know, what are your key skills, and what's going to be useful in terms of your career development going forward. So in terms of understanding what you're good at, obviously you should list this down, like do an audit if you like, what you're good at. But you should also look at your non-academic achievements as well. You know, in terms of sports, you know, what do you like doing? What are you good at? You know, what are your hobbies? Do you do volunteer work? You know, what sort of experiences there that are going to be useful to the career going out? And it's very important to note these down, because employers always look for exceptional people, and what are they doing to differentiate themselves. So in my line of work, I often hire business development sales managers for companies, and some companies I work for specifically are very interested in people that do very well in sports. Maybe they've performed at regional level or national level, because that sort of attitude can actually be good from a sales perspective, because it's good to have goals and to strive to achieve and to succeed. So it's very important you understand, you know, what are you good at, and then relate it to whatever career you're wanting to do. Also, when you're at the graduate side, or if you've just graduated and you can't find work, internships are really key when you are looking for new roles, because if you have some experience or you show and the initiative or the aptitude to work, you're going to have a much better chance to get a job than somebody who hasn't done that. And this is, the internship's going to come up on a regular basis, but it's very key. And one of the advantages of when you do an internship is that you make a network, and networking is absolutely key. And we find that many graduates often get hired by the companies they intern for, and sometimes there's not even an interview process. They get a role even before a job is posted. So it can be very hard to find internships, but it's really worth an investment in the career. Also, what you should be doing is you should be researching industry trends in terms of what you're doing, in terms of the career that you're looking at, seeing how jobs have changed. So, for example, I used to work in product management, and I worked for tech companies. And so when I was in product management, say 20 years ago, most product managers came from a business background, maybe a sales background, or a marketing background. And then we would learn the technology, and we would do well. And I definitely did well out of it. Now, most tech companies are looking for people with engineering backgrounds that have studied engineering. And so that's a real trend in that industry. And so if you want to go into product management now within the tech industry, you're probably going to have to come from an engineering background. Maybe studies, maybe even have worked in engineering for a while. And so whatever you're looking at in terms of career, law, for example, maybe finance, there are trends. And there's lots of information on the web, but so you can actually see what's going to be happening in the industry. And one thing that you should be looking at as well is what influence is AI going to have on the career that you want to have, and machine learning as well. So if you're going to be working, if you think you're going to be working in sales, there's probably less of an impact. But we know already that in certain, say, legal professions, a lot of that work can potentially be taken over by AI in terms of forecasting and logistics planning. Again, AI and machine learning will have a big influence on those careers as you go forward. So you should start looking at that, because you can still work in the career, but there are different jobs that may not be impacted. But you need to understand that, and you need to know what to focus on and what you should be aiming for. Engineering as well, it's very important to look at the industry trends and the job trends, because you may be very comfortable learning certain languages or programming languages, but it's not going to be, it depends on where you're going to end up working. If you're going to work for a company that specializes in databases, then the programming languages for database are going to be very different to the ones that you would see in fintech, for example, especially here in Switzerland. There's a lot of fintech companies, and there's a lot of information on the web about what are the programming languages that are important or becoming more important. So you need to do your homework, because that will obviously help you when you start looking for your roles. Another area when you're choosing your career path is you should start researching what are the companies that you want to work for. What are their trends? Are they growing? What sort of roles are they hiring on an annual basis? And how well are they doing financially? If you're looking into an engineering role, see what sort of product concepts and design concepts are coming up, because it will give you an idea of what kind of roles they're going to be hiring in the future. So you really need to research, well in advance, the companies that you want to be working for. Okay, so that's kind of in terms of the planning side. The midterm, so when you're starting to getting ready to start applying for jobs, there are certain things that are going to be key. Again, can't stress enough. Internships. Find any way you can get to internships. Obviously, anybody who works in a company, try and get contacts. But it's especially relevant now. We know that obviously with COVID that there are fewer jobs around for graduates. At least now. Hopefully that's going to change. Once the pandemic eventually moves on. But if you can't find work, be ready to do internships. It really will stand you in good stead. Another thing is, if you're still at university, just aim to get the best possible grades. Again, companies, they'll be able to choose who they work with, and the more you can do in terms of having the best grades, the better chances that you have. Depending on your chosen career, there's a lot of additional studies you can do as well. There's a lot of information on YouTube around different industries and around different jobs, so that the more you can familiarize yourself and understand what's important and what the trends are, it'll stand you in very good stead too. Networking is obviously very key. If you have friends that already work in certain industries or certain companies, obviously you need to nurture that. But you can also get information from managers in certain industries if you identify who they are. A lot of managers are quite happy to share their experience in terms of what's important, in their company when they're hiring people, what skills they're looking for, and so it's a good way for you to get information, but it's also a good way for you to get to know these people, and if they have jobs that are being hired, you may be able to apply to them directly. So the networking side is very important. You also see that on social media sites, there's lots of user groups as well, which will allow you to network too. So you can see what sort of discussions are going on, what sort of issues are coming up, or that people are concerned about. It'll get you more familiar, but also it'll give you a chance to get to know people. One thing you need to be very careful with in terms of user groups and networking groups is that it should always be free. People that set up these groups are usually very proud about what they do and the industry they work in, and so there's a lot of sharing, and people like to do that. Unfortunately, a trend that I see coming up more and more is that there are networking groups that are created that they ask people to pay for, and you just stay away from them. They're usually a scam. You should never ever have to pay to join a networking group. If you do, you probably realise that there's something wrong with it. So stay away from that side. On the social media side, there's several things that you should be getting yourself ready to and preparing yourself for. One of it is also on social media like Facebook and so on. Start tidying it up as soon as you can. Many employers, the bigger companies, international organisations, they probably will check you out, and don't have anything up there that you don't want an employer to see that could compromise your chances of getting a job. Start looking at putting yourself on LinkedIn, even if you haven't started working yet. It's important for many reasons. One is it allows you to start creating lists and seeing what sort of jobs are being created in the industry and for the companies that you're working for. It's also good to start having a profile up there. Put up, especially if you've done either volunteer work and again internships, and you can put that up. It's very interesting in terms of your specialisms at university and your grades. Put those up as well. If you can get any endorsements for any companies that you've interned for, it'll make it much easier for you to apply for jobs and get yourself noted too. Okay, then the last thing is when you're actually in the process of applying for jobs. There's two things that you have to be. You have to be persistent because there's a lot of competition out there. But if you persist, you definitely will find something. It's a question of time. But most importantly, it's probably how do you differentiate yourself? And so a lot of the work that you've done, that you should have done previously, should really come out. But in terms of preparation, obviously the CV is really critical. There's some great templates out there that you can find online, and you should use these and see what works for you. There's a lot of information around keywords, so that when you apply for certain roles, obviously AI often comes into it. So you can get a lot of good advice on what are the keywords you should be putting into your CV. So again, so that you can get noticed. Probably the most important thing though for a CV, it's making sure that the key information is very easily found. I'll easily read 100 CVs a week, and that's kind of typical for a recruiter or for somebody in talent acquisition for a company. And so normally within a minute you need to be able to see, is this a valid candidate? Do they have the right experience, the right qualifications, and the right criteria that's relevant to the post that I'm applying for, that you're applying for? And if somebody has to look too much to find that information, if it's kind of too much of a flashy template, you're just going to give up and go on to the next one. So the CV, obviously, it's really key. And you hopefully people should be aware of this, but every time you apply for a position or to a company, you need to modify the CV to be right for that job or for that company. And you need to, if they're looking for certain criteria, you need to highlight that in your CV. yeah, you can't just have a CV that's very generic and you just send to everybody. It's got to be very relevant and very pertinent to that job. And again, emphasize your your university grades. If you've already been working for a while, any achievements that you have in those first few years of work are very good. Again, because you can have very good-looking CV, but CVs tend to look the same. So anything you can do to differentiate yourself in terms of achievements coming out, it's obviously it's really very, very key. So targeting companies, you can register on most companies' websites for information when there are new jobs. So you should be doing that. You should be following them, seeing, again, what sort of new projects are they winning, because they'll often do press releases on it, and just constantly be on the websites and seeing what opportunities that are there. Virtual university tours. In the past, at least in the UK, we used to have something called the milk rounds, where corporations would go and visit universities, and then you'd have a chance to go and talk about what you want to do and make yourself known to them. Those don't, obviously with COVID now, those don't exist. And I think going forward, things are going to be more and more virtual anyway. So just sign up, to the companies that are looking for graduates. There's a lot of activity on the web, so make sure you know that they're there. Job websites, probably less important when you're a graduate. It's usually when you've got some experience. But once you start working and you know that you're looking for your next role, it's worth putting your CV up onto these sites and keep looking. Again, you have to be careful of some of the sites that are coming up. Sometimes you have to pay to be on a job site. Just stay away from them. It's a scam. You don't need to. There are also some recruiters that will offer to help you find a job, but you have to pay. Just stay away from it. The way that it works for recruitment is that when a company finds a candidate and they go through a recruiter, they will pay the recruiter. There's absolutely no reason why, as a candidate, you should pay somebody to help you find a job. You'll find that it'll be a waste of money, and you should stay away from those. In terms of recruitment agencies, if you've been working for maybe a couple of years, it's quite good to find specialized recruiters that work in your industry or within your discipline, for sure. As a graduate, probably not so. Recruiters will be looking for experience, but there are many graduate recruiting agencies out there. They are by country, or they can be pan-European, or they can be by discipline as well. And these really are worth signing up to. You really just check them out and see what's available, because you definitely will increase your opportunities there. Then you need to look at, when it comes to interview, if you can get to an interview, really make sure that you do your homework in terms of being prepared for the interview. It's incredible, even with experienced people, how they don't prepare. Prepare your answers. Be sure to be able to talk about achievements that you've done and give concrete examples, and get used to talking. Even maybe do role play with friends, but get used to talking about what you've done, what you do well, why you're interested in the company, what is it that excites you about the position, why that company is of interest for you. There's a lot you can learn, and again on YouTube, there's and online, there's a lot of free advice out there on what to do. One major change we're seeing this year, but I think it's going to be the same going forward, is that more and more the interview is going to be through video setup. It's very important that you practice within in front of a camera, that your body language is good, and that you can express yourself well. Obviously, dress for the interview, and also just make sure that behind you it's tidy. It's important that you give a very good impression. And as you go through the interview process, and even being hired, I think you've got to be prepared to be able to work remotely. I've hired several people this year for companies that they were recruited through video conference, they never actually met the people, their boss. They were onboarded, so they joined the company and they were trained, and they were working from home. So for many months, many of the people that I hired never actually went into the office and met people. So you need to start thinking that this is you need to prepare yourself for this. And as time goes on, you may find that as you work your way up through a company, and then you start applying for more senior posts, it may not be in the country that you're working for, the town that you want to work for. And companies are definitely more and more open now to employing people remotely. Obviously, it depends on what you do. But as you move into management positions, it's definitely becoming more acceptable to be remote. And if at the moment I have 5 jobs that are in either marketing and sales, and 4 of them are remote working. So we see that happening, and I think this is something that's a trend that's going to become more and more frequent. Then lastly, you should always have a plan A. What are the companies you want to work for? What is the discipline you want to work for? Where do you want to work? But you've got to be flexible, especially when you start off. You may have to think, you may just want to work for a Fortune 100 company. But a lot of people do as well. And you should definitely try. But then you should think about what other companies can you work for. Maybe it's smaller companies. Maybe it's startups where maybe the training may not be so good, but you could also do a lot of self-training as well. But the experience in terms of working for a startup or a scale-up company can be really very exciting, and you can get a lot of experience. And larger companies may value that entrepreneurial approach going forward. So you should have a plan A, even plan B, and plan C, and be ready to work in a different city, maybe a different country as well. It's once you get into the working mode and you start having one job, maybe another job, it'll be easy to find the better jobs as you go on. But just when you're starting out, you need to get your foot on the rung as well of the ladder of the career ladder going forward. So that's in terms of enhancing your chances for the career. Those are the 3 key steps that I would propose based on what I see.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a few questions from the audience.
Okay, cool.
So we can start with those. So what do you like in your line of work, and what makes you stay in it?
Okay, so on the recruitment side, there's several things that I like. When I was a manager, because I've managed many people previously when I was in marketing, I liked the interaction with people. So I like the interaction I have with clients. I like the fact that after a while, you become a trusted advisor. And so then you get involved in the planning. So they'll ask you, in terms of their organization, they have their business objectives. And then, you can contribute to that. And you can say, well, if you're doing this, at this stage, you'll need these kind of people. At that stage, you need maybe different kind of people. And the order of doing it is this way. So I like that. And I like being part of a company and contributing to their success. I also like working with candidates, because I think I get a lot of satisfaction when somebody lands a great job, and it's the job that they want, and that you help them do that. So I get a lot of satisfaction from that. And then afterwards, I actually stay in contact with my candidates, and these candidates have become managers, and then they'll hire me to help them find staff. So that's very rewarding, I find. Yeah.
And regarding what you just said, as a recruiter, how do you find your young talents?
So it's usually it's always going to be a brief from a client. So I will be hired by a company to go and find a certain type of person. And for example, I've been working quite recently with an American company. It's a software company, and they were specifically looking for young salespeople. Had to be university graduates. They had to have superior grades. They preferred, going back to what I said earlier, they prefer people to be high achievers in their personal life. So if somebody had been an athlete at a regional level or an international level, then they thought if they can achieve there, they will achieve there, that side. So I was looking for a certain age group, looking for between 2 and 5 years experience, that had experience in selling software, not necessarily the software they had, but had it, in the 2 to 5 years, had constantly hit their targets, and you needed proof of that. So for that particular role, I had a very clear brief, and so what I would do is I would go through my network and ask people that either I'd work with, or I would ask candidates or other clients, who do you know that fits that description? I would go onto LinkedIn, and I would, as a recruiter, we have plug-in software into LinkedIn that gives us quite extensive search capabilities. And I would put in keywords. I would look for people with certain years' experience, certain university education, and then I would do that. And then I would contact the candidates that way. So as an example, and that happens quite often.
Okay. And has it ever happened to you to find a raw talent completely outside of your network?
So I have people come to me frequently, and I usually will speak with them. And so what I do is, when I have good candidates that apply to me spontaneously, that I usually will interview them and get an idea of what they want, and then I'll have their profiles at hand. And when I speak to my clients or companies that I'm interested in working with, and I understand what sort of business objectives they have and what sort of people they're looking for, then I'll propose these candidates to them, their profiles, to see if they would be interested. So I personally, I haven't placed a graduate first time, but I've placed people that have had between 2 and 5 years experience. I do get requests from time to time for internships. Because I work internationally, this is actually more from the UK, so I work with some UK companies, so I've had a request for internships, and I've been able to supply that side. So I think that's where I personally would help graduates. But in general, recruiters are quite specialized, and I have to say, they prefer to have experienced people.
Okay, and regarding, again, what you just say, most of the time we look for people between 2 and 5 years of experience. What we hear a lot as young people entering the work market is that most of the companies ask for young adults with 20 years of experience, ironically, of course.
Yeah.
But how can we, as young people that just graduated, can cope with that?
Yeah. It's I think it's always been hard, but I think there's certain things you can do. I mean, if you can take on projects just projects where you can demonstrate certain skill sets, it's a way to differentiate yourself. So if it can be volunteer work, for example, and you can describe what you've done, it'll show that you have an aptitude, and you maybe can get references from that. So that's a way you can differentiate yourself, and that's when you should put on LinkedIn. You should put on your CV. On LinkedIn, there are certain things you can do as well, which may differentiate yourself. So, for example, if there's articles in an industry sector that are interesting, you can post those, share them, and comment and make a comment. Again, because when you're checked out, again, it'll differentiate yourself. And as graduates, I think really apply for internships. And I know that you get a lot of rejection. It's inevitable, but you need to keep looking. And you need to identify companies that hire. So also you've got the Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies, but be ready to look for smaller companies. There's a lot of startups and scale-ups that can give you good experience. In terms of the salaries, it's not going to be the same as if you go to Fortune, to a large company. But if you can show an interest and an aptitude for what they do, it's a good way of you to getting that first job. And you do that for 1 or 2 years, and it will make it easier because then you have the experience to go to maybe a bigger company.
And regarding finding the first company, what advice could you give for young people that are starting to search for their first job? Like which company they should target, how to find the right company for them?
So it depends on. So you need to define, what is it you want to do. First of all, what's your goal? So if you want to, maybe you want to manage an engineering department. So you need to maybe start off on the engineering side. So you know what sort of work you want to do. So then you need to define. So what are the sort of companies you would want to work for? Then you can you research the companies, and then you see what are the products they're launching, what are the maybe product concepts, and then it's worth thinking, well, maybe you can try contacting the hiring managers and show an interest, or try to reach out to ask them, what is it that's going to enhance their prospects of being hired by them, so that they, what can they be doing to make themselves noticed. So it takes some guts to do that, but you need to go out and try and network and make yourself noticed. I think that's the way. And again, if there's any projects you can do for free, again, and you can demonstrate that to a company. Again, it's going to enhance your chances of being done. But you need to think a little bit out of the box and think. Well, if you were an employer, what would you like to see from people that are applying for the job? Yeah.
And regarding those volunteering opportunities that we can have, we can even do during our studies and everything, do you think that having worked in an association during the courses of university will be recognized by companies? Because sometimes student associations might not be recognized, or you won't have a letter of recommendation, but you can get really useful skills that you can use that are not necessarily in your line of work. So how do the companies
I think
take
where
that?
it can help is that it just shows that you have an initiative, that you want to achieve certain things, and that you go out of your way to do that, because that sort of behavior can be useful to company, because they think, well, if somebody's doing that, then probably when they join the company, then they will go to the extra mile to either take on extra responsibilities or drive through. So it's a way of showing your behavior and your skill set to differentiate yourself. Because if somebody's done something like that, you have two candidates that are being considered, and then you have somebody who hasn't done that, then there's a good chance that that's going to stand you in good stead, in terms of the decision-making process.
Okay, and so we have other questions from the audience. In your opinion, what are the most important skills?
So it depends on what you do, because.
Sorry, it was the soft skills.
Oh, soft skills.
Yeah.
So, in terms of organisation, being able to organise yourself and motivate yourself, especially if it's likely you're going to do more of remote working. I think it depends on what you do. So if you work in marketing, for example, you're going to need good emotional intelligence. To be able to work with people, to understand, to listen, to listen, to work with people, identify needs, and kind of be flexible and work with different departments, for example. So in marketing, as a soft skill set, that's important. In engineering, engineers, maybe emotional intelligence isn't that strong, and it's probably not so important. But obviously, in terms of being structured, being analytical, so that's a soft skill set that's going to be important to them. If you work in sales, then obviously good presentation skills, good persuasion skills are going to be important too. So it depends on what industry what discipline you're going to be working in.
And also regarding the recruitment. When you recruit someone, what are the key points you look at? Then again, I suppose it depends on the job.
So and it depends on the company as well. But definitely, in terms of the job, the criteria. For a job description, it's very rare that somebody will have everything that the job's being asked for. The perfect candidate doesn't exist for a role. But at least being meeting or being able to prove that you meet certain criteria, and that's for the job post. So that's what I look for, because as a recruiter, I need to persuade my client that they need to interview, that they need to at least interview this person and why they should be interviewing it. So being able to meet some of the criteria as well. But also in terms of personality, it may be that they're looking for a certain type of person as well. Maybe somebody that's a strong team player, somebody that's going to contribute to other things within the company as well. And so if the person can demonstrate those those characteristics as well, that's going to be important. But the most important thing is to be able to communicate that the criteria that's being looked for is what you have, and then being able to give examples of why you have that. You can meet that criteria.
You also mentioned that the artificial intelligence before, and also how the COVID influenced the recruitment process and even the working in a company. So is technology affecting positively the recruitment process? And if yes, in which way and what are the limits?
Okay. So in terms of the recruitment process for AI, so what can be useful? What is useful is that it's easier to reach out to a lot more potential candidates more quickly, and identify candidates that are that will fit a certain amount of criteria, for sure. So in terms of, for me, when I do searching for LinkedIn, for example, I use a plugin, and so it helps me do that. It also helps me reach out to a lot of people at a given time, to a lot of candidates. So on that side, it can be easier to find people who can match the criteria, as long as they have the criteria, as long as they have that criteria in LinkedIn themselves. So you obviously got to do that. I don't use it myself, but for large companies, when they advertise for roles, they'll have AI to scan CVs and look for certain criteria. So like keywords, maybe qualifications, age and so on, in terms of experience. So that has a positive effect for the company, but unless you communicate well what you have, you won't get in. So what it means as a candidate, you've got to be a lot more specific. And again, it comes to when you apply for a job and you send your CV, make sure it's relevant. You have keywords and it's very relevant to the ad. Otherwise, you won't get past the first hurdle.
So we should definitely focus on some really important keywords.
Absolutely,
in the CV and put them.
And when you see a job description, really understand what they're looking for. Make sure it's relevant.
So that goes as well with what you said before, that it's really important to adapt the CV to the job that you apply for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And one thing you can do as well is that when you look at companies, and often you can find similar people in companies. And if there's somebody that's in a job that you would like to do, and you see that there's an opening for it, look at their profile, and see, okay, so this person has that job, and they have certain elements in their profile, but and if you have the same, make sure that you repeat that as well, reflect that too. A bit of detective work.
That's a very good tip. And regarding the AI part, how do you combine the human part with the AI, since it's becoming bigger and bigger and is taking a lot of importance in the working world?
Yeah, so for me, with the AI, it's a good way to get to identify candidates. And the same, you get talent acquisition managers at mid-sized to large companies who will do the same. So AI can be quite good in terms of identifying it. But in terms of the fit, and also making sure that just because somebody writes it on a CV, doesn't mean to say it's always going to be true. So there's a lot of suspicion around that. It's when you actually talk to candidates and you understand and you get them to expand on what they've done, that's where the human side comes in. And also on the personality side as well. You may have a company where teamwork is less important. They just want achievers, people that are going to go out and drive, maybe get sales. But in other companies, it's important that somebody's a team player. And they, when they join a team, especially if it's a small team, it's very important that a person fits in. So you need to understand what's important to that team and make sure that person can do that. And again, if they've been working on projects or activities, it's a good way to understand, okay, so in this circumstance they have a certain type of characteristics, so it's going to be good for that. And more, I think, especially with the smaller companies, the kind of person that's joining the company is just as important as the qualifications and the performance as well. But if you're in a startup, and there may be 10 people in a startup, so if you get 2 people that aren't right, that's a fifth of the company that's not fitting in with the team, and it's going to have dire circumstances. So as a recruiter, there's that human element definitely of really understanding, is this person going to be a good fit, and then persuading the company that this person is going to be a good fit.
And before this masterclass, we had a masterclass about diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Mm-hmm. Have you seen that evolving? And is it something recruiters care about nowadays, and even big companies?
Yeah, definitely so. I think some countries are more advanced on that side than others. If I'm really honest, I think the UK, for example, takes it really quite seriously. In Switzerland, it tends to be more the larger companies that are aware of it. But I think going forward, I think it's going to become more and more important for sure. Yeah, it's definitely something that will be spoken about. It's very hard for a company to give directives of what sort of people they want to hire, for obvious reasons. But what I've seen, from my personal experience, but also working with as a recruiter for companies, is that the more diverse a team is, the better performing it is. So I think my feeling is that hiring managers are more aware of this now, and definitely, it's definitely something that they're more sensitive to in terms of the hiring. Yes. So
do you, as a recruiter, tend to show profiles that are more diverse in reaction to that? For me, it's can the person do the job, and will fit in the team. So it's definitely something I take into account. But I can only work with the candidates I have. Sure. But definitely from a company perspective, it's definitely becoming more and more important. And companies will state publicly that it is something that's more important to them. Yeah. And also more regarding the universities, what can universities do better to prepare the students for the working world, and what do you see students lack the most that could be better?
Okay, for university to prepare, I think that they should be prepared to give courses in terms of helping. Actually, I'm not sure actually what universities do, to be frank. But what they should be doing, if they aren't already, is giving advice to students about basically what I've gone through. How can they enhance their chances of finding the next role for sure? I also think that universities should be having closer contacts with local companies, and give companies the chance to meet students, and students to actually meet companies, and maybe even do projects together, because I think university can be very attractive to companies because they have obviously fantastic graduates, and so I think they can probably do more in terms of having more contact between the students and the companies.
And yes, regarding also the still in the topic of university and academic courses, would you recommend to focus more on the academic career or like being an entrepreneur? Do you think that the academic world will get overrun by young people developing themselves on their own?
I don't know. I think people have to be more entrepreneurial for sure. I think it's a good skill set. It's a good skill set to have. But the thing is, until you start working, experience is everything. So I think the sooner you can get experience, then you can decide whether people need to be more entrepreneurial than others. And not everybody can be entrepreneurial. I think that it's more important to do everything you can to enhance your chances of finding the first job, and then assess where you go from there. And you should always be assessing your skill sets, the experience, what you're good at in terms of the future direction. And then you can decide whether you become an entrepreneur yourself, or you continue working for corporations and companies, which is very good too. So.
And to change from the perspective, as a recruiter, for you, how do you think a good recruiter should be?
So first of all, as a recruiter, you need to be specialized, because you need to understand the industry. You need to understand what makes the company successful. You need to understand the roles in the company or the sector that you work in, so that you can then identify the right candidates. So as a recruiter, you need to be specialized. You definitely need to have high EQ. You need to understand what your clients want and what's important to them, and you need to understand which candidates are going to fit into the fit with the client. So I think high EQ is really important in addition to being specialized. I think recruiters that are too broad don't really add any value either to candidates or to companies, and in the end they're just trying to push people into open positions.
And now we have like for people now, nowadays young people tend to focus not focus anymore on one topic, but more like get a few things from everywhere. And you as a recruiter, do you think it's better to become an expert on one topic, or rather have general knowledge and skills on many?
So this is my personal opinion, and there are recruiters that disagree with this. But on my side, I think that it's better to be specialized and succeed in something, because you can always change afterwards. If you develop a specialized knowledge and you become an expert, you become valuable to companies that need that specialized knowledge. Because once you've achieved that, you can move into more general, maybe into more general roles, and the skill set, the soft skills that you've had that make you achieve, that are successful in a specialized side, can be useful elsewhere. But the trouble is, if you're too general, there's a lot of people that are very general, and it's very hard to distinguish yourself from someone else. But if you can be successful in a specialist field, then in my opinion, you always have more chance to succeed and for companies to want to hire you, because you have that maybe other people can't have. And in fact, as a recruiter, when we're looking for people, most of the time when I find people, they're not looking for jobs. I think that a statistic, I'm not sure if it's true, but we always talk about it. It feels like it. Is that 80% of the people that are hired by recruiters aren't looking for a job. They're identified because they have the skill sets and the experience to match a role, and then we go out and we persuade them to leave their company to join another company. So achieving excellence in a specialist field for me is definitely the most important thing.
Okay, and there is the concept of a portfolio of careers, meaning that the fact that people have many different jobs at the same time, and not only one for their whole life. Like there's a saying that our generation will probably have 4 to 5 jobs in their lifetime, as the generations of our parents were more like they needed to focus on one job and have it for their lives.
Yeah.
What's your perception of these changes of mentality?
Yeah, but I think it's been a while like that. I think for myself, my time in Switzerland, I think I worked for about 7 different companies in 25 years already. So, so definitely, it's pretty unrealistic that somebody could expect to be with one organization for their whole career. I mean, it can happen, but it's unlikely that somebody would have that. I think so already, people will be changing companies on a regular basis. What's important from a employer perspective and also from a recruitment side is that it's okay to change jobs, but when I look at a CV and I see, maybe more for people that have been working for 10 years, but if somebody's changed their job every year, it's not a good sign. Because companies will want to invest in someone. If you work in sales, it's acceptable for somebody to change their job every 2 to 3 years. And in fact, if you stay with a company for 10 years, it's looked as negative. Marketing, people change their jobs less frequently, but again, every 3 to 4 years, it's acceptable because it's usually because they progressed or they've gone into a different sector. It's okay. So definitely, people should expect that they are not going to stay with the same company for forever, for sure. And that's already a reality, and it's been a reality for probably 10, 15, 20 years already.
Then again, I think it also depends on the line of work as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you work for government, for example, you're going to only work for one government.
They tend to stay longer.
but you'll probably change roles or departments, anyway within that company.
Okay, thank you. Since the session, this masterclass, is coming to an end, would you like to add something or a tip for the audience that is watching us?
Yeah, I think it's just just to reiterate is that you need to know, you need to have a direction. You need a plan of where you're going in a career, and you can change it. But then you should always be thinking about how can you enhance your chances of succeeding, and whether it's through, obviously academic grades, it's always important. But if you can prove that you achieve your targets or overachieve constantly, you're always going to enhance your chances. Anything you can do to differentiate yourself, again, through different projects, volunteering, or even studying, you're always going to enhance yourself. You've got to find a way to stand out, and the more you can do that, the more chances you have of succeeding as you go forward.
So thank you a lot, Peter, for being here today. Thank you, the audience, for following us on live, or for the ones that are rewatching this masterclass. Don't hesitate to join us at 6:30 p.m. for our closing conference on how can humanity benefit from the evolution of work. Have a nice evening.
E-SPACE. 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 E-SPACE.
Hello you, and welcome here at E-SPACE during the Global Entrepreneurship Week 2020 here at the University of Geneva. So today we are here, and in a few minutes we will have the closing conference on the topic of how can humanity benefit from the evolution of work. So we will have the pleasure to actually welcome three panelists, very qualitative panelists. First of all, we have with you Andrea Latino, which is a digital transformation and innovation manager. He's also a Forbes 30 under 30 and also a global shaper. Then we also have Laurent Mieville, who is the director of Unitech and also the initiator of the Global Entrepreneurship Week 2020 Geneva edition. And then you will see again, for those of you who followed his masterclass this morning, Utkarsh Amitabh, who is the founder of Network Capital, Oxford Chevening Fellow, and also a global shaper. And in addition to all of that, also a Harvard Business Review author. So before we go into the masterclass itself, there is an issue that is quite close to the hearts of all of the people here actually involved, which is the issue of diversity. So unfortunately, we don't have any women on stage today, and that's something for which I think I failed on the expectations, and we're sorry for that. But nonetheless, we are very convinced that the panel today is really qualitative and will be able to address this issue of importance in a very qualitative way. So, again, before going to inside the masterclass, let me do some virtual housekeeping. So, as those of you that have been with us for quite some time now, you know that there is a webinar that is set up for each session. So if you join the webinar, that can be accessed, for example, from the website of the Global Entrepreneurship Week or from YouTube or wherever we put a link. You just click on this link, enter the webinar. Maybe you have to register so that you enter, but just enter there so that you're sure that you have a full, complete experience and so that you can also ask your questions. So that said, we wish you a very pleasant evening, and now it's kind of time to move into the closing panel. So, as I said, today we are talking about the future of work. We've had already 4 masterclasses on the topic today, a topic of importance, as I said, and the 3 panelists that we have today with us are going to have 10 minutes each to actually give their perspectives on this topic, and after that we'll go on a moderated discussion. So, starting with you, Andrea Latino, thank you a lot for being with us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
The floor is yours.
So yeah, first of all, let me thank you all the organization and my fellow co-panelists here. It's a pleasure to be here with you. So we are talking about the future of work, and the future of work is by its own nature a very complex phenomena. A phenomenon that is composed by the various interactions in between different players, different markets, different stakeholders, and so on and so forth. That means that in order to speculate about the future of work, we have to be, first of all, cautious, since we have seen during this pandemic the acceleration of some trends that were supposed to be, in some ways before this past year, a mirage, I would say. Think about the diffusion of smart working at scale, or we should better call it remote working, as most of the time of home working. And we have seen that some changes that would have been perceived as impossible just happened in a very short period of time. So when we consider that, there is this caution that we have to keep in mind. Nevertheless, I think we could be able to speculate a little bit on how it's going to be. And I think it's going to involve 3 main factors that are deeply intertwined in between each other. The first one, I think, it's related to the impact of technology. I think it's the elephant in the room. And I think that many people do have very polarized view about all of this. In some ways, there are techno-utopists, which all the time just say, well, technology is the cure, it's the medicine. They never talk about technology as being part of the illness, I would say. And on the other side, there are the dystopians. They just say, well, we'd better go back to the time of horses, I would say. So I'm kind of in the middle, related on all of this. I think technology is a tremendous force that we often do not recognize as, the basic of our societies are structured. if you think about the father of model economy, I'm talking about Adam Smith. He used to say that the basics of economics are related to the gains of productivity and division of labor. After that, it came Marx by saying that the overstructure is powered by the structure, by meaning that the economy is actually the layer that actually allows culture and society and politics to discuss issues and hopefully thrive. What is under all of this? There is a layer made of technologies. Without enabling technologies, a lot of economic models and a lot of business models cannot simply be enabled. Think about the diffusion of the light bulb. Before the widespread adoption of electricity, a lot of markets simply couldn't exist. Think about large appliances, televisions, computers, and so on and so forth. So we have to make sure that we deeply understand that no matter how big and proud we are about the conquests that we have made in terms of economy, politics, culture, and society, technology remains the kingmaker. It always has, it always will be. That doesn't mean that technology has to go unreined. We have seen the damages that technology unregulated can do. I'm thinking about the damages done to our democracies. I'm thinking about the damages done to competition and a lot of other stuff. And that means that in order to be sure that we gain as humanity the maximum advantage from technology, we have to be sure that the policies that we are making, that the way the corporate stakeholders, for example, are enabling technology to make our lives better is well thought of. That's the first point I would like to make. So also related to technology, I think there is reasons to be hopeful, especially for one of the most burning questions related to, for example, the advent of AI technologies, so artificial intelligence and everything that comes with it. So there is this issue related to the fact that we are thinking about the loss of jobs on a massive scale, and of course on both the sides of the polarization that are the ones that say a lot of jobs are going to disappear, there's going to be mass employment, we have to develop policies that can counter that. And on the other side, there's somebody that says, okay, new jobs are going to be created, jobs that we don't ever think about. But of course, there are people that are in between. I'm thinking about the truck driver that could get displaced by level 4 or level 5 autonomy cars, which is the scale on which the autonomy of a car is described. What about that? What can technology do in order to help and make sure that those people don't end up in some vicious cycle for which they cannot find new employment and their position gets worse by the day? I think there is something that we should think about. If we think about the introduction of the iPhone for the first time and the focus that Steve Jobs used to give about the user interface and the user experience, we've seen so many people, starting from toddlers to older people to seniors, being accustomed about using those technology in a very intuitive way. I'm very hopeful about what we can do in terms of technology by thinking about no-code and low-code technologies, for which it would be way easier for a lot of different people to enter in the space, for example, of software development, which is one of the biggest drivers of innovation nowadays, since all companies are becoming technology companies, and I will address that in a second. And so I'm not meaning to say that truck drivers are going to become software developers. I'm just saying that if we have a little bit of faith in what this kind of technology, this kind of automation technologies can put in the hands of people, probably we could experience some differences in the way we manage this kind of transitions. So the second point is related to insightful public policy. This is a topic for which the great orchestrator, no matter which is your economic background, if you are more, I don't know, a fan of Keynes or you are a fan of Hayek, of course, I'm grossly oversimplifying, but nevertheless, the role of the state has to be, no matter if it is big or small, it has to be strong. So in order to make smart regulation, the state has to think, and the governments have to think about the ways that jobs could evolve, technology could make them evolve. And so something that is deeply interesting to me is this whole idea of introducing for the first time something which I call an indemnity related to competencies. So as you know, nowadays in contracts between workers and companies, the regulation is on with the idea that you have a base salary, a bonus, and then year after year, related to seniority, of course, you get improvements in some ways in terms of salary, in terms of benefits, and so forth and so. What I'm thinking about is, if you actually manage to train yourself through formal training provided by the company or by institutions such as the University of Geneva and so forth, what happens is that you get in a scheme of policy that allows you to be gratified economically from the fact that you actually keep developing yourself. And it's a win-win situation because, of course, you have more prepared, a more prepared workforce that keeps evolving. And at the same time, of course, you have companies which are more competitive, more productive, and so on and so on. The third actor I think it's really interesting to talk about is companies. As I mentioned before, companies are becoming, all type of companies are becoming tech companies. Simply because the boundaries between the physical world and the digital world are going to become way, less concrete as time passes. COVID has given us a great example in this fashion. So what I'm thinking about is the whole idea that companies still have to, I would say, complete a transition between managerial style related to the past century, which is command and control, and move to a more objective and key result approach that is, way more accustomed and tailor-made for organizations which are liquid, for which the workforce doesn't really have to be in the same place physically to work together, which is way more digital and so forth. But this requires a change of mind, a change of business model, a change of paradigms that is really hard to find at scale nowadays. But companies that want to remain competitive will have to face this. We'll have to face this whole idea that the managerial model has to change and that digital transformation is no longer an option. So that means that all of those companies that are, waiting and saying, well, I could change in a couple of years. I could change in 5 years. I'm not caring about the disruption that is coming from a sector which is not mine, but near mine, because we have been doing this for, 25 years, 50 years, and so forth. It always worked. Nowadays, things can change really fast, and it's not just because of a pandemic. It's because the world is changing at a pace for which I don't think that society, politics, and culture, and companies themselves can keep the pace. Most of them are struggling, and so I think the whole concept behind this is that those stakeholders that I mentioned have to work together. If they work together in order to ensure and craft the new rules, the new approaches to this kind of innovation, I think we are going to be put in a more positive future, in the direction of a more positive future.
Thank you a lot, Andrea, for this insightful introduction to the topic. Really look forward to the discussion we're going to have just in a few minutes. But before that, Laurent Mieville, so as I said, you're the director of Unitech, initiator of this beautiful entrepreneurship week here at the University of Geneva. What's your perspective on this issue?
Yes, thank you, and also a pleasure for me to be here and with the distinguished colleagues and speakers. Maybe I'll spend a little more time on my, because I'm older, personal experience, and maybe the vision that I've seen evolving, the vision of work. And maybe I'll start with the 3 elements. The first element is entrepreneurship, because we are in the Global Entrepreneurship Week. And when I was younger, much younger, I was able to stay 3 years at Stanford and then 1 year at Boston in a very, very intense hub of entrepreneurship. So it was, and it is still the very important element to be in that place, in that physical space to experience entrepreneurship. And I could see 20 years ago a lot of people from Europe arriving in Silicon Valley and being immersed in this entrepreneurship world. And then even if you don't have the specific appeal for entrepreneurship, you get so much soaked into that atmosphere that suddenly people would become entrepreneurs. And so I could really feel by staying for many years in this place was that the physical space was very important to define basically what you would be working in the future. That was in the past. I think now what we see also here in Geneva is that entrepreneurship is becoming much wider. It's not only linked to technology based in Silicon Valley or or maybe life science in Boston area. It's much more, I would say, open. I give you an example. When we started on Monday the opening of the Entrepreneurship Week in Geneva, we invited people that are really creators for arts, and also we compared the way they are entrepreneurs with people that are much more based on technology. And what you see is that the artists, they first think about the art and then they try to figure out what technology do I need to reach the goal of my art element that I'd like to create. My experience as a technology transfer officer is the opposite. We find technology because there are people very bright in the university that comes to us and say, look, we have this invention. Then we have to figure out what to do with it. So what you see is that people with very different mindset, artists on one hand, technocentric scientists on the other hand, they all move together in the same space, which is the entrepreneurship space. That means that entrepreneurship is becoming very widespread now everywhere. It's like soaking everywhere. And you don't have to be in Silicon Valley, you don't have to be in Boston. Of course, you have some advantage to be there, but it's not anymore so important because everybody is thinking entrepreneur in a way. So the first point is, for me, entrepreneurship is becoming much widespread. You can be an entrepreneur as an artist, you can be an entrepreneur as a techno, deep tech specialist. So evolution of work is also linked to entrepreneurship everywhere, not only in startups, but also in your organization. Second point is how we organize this week, actually. You are an entrepreneur by doing what you are doing, and what everybody is doing in this studio is an entrepreneurship effort. When I came in, people don't see that, but just behind me, there are a curtain with a lot of people working with a lot of equipment. This is all entrepreneurship effort, and you have to be congratulated for that because you were able to set up such a very nice studio. We are actually in a classroom in University of Geneva. So that is a practical application of what I said, is that, and this is also why University of Geneva, I think it has a role to play, is to give people the possibility to become an entrepreneur within their academic experience. Stanford is doing that very well. It was at University of Boston. They were having dedicated people just to help students to become entrepreneurs. So I think now it's becoming really a mainstream element. Probably when I hire people, I look what kind of entrepreneurship activity they've done. It could be very wide, but this is a very strong element. So second point is that figuring out that everybody is an entrepreneur in a way or another, the question is how can you bring the entrepreneur element in that person? So what kind of entrepreneur are you? Maybe that could be an interesting question. You are an entrepreneur in like doing in studio and organizing an event, finding the right people, making sure that there will be an interesting discussion and everything. The last point I'd like to make is that, okay, now that entrepreneurship is very important and you help people to become entrepreneur at the university, but on different places, the question is the politics around it. And my third hat is I'm a part-time politician in the Canton de Vaud. So I sit, actually tomorrow I will be presiding some commission looking at the change of a law for the region of Vaud. So when you have this strong entrepreneurship push, you have, in order to make sure that this is benefiting also society as a whole, inclusion is very important. So how are you making sure you give the tool and you give the possibility to everybody in the society to develop entrepreneurship efforts? How can you, as a politician, make sure that when you discuss a law or when you are to look at a law suggested by the government, the local government, this is actually taking the steps that is needed to make sure that you bring everybody along in this? Because if you don't, then you have a big problem, because your society will be shared between those who are able to be an entrepreneur, that have access to tools, that have access to network, and those who can just look and see the train pass by. So I think the last point I'd like to make, maybe the most important one, is to be able to also bring this inclusion in an efficient way in politics, which is not easy because it's a lot of detail. So having a big picture understanding, I'd give you just a short example. When I started my political work at this parliament of the region of Vaud, which is one of the region of Vaud, 1 million inhabitants. So I was trying to push the entrepreneurship also for young people. My suggestion as a politician was to say, look, can we put more training of entrepreneurship for young adults between 8 and 14 of age? And the goal was to say, you have to train them very early to bring this idea of entrepreneurship. It's fun, empowering people, letting you decide, team building and everything. But what I saw as a politician is that I was facing people on the other side that were much more conservative and they killed this idea, because I was also very inexperienced, so I didn't understand that I had also to play the politics a bit. But at the end, the suggestion was not taken because people said, look, I mean, it's full, you know, we have too many things to teach these students, these young people. So there's no room for that, and you know, it's going to be complicated. And so at the end, what you realize is that part of the political system was not willing to adapt to let young people be trained for that. So again, I think my role now as a politician is to try to push always to make sure that we help people to be also trained very early. And the future, to be positive, I see much more understanding now in politics than it was before. So I think if I would come back now with my proposition, it would be supported, because people understand that entrepreneurship is not only financial company trying to have young people sell stuff to make money. No. It's much wider than that. It's letting people, giving them the tools to become a real entrepreneur and to really develop what they want to develop. Could be art, could be anything, but not only finance. And I'm very hopeful that also this pandemic is also giving the signal that everybody has to adapt, but everybody has the means to become an entrepreneur.
Thank you a lot, Laurent, for this also very insightful discussion. I think there will be a lot of things to build on, and now I think it's a great time to go to you, Utkarsh. So Utkarsh, again, for those that are just joining in, so you're the founder of Network Capital. You are a Chevening Fellow at Oxford, also a writer for the Harvard Business Review and the Global Shaper. Utkarsh, you've been here with us this morning, but what's your perspective on this issue?
I believe that the future of work is going to be defined by people pursuing their curiosities and passions much more than before. So if you look back, what happened this year? Almost 400 million people lost their jobs, right, across sectors. Its number is perhaps closer to 500 million if you really count everything. These jobs are not coming back in the short term. So people essentially have to fend for themselves. Now, how do you recreate yourself? How do you reinvent yourself? I love the point that was made about low code and no code, because it's very easy to talk about, say, artificial intelligence after every sentence, but it's very difficult, you know, to somebody who's lost a job recently to tell, why don't you go and learn artificial intelligence and try to do that? So I think we must be very intentional in how the language that we use in communicating the ideas about the future of work. So what is the purpose economy or the passion economy? You know, a few years back at the Global Entrepreneurship Summit, I often used to hear the word Uber for X model a lot, right? Even Network Capital, the company that I started, I call it like Netflix for careers. So it's more of an explanation, but essentially what we do is we're a subscription-based future of work company. We offer mentorship, Netflix-like content focused on careers, and access to a global community that people can reach out to. Why? So that people can reinvent and recreate themselves as they think about the future. We say that people who have lost their jobs, why don't they retrain themselves or learn new things? Because it's very hard, especially when there's a lot of pressure. One of the hardest skills that all of us need to develop in the 21st century is the skill to reinvent ourselves. And we can't reinvent ourselves alone. But passion economy or the purpose economy offers a unique opportunity to, as you were pointing out, the opportunity for people to monetize things that they are curious about, things that they are passionate about. And I love the point that was made about the intersection of art and technology, science and philosophy. Everyone is essentially an entrepreneur, a political entrepreneur, a policy entrepreneur, and a tech entrepreneur like myself. It's a way of life, and the passion economy provides both the financial means in terms of a business model, the meaning which all of us crave for when we think about work, and also a way which is not dependent on institutions. So as we are looking forward, when we are thinking about the future of work, you'll notice that the reason these 400 million or 500 million jobs aren't coming back in the short term is because there has and there will be a huge reduction in institutional jobs. And there are a variety of reasons for it. So people have to create their own entrepreneurial path. You are the CEO of your own career. And I think we need to create a system where companies, governments, policymakers are working closely together. But essentially, nobody cares about your career than you. So the thesis is that you want to transform this discussion from a meta-theoretical discussion where AI is thrown every third word to something which is very practical. You know, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love AI. We use AI to personalize content on Network Capital for people. But I think one has to think about how you can sort of democratize its learning, and specifically for who? So in my case, for the passion economy, for the purpose economy, how does the artist in Paris, whose cafe has been shut down, how do you help that artist create and build a business model so that that person can recreate the experience using technology? How can people essentially monetize things that they know and embark upon a different career? On Network Capital, there are examples of hundreds of people who've lost jobs in the middle of the pandemic, have pivoted from sectors as diverse as finance to becoming a baker and then an Instagram sensation. I love to give the example of Vicky Benson, who studied zoology, then got an MBA at the University of Bath, and today is a YouTube entrepreneur known most famously for Pasta Grannies, an internet sensation which talks about Italian grandmothers talking about traditional pasta recipes. And you might think it's just a passion, but you're perhaps mistaken. This YouTube channel has millions of subscribers, millions of views collectively taken, and that person has figured out both an advertisement-based model, as well as a subscription-based model, as well as a speaking-based model, as well as a consulting-based model. And this is a person that started in development. And I think this access or this way of looking at your job as something that you have to direct gives you a lot of autonomy, which is one central element of work in the coming future. There are two more elements to it, which Daniel Pink talks about, and I've written about it in my book as well, is that of mastery and purpose. So mastery is really important because one has to think about what does one master after all? Which skill? What do I learn? And this cannot be a wild goose chase. This week I'll read about EdTech, next day I'll invest in blockchain, day after something else. Because you can't keep following every hot trend because you'll go crazy like that. Instead, you need to follow your curiosity and figure out how might you adapt or use the tools and techniques of today to build on something that you're actually curious about. And the element of purpose is really important also because, because you have to reinvent yourself multiple times and because it's a very hard process, unless and until you truly care about what you're doing, you will not have the energy or the stamina to keep continuing. And I think, just summing it all up, entrepreneurship or thinking is a way of life. I hope that you get a lot more support for your vision for school because Network Capital, my company, has partnered with Government of India to take a very similar entrepreneurship module as you talked about to the classrooms. So what we do is that we bridge the boardroom classroom divide. So the Government of India has come up with something called Atal Innovation Mission under the aegis of Niti Aayog, which is a planning commission. And Network Capital is a partner there. And what we do is that we help run the Mentor India program, where we send mentors to schools across the country to, at a very meta level, try and democratize innovation. What does that practically mean? Tell kids that you don't necessarily need to keep up with every hot trend. You don't need to play finite games where the rules are defined. You can essentially become your own CEO. And I think that's the kind of possibility that we need to paint in front of school kids most importantly, because there is a very strong link between how innovative and how empowered school students face, especially from the low income background, and how innovative a country is. Look, I'm Indian. I studied abroad, but essentially in India or any other middle income country or low income country, you can't go from becoming, say, a low income country to a middle income country without lifting up the tail. So you do need to do two things. You need to take or democratize the benefits of entrepreneurship and take it to the grassroots. And also, you need to make sure that you're creating or taking innovation to the grassroots. And I think towards that end, this Atal Innovation Mission pioneered by Niti Aayog, the Planning Commission, is a step in the right direction. And we are, Network Capital is a very proud partner. I hope that your measure passes because I can tell you from data for the past 4 years, it's a transformational program for learning and how many micro entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs it will create. I think time will tell, but so far it looks good.
Thank you a lot, Utkarsh, also for this insightful presentation. I think we've already in 30 minutes of presentation and introduction, we've covered a broad array of issues. And I want to go to you now, Andrea, because you said something that really struck me, which was this notion of saying, let's go from the big hype, AI, and this big policy making now to the concrete stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so you've been in policy making also. Like, what's your perspective on that? How do you see this transformation from the big talk to the concrete stuff?
Well, changes are hard. They are hard in companies. They are hard for people, but especially they are hard for governments. I have this not really unique, but a broad perspective because I'm an entrepreneur. I've worked in the public in my home country, which is Italy, and I've worked as a consultant, and I still work as a consultant for companies of all sizes, including multinationals. So what you see here is that most of the times there isn't a deep understanding of the practical applications of a lot of technology. Let's take an example. I know that a lot of people are going to be angry and mad at me after I'm going to say this, but I'll say it nevertheless. Take blockchain. Blockchain is an interesting technology, but as I often like to describe it, is a solution searching for a problem. What do I mean by that? if you look at the last revolution related to computing, you know, you had some killer apps on specific platforms. So for example, for the PC, it was the Office package. And way before that, the Lotus package by IBM and so forth. For blockchain, we have a direct application, which is, of course, the cryptocurrencies and so forth, which we are struggling to regulate, both in Europe and in other countries. But at the same time, you know, there isn't really an application apart from smart contracts and a lot of more niche applications which you wouldn't be describing as killer apps, I would say, from my point of view and my experience. What does that mean? It means that if you're a government and you have a budget, for example, in research and development, I'm thinking about my own country of Italy. They actually, I think they were on the verge of putting money for a public fund related to blockchain, while, you know, the Italian public administration struggles doing basic things such as a complete digital access to the demographic information of their population and making sure that that is available to all the branches of local government. So what I'm saying is that before you run, you have to learn to walk. And that's the whole idea related to technology. We like to bet ourselves into the idea that those verge tech technologies are going to resolve the underlying problems of efficiency, of business models, and so forth, but most of the times they don't. Of course, as I said in the beginning, those are enablers. So we have to keep and have a great respect for those kind of enablers. Without wheels, you wouldn't have a car. Without a car, you would be moving by horse. With a horse, you have, of course, low level of productivity. So think about before the introduction of the steam engine. Before the steam engine, you had a limitation related to the power of your muscles in terms of energy or related to the muscles of animals. So you wouldn't have those huge productivity gains that came after the introduction of those technologies. So what does that mean? It means that we have to understand a little bit better how to separate the hype from the concrete. Let me put it in a more concrete way, I would say, related to companies. So as of now, a lot of companies are still living, for example, inside of them with legacy software, which is actually not enabling the possibilities of digital transformation. When we talk about digital transformation, most of the times, there is no clear definition of what digital transformation actually is. And it's a struggle. Because if you think about it, there could be one definition. Is the use of integrated technologies, so technologies that can make sure that they talk between themselves. There are no data silos, so you can actually enable those AI applications we were talking about without making, you know, hypes and jokes actually about that. And at the same time, inside organizations that are complex and driven by people. So if you don't have people that are actually trained to use 100% of those technologies, you're losing potential. And most of the times when I see digital transformation projects inside companies, what I've seen is that they spend a lot of money on technologies, but then the first thing they cut is the training for the personnel. And that is a huge mistake, because every time you don't make sure that those kind of technologies are used 100%, you're losing potential. And the third part is related to the business model. A lot of companies just adopt technologies because of the hype, because they don't really see an opportunity or potential, but just because they want to be, you know, in the trend. It's also a matter, I would say, of corporate politics, inside politics. So it's not really related just to public government, it's also inside companies, and we know the bigger the company it is, the more bureaucracy there is, and of course, this kind of games do play out. But the point is that you have really to think about the business models that you're actually enabling by those technologies. So if you think about digital transformation as a way to reduce your costs, so to increase your overall efficiency, or at the same time to enable new business models, you actually have to do a deep dive on your products, on your services, on what you are doing, on what makes you competitive in spite of everything that is happening all over the world. If your product is really, you know, still at the center of your market or not. So technologies, and especially digital transformation, can shape entire industries. We have seen it with the phone. We are seeing it on a lot of other markets. Think about, for example, we are here in Geneva. Think about the luxury market. So think about what Apple has done with the Apple Watch in terms of smartwatch. They created a category. And as of now, a lot of people, especially young people, are saying, well, of course, I'm going to take the big brand Geneva-made watch from when I'm older, and I don't know, to symbolize maybe an achievement or something like that. But my everyday driver is an Apple Watch. So what does that mean? It means that a lot of times companies have to look into themselves and try to understand a little bit better how can technology actually enable me to do something different from the things that I've done before, probably even radically different from what they are doing. Moving from, for example, a business model, I'm thinking about manufacturing, for which you do something which is called servitization. So you actually are a company that produces goods, and you sell on the market, and you sell single units, for example. Well, at some points you change yourself and you became a service-driven company, because your product that you're serving to your market, it's no longer, for example, a one-shot purchase, but it's a subscription model. And that is way more sustainable in terms of cash flow, in terms of possibilities, and so forth. And of course, this means more competition. This means a possibility of and a risk of failure. But entrepreneurship, in its core, it's about risk. Of course, if you are a banker, what you're thinking about is to build a portfolio. For example, if you are an investor, you're building a portfolio and you're trying to managing risk. So I would like to say something as an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs do not like to take big risks. If they can, they try to reduce them as much as possible. But nevertheless, most of the times, you have to believe in something, Steve Jobs used to say, you have to believe in something. Karma, God, whatever. But you have to believe that something that is not really in the scope of your view can be something that is as transformative as those technology and digital transformation at all allow you to do that. Government is the same thing. With government, you have to understand really, and you have to understand how to separate hype for something concrete. And in order to do that, you have to go back into understanding and analyzing which are the pain points of your citizens and start building up from that. A lot of this disaffection with nowadays politics is related to the fact that the elites are perceived as far from the common folk, the people, and so forth. I think that starting again with public discussions related to the impact of technology is an inevitable step in order to make sure that this transition is good, it provides value, and provides value for everyone.
Thank you a lot, Andrea, for this insightful. I'm so fortunate to be I think the only person in the audience almost to be here sitting with you and feel this energy. And now I want to go to Laurent because I think that if I'm not mistaken, this edition of the Global Entrepreneurship Week marks its 10 years anniversary. So you've been around entrepreneurship for quite some time, especially here at the University of Geneva. And I think that the whole team of E-SPACE is really thankful to the trust that you've put in ourselves to actually deliver this event. And you've been extremely supportive, the whole team of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, which is also an attitude in some ways that I will say is quite unique, and which is not maybe shared in all areas of public administration. I haven't seen that much level of confidence in many other places. How have you seen the evolution maybe of the attitude of, especially in government or administration, how have you seen this maybe an evolution of attitude on the topic of entrepreneurship? How has it come up or down, I don't know, in the agenda?
Yes, I have to say that with the University of Geneva, it has always been somewhat easy to actually push these kind of ideas. If I go back to the first editions of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, maybe I can give you a very short historical background. I was coming back from Boston after 1 year being there, writing a book on technology transfer, but I was actually sitting in an economic department. That's also something interesting. I'm a physicist, but I like to reach out to other fields, and I felt that a lot of people on the economic department of the University of Boston were looking at technology transfer. So I said, why don't I take 1 year off and work with you guys to understand better what you are looking at, and I can help you also by giving my perspective as a practitioner. But when I was there, I realized that actually the department was called ITech, Institute for Technology, Entrepreneurship and Commercialization. And I could see that I was actually within an academic setting serving students from Boston University to help them being more entrepreneur. So when I came back, I thought, okay, I'm at the University of Geneva. I need to serve also the students. I serve the researchers as a technology transfer officer. I look at what they discover. But students, we were not actually serving them. And I thought, why don't we try to start? Also, I talked with other entrepreneurs in Geneva, and they said, well, there's this great global entrepreneurship week going on in November. Why don't you try to do something at that time? So with a small team of people, we decided we do that. And then the university response for that was very open. But actually, because University of Geneva was not really seeing itself as an entrepreneur university, we thought, okay, we give a shot. We give the opportunity to students to actually look if entrepreneurship, we call libérer vos idées, so free your ideas, because it's not make money or get your IPO. And it was really giving the trust to students to do their own stuff. And coming back to what you said with E-SPACE, it's giving the trust that you guys, you students, are able to do very great things if we give you just a little push. And we realized they were the Students Association, the students, they took this on and they said, we are willing to do something, and it was a great story from the first edition to now. So to just summarize, I think if you tell students that we trust them and it's just go ahead and we try to help you out, maybe making the link between you and the head of the university, just to make sure that you get also the trust of the head, and it works very easy that way. So I think University of Geneva has been really key by helping students in a very simple way, just by giving them trust to do what they want. Last example, the first edition or the second one, the students decided they want to open a beer bar in the middle of the university hall. And we thought, that's a great idea, because you can sell beer and try to organize yourself, be an entrepreneur as a beer barman. The problem was to get the authorization from the state of Geneva. So I remember calling the state of Geneva and said, look, we are trying with students to open a beer bar within the university. And the guy said, well, interesting. And you saw it for the entrepreneurship week. Oh, yes, no problem. But just apply for it, and in 1 month we give you the answer. And I said, no, I need the answer for tomorrow. But they did it.
They did?
Yes. And I think the message is that if you just try, and maybe people like us, a bit more senior, by helping these students, they realize not everything, but many things are possible.
Yeah.
So just do it.
Excellent message. Really like it.
It's amazing, and I'm like really so thankful that I'm in this university, because it's my sixth year here now, and I think it's the same for all the students part of this like a group of students organizing this. But I've been in associations ever since, and I've been able to do so many stuff with so many support, and that's really like an amazing experience. And now I'm moving to you, Utkarsh, because, and I want your advice on this. What do you do if you don't get this space? If the environment you are in is more kind of locked in, and you don't feel that you can actually, explore the possibilities that you may have?
Yeah. If you read my book, The Seductive Illusion of Hard Work, there is a chapter specifically focused on this question. How do you transform your adversity into a competitive edge? So there is a full-fledged framework for it. But I don't want to talk in theoretical terms. But adversity or big challenges are also opportunities, as long as the people who are on the ground have the tools and the techniques to convert it. Whether you look at political struggles or economic struggles or social struggles, when you really push to the brink is when your best comes out. But also, most of us are not really taught or equipped how to deal with such circumstances. Have any of you studied resilience as a subject? Grit? How to learn? Instead, we are taught very specialized subjects from the very beginning. For example, I remember, I enjoy math. I'm good at math, I understand. There was a lot of in-depth discussions on logarithms up front. And I think that specific session was perhaps too soon for not required for everybody. Maybe somebody like me could have studied it, but I think something like grit and resilience, which teaches you to transform that adversity into an edge, that should be taught to everyone. So, we are in University of Geneva, so let's also talk the role of education. The role of university has become, essentially not University of Geneva per se, but on an average university has become basically a factory to dole out hyper-specialized courses to everybody. And that is not the future of entrepreneurship or the future of education. You essentially need to give entrepreneurs or learners the building blocks so that they can create the future they want, which might include, say, setting up a canteen or a cafe in the middle of a university, which is a good business opportunity, to basically building a low-cost vehicle that takes you to more. So the thesis can be very broad as long as we ask the right questions. So I think if you're not getting the right opportunity, you need to essentially, what I like to call, augment your luck surface area. So luck surface area is a concept made up of two things. If you want to get luckier, and if you feel that things are not working out over and over and over and over again, you need to do two things. First, do great work, and second, tell lots of people. You can't get lucky consistently without doing both together. Now the question is, how do you do great work? So that comes down to the mastery point that I was making earlier. Pick something where you have a unique advantage to do something. Don't be the 30th cafe on the university street, because that by definition is not going to be taking you too far. However, feel free to be the first, vegan cart in Geneva that runs in a certain way, offers a subscription to people. You just need to know, are you curious about it enough? And second, do a great job of telling lots of people, because that community building, it's not marketing. Marketing is very gimmicky, a gimmicky way of looking at it. But this is basically building a community which will be an exchange of ideas, right? Just like if you look at, essentially how I came to this conference, or how I got my book, or how I started my Harvard column, a lot of that will come down to essentially different elements of community working out. And then, yes, me also trying to focus on different things. But this is not specific to me. I didn't do anything particularly unique. I just kept augmenting my luck surface area by trying to do great work in something that I genuinely cared about and building a community. And this is universal. This is not specific to me or my education background or my work experience or whatever. This is something that every person does. But you need to be taught that it is doable. We are taught that, when adversity strikes, when you don't get the first outcome, when you don't get rank 1 in that university exam, or you don't get funding from whatever you really, really wanted, your life is over. Your life is not over. Your life is just beginning. If you want to get lucky, you just need to keep flipping the coin and keep waiting so that you find the right product, entrepreneur, and problem market fit, I think.
Mm-hmm. Thank you a lot, Utkarsh. I don't know if it was, maybe Machiavelli that was saying that you have this goddess that is Fortuna, and you have to, in some ways, kind of try to seduce her so that you get luck. And I think that's actually something that the teacher here at the law school actually told us in class, and I found it so amazing. This idea that luck is not just something that comes out of nowhere, but you have to provoke it in some way. And now we go to you, Andrea, because yourself, now getting out of the policy making, but that maybe we'll come to it later, but yourself, you've done a lot of things. You've done a lot of things, and when I hear you also, Utkarsh, I hear that there is this notion of trying to find something you're good at. But how do you find this thing? Do you have one thing at the beginning, or how do you get there?
I have this story that I like to tell about, and I think it's very local. I don't know how much it's going to resonate with our audience, but maybe with somebody it will. So when I was 6 or 7, I spent most of my days not really learning how to play football. I repeat, I'm Italian, so this is considered like a treason in my country. And what happens is that I was the only boy who wasn't able, to play soccer. And nowadays, I'm not capable of doing it. But nevertheless, what I've spent most of my time with was on my brother's lap. and he was really into computers at the time. So that passion kind of trickled down to me, and I've spent a lot of years, and I mean a lot of years, also while studying, of course, so elementary school, middle schools, and everything, by using various applications on computers, graphics applications, compiling Linux distributions, and so forth. And you would say, okay, so what does that mean with the question? How does it relate? So when you put yourself in a position for which you can experiment, and you're experimenting in some kind of a safe space. For me, it was my home, it was my, my bedroom and everything. You can actually try to put your toes in a bit of different lakes, I would say. So I tried with graphics, I tried with coding, I tried with system administration. And after that, when I had to choose my university path, it was a hard time because we had some very important economic struggles in my family. I always say that I'm a failed engineer most of the times because unfortunately I was one of the ones that weren't really good at math, but I was really fascinated by science and technologies. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to enter a college related to engineering and so forth. So I said, okay, what is something that I'm passionate about that I can bring together? What can I cross-pollinate in order to make sure that I can get in the field that I like, which is technology, innovation, science, without, having to be strictly an engineer? And it came to my mind because in those years I was very politically active. I liked it a lot, and I ended up choosing political science. And to all of you that are doing political science, do trust me, you're not wasting either your time or your money, no matter what other people say, because you have a very broad view, and it's going to be important in the future. So what happens is that I understood that what I wanted to focus about for my, for my studies were to be technology regulation. So I ended up at the beginning of my career doing exactly that. So I've worked at the Prime Minister office of my country. I work on all of that, and a lot of people were not really interested on the topic, on a specific topic. So I found my niche. I tried to build my own luck. And a few years later, I built a couple of companies, and a lot of the understanding that I've bought from different experience, those with graphics and those with computing and so forth, and regulation, gave me a strong competitive advantage that I could, compound by mixing different type of experiences. So as I always like to say, I'm 30, I just turned 30, and what I've done for the past 10 years, deliberately, was to treat my life, my working life and my life, as a diversified investment portfolio. So I tried to, invest in different things, which were kind of unrelated to each other. And I know a lot of you people might be sick of me quoting Steve Jobs, but we wouldn't have, funds on computers if Steve Jobs hadn't got those calligraphy classes back when he was at the university. Really? Because nevertheless, we wouldn't have them today, or maybe somebody else would have invented them, but we would have them much later. So I treated my working experience as this diversified portfolio, and by diversifying, you may perceive as of now, as you are a student, as you are trying to understand which is the best way to begin your journey into the world, because finding a workplace or finding your vocation, I would say, is a way of find your way into the world, of sailing out into the open, and is to try to do a lot of things which are unrelated to themselves, and trust me, you'll figure out how to connect the dots. It's going to require some time. Don't be afraid by the fact that a lot of people choose to have very structured paths, which may, obtain some advantages in the short run, but in the medium run and in the long run, I think I deeply relate to what was said before, that it's going to be strictly related to what you find meaning into and from. So if you end up being an accountant and doing accountant and financial stuff only because it's secure, you're going to hate every second of it. Maybe you'll be economically secure, which is important, But nevertheless, at some point, you're never going to find the energy or what is required to keep going, and it's going to become hard. So as of now, as you're young, invest in different experiences and try to understand and try to create bridges in between, disciplines and experiences and the public and the private and so forth. Maybe you will not get returns in an immediate fashion, but in the medium and long term, I can assure you something good is going to turn out.
Thank you a lot, Andrea. Again, amazing perspective. And now I want to turn to you, Laurent, because I think that now we get a better sense of how important it is to actually try and explore new areas and maybe also become entrepreneurs ourselves. I don't know, but in your work, have you been in touch or in contact with, I don't know, students that have done research on projects that ended up being patented or whatever? Is there like any, I don't know, success stories here at the University of Geneva?
Sure. I mean, if you have 2 hours, we can start right now. I have my team looked at 1,000 inventions so far, so we have a lot of interesting stories. Maybe I'll give you 1 or 2 shortly. Maybe one that is very kind of interesting in bridging basic science with the entrepreneurship. So I'm a physicist, and there is an element in physics that is very special. Is quantum physics. It has very special rules, very difficult to understand, and it looks very exotic. The fact is, when I studied that, I had absolutely no faith in any application based on quantum physics. Down the road, many years later, there's a great company called ID Quantique based here in Geneva and also in Korea now. And they actually are stemming out from a very basic research group that was able to actually bridge from basic research to applied research and then to creation of company. And in very short and easy term, when we are, right now we are all stuck in this pandemic situation. So we rely a lot on digital world for everything. Digital world right now is also relying on the, I would say, cryptography based on elements that can be broken in a way by a powerful computer. This HTTPS, the S for the secure. And the question was, if somebody can break this cryptography algorithm right now, used everywhere, when you take money out, when you go on the web, when you have to deal with the administration to your computer, it all rely on that cryptographic element. If this breaks, everything is just stopped. And it's like 1-0. It's suddenly you cannot take money out of the bank, you cannot talk to anybody really on a secure way. So it's a very game-changing situation. What ID Quantique did is to realize that by using quantum cryptography, you just bring the other level, the new level that can prevent that. And so it was a very interesting way to see this very basic research becoming like the next step cryptography element. And now it's actually, you can buy phones where part of the phone using this technology, and it's going further. They have, they sell that to banks, to many places where they want to such a high level of cryptography security. But maybe in the future that will be mainstream everywhere because the computer capability is raising up, and then suddenly your algorithm of cryptography that we use today cannot be secure enough. You need the next level that is using the law of physics to prevent people to look at, break your cryptography element. So just to say that in my modest experience, seeing this quantum physics, very basic, very fundamental research, being moved to a very applicable element that could be game-changing in the future for everybody is really a lot of pleasure. So I take this is one of the 1,000 inventions, but there are also other, and just the second one I want to mention very quickly, but I will stop, but just to have people think, it's an invention to figure out if somebody is loving you or not. So how do you translate this invention to something on the marketplace? What kind of application when you have a true objective measure of love? So I leave you with that. I see they all look at me like, we want more.
We want more.
But basically, this is a way to measure love, but what is love? That's the first question. So you have to figure out, okay, is it love? What do you mean by love? So actually, the message is how your brain is capturing an image of somebody or something. Actually, we realize this works also for object. And what's the emotional response of your brain to an image of a loved one or not? And so basically, when this came out in our office, we had to figure out what kind of application we could do. And there was a struggle because there are ethical questions based on that. So suddenly you realize that you have a very specific technology you have to transfer, but then it brings a lot of discussion. And that's, again, back to the discussion. Somebody that is able or has been trained to address this different element and understand that it's not just one. You have to have combine the ethical definition of love, the technology, and what's the market for that, and where is the path for a market that can be accepted by the people. So again, I think entrepreneurship and having people being able to look at the same question but from different angle and bring a solution that is coherent. I mean, for me, this is the future of work, is giving the skill to people to look at this from different angle.
Yeah. And now I'm going back to Utkarsh, so we won't be talking of quantum physics unless you want to. But my question to you is slightly different. So we see that, okay, there is amazing avenues that you can pursue if you do entrepreneurship, right? It's amazing, and for that you need to explore different ways. But for that you need time, and you need this mental also, I don't know, openness to be able to do all of that. So in some sense, isn't that also a luxury? Can everybody, no matter in which situation they are, because I'm thinking of students right now that maybe cannot have their student job, which means that they are maybe struggling financially speaking, like, yeah, what's your message to them? How can they handle such a situation? Is entrepreneurship still open to them?
I think that's a really interesting question. Let me attempt to answer this. So you're right that a lot of training that relatively wealthier people are able to carry out with relatively more insurance. Look, what has happened is, fortunately or unfortunately, education and a lot of pedigree has become a bit of an insurance policy, right? So my elite experience, work experience, and my education experience does help me get a foot in the door wherever I want. Now, the quick question is that should this be a criteria for getting a foot in the door of people? No, not necessarily. So the question is, how do you democratize access? How do you democratize access to talent, to opportunities, to mentorship, to avenues? So, Network Capital was founded on a very simple thesis that talent is equally distributed, opportunities are not. So how do you bridge this gap? This is true everywhere. This is not true to any country, this is true everywhere. There are certain advantages that come from being able to speak languages, being able to have access to elite institutions, having parents who have, high levels of education, so to speak. But when you look at history, when you look at what's happening, a lot of great innovation also comes from, or mostly comes from, people who've been really pushed towards the edge. And they found opportunity in adversity. So I don't think there necessarily needs to be a situation where people need to feel bad for, say, their elite education or their elite work experience, or so the opportunities that they might have got from, say, structural hierarchy or structural way the things are. But there is a need to democratize and share. So if you are somebody who you believe have had the privilege of a good education, a good work experience, a good familial background, I think you owe it to the world to share it at scale. There are two benefits that are going to happen. First is that it is the right thing to do. I don't need to make a case for that. That's obvious. Now let me appeal to your business mind. it also has tangible impact on your career. The most successful people in the world happen to be givers, people who enable others to succeed. The more you enable others to succeed, the more they directly and indirectly contribute to your success. On Network Capital, we create a lot of master classes so that people can learn from the best content creators. And I see over and over and over again a recurring theme among the top 1% of professionals and entrepreneurs is that they are givers at scale. So whether you have privilege or no, it makes sense to share it and create opportunities for others. It's the right thing to do, and it makes business sense. But the question that you've asked is a right one. Are there structural advantages? Are there a luxury? I think the answer is not a simple one, but to deny that there are structural advantages that do play a role will perhaps not be right. For example, very simply put, if your parents are multimillionaires living in a certain area of the world, and you also become a multimillionaire doing amazing things, good for you. Like, nobody's saying taking credit away from you. But I think a part of you also needs to try and share that access. This is not the Robin Hood model where I'll take what's yours and give it to others. I will say, let's create an opportunity where you share opportunities at scale so that others can do the same, even if they don't have structural advantages. Actually, especially if they don't have structural advantages.
Mm-hmm. Thank you a lot, Utkarsh. Wonderful rebounds on this question, and amazing. And now I'm going back to you, and I want to continue something also that I think you were saying before. You talked about your also personal approach, how you've come to actually find something that you like, something that you're good at. But do you think that also everybody is seeing it as a positive element? Because in some way, just before we had the managing partner of Anta Geneva, which is a recruiter, and so they had a discussion about how to find internships and everything, and they were discussing the issue, which is that often students don't find internships. And I've heard students, friends of mine, which have done many things, be called like ovnis, because companies, they tell them, well, you're great, you've done many things, but I don't really understand who you are, right? I don't understand who you are. So do you think that in some way, we're kind of encouraging students to pursue this, but does that mean that they will be able to re-enter maybe a more traditional working force?
That's a great question. I think it has to be addressed from two different point of views. The first one is structural, and it's related to institutions and companies themselves, the way they select people, the way they recruit people. And I think that for better or worse, it's going to change. There is a big policy debate related to the fact that if companies, for example, become fully remote, it doesn't matter where somebody lives, you can hire everyone in the world. It was said before, opportunity is not evenly distributed while talent is, and it's everywhere. Of course, the policy issue is that people working in different countries have different labor laws and so forth, and of course, different level of taxation and so on. I don't want to, annoy anyone, but the whole idea of this is that companies will have to evolve the way in which they select people as more and more innovation positions do open inside them, because they feel the need of having this kind of positions inside them. So I think a lot of companies, not just the big ones, are going to be having a deep look into themselves and understanding that if they want to attract those kind of entrepreneurial talents, they are going to change a little bit the way for which they use their criteria for selection, for which not just status or privilege become, the main drivers for, the screening of curricula. On the second level, and this all comes up to personal responsibility, which is something that I deeply believe in too. So if you have an unconventional path in your life, so you have done very different ways, you are responsible not only of being your own CEO, but also of crafting a story that is coherent and puts all the elements, all together in a way that makes sense, in a way that explains why you have done some things and why they position you in a way that is unique and creates value. And do keep in mind that this is not easy. This is not easy at all, because you have to look inside yourself, and it's scary. And if you look at the abyss, as a philosopher said, the abyss is going to stare back at you. And so it's really hard to fathom with those kind of things. But you have to do it. So you have this kind of responsibilities. If you don't craft the story that you're telling to the outside world and you don't believe in it, how are recruiters or other people giving opportunities, why should they give you credit? They wouldn't. Of course, this is not easy. This is really hard. It takes time. It takes, effort. It takes different attempts, I would say. I didn't wake up, one day and say, okay, I'm going to be a digital transformation consultant and an innovation manager because I can do this, 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 and that. It doesn't work like that. It's a way of bouncing around things and trying to figure everything out. When I understood that my graphic capabilities and prototyping capabilities, for example, could be mixed up with my understanding of regulation, of business model, and technology, I thought, well, maybe there's an opportunity. But I have to explain it. So the recruiters, the companies are going to change because they will feel the need to in some positions. I don't know if in all of them, but in some indeed. On the other side, you do have a personal responsibility. And this personal responsibility in crafting your own story is actually how to tell it in a compelling way, in a way that makes sense, and make sure that every step that brought you here has brought you here for a reason. And you're supposed to find that reason.
Mm-hmm. Thank you a lot for this beautiful question. And now I'm turning to you, Laurent. So I think that now we've made really an interesting tour on this question in and out, but also from your personal experience. Do you feel like there is an opportunity for young people, the students you're encouraging to be entrepreneurs? Do you think that there is an opportunity for them to continue in the working world with this same kind of spirit? Or will they have to say, okay, well, that was my university years, and now I have to go to the 6 p.m.
Yes, I think the goal of spending a week or more exploring entrepreneurship is more than just playing with ideas and having fun, trying to figure out what to do with ideas and try to translate that into real project. I think there is an element that we touched upon very little, is the capacity to work as a team, the capacity also to network with other people. So it's beyond your skills and the way to project an idea into something real. It's also the way how you plug this in a network of professionals that can help you, how you figure out which one of these professionals are the good one to follow, which one you have to be careful. Where can you find support in different type of elements? So the week, how we structure the week is, we first say to people, you have to explore whatever you want to do. And back to what you said about the path and the career that you want to make, I'm a strong believer that if you give to people the capacity to explore and do many things, it's like putting dots in your resume. You don't realize, but there are many dots. And when you look at your dots after a few years, you realize there's a trend, there's something, there's a signal that tells you you are good or you are interested in this kind of stuff, because you see the dots are making a pattern. That's actually how I saw my way. But I think it's very true so explore, put dots on the map and look at the dots, you would see a trend. The second thing is plug people to network. So at the end of every week, unfortunately tomorrow we cannot do that, there's a dinner where we bring all the people being awarded prizes for their ideas, and we plug them with the local network of interesting people to meet. So we have a dinner. If you've been to Oxford, you know about maybe this Innovation Oxford Society.
Yeah.
It's a dinner where you bring people together, but basically it's a power networking tool where a student is next to a coach from a local coach company and next to maybe an incubator guy, next to an investor, next to somebody else, and they engage in networking together. In the middle of the dinner, we shift, and that's my job of my team. We make a very careful selection who is going where. So in the dinner, you get to talk to 4, 5, 6 people different. And so our job is to bring these people, these young people, also in contact with a lot of other people in a very good atmosphere. So it's plugging the network. And the last element, which is also very key, is the team effort. It's good to be an entrepreneur, but you have to work as a team. You have to also understand where you're good at as a team player. There are CEOs that are very good, but there are also other type of character. And finally, I think the team element, it's bringing people from different perspectives together and having them, as you've done probably as the studio, working together, figuring out how to install that, how to the budget you had for that, how you spend that budget, what are the priority you want to put as a discussion, this is a team effort. And probably at the end of this week, when you are done with all this very impressive work, what remains is probably the good experience you had as a team. And that's also a key element in the future for young people.
Yeah, the importance of a team is really important. I remember yesterday evening, so we've had lots of evening call or night calls, and I was talking with Nico, which is the guy that did all the graphic designs here, and he was saying, he was about to say something about Thursday evening, which was something like, okay, let's go and have some drinks, right? But now there is COVID, and I have an exam. Okay, so not possible. But it's true that I think that we feel as a team that nonetheless, I mean, we have learned a lot because we've faced a lot of unexpected things. But I mean, we've learned so much, and at the end, we really feel, I think, this sense of solidarity, and all the people working for this event, I think, are really happy for that. And because we don't have much time left, I want to go back to Utkarsh, because you said something which was plugging people to networks. What's your view of the role of communities in helping you also navigate the working world?
Yeah. You know, networks are about contribution capital. Mostly when you join a community or you join a network, you ask yourself, what can I get out of it? That's the wrong question. The question you need to ask yourself is, how can I contribute uniquely to this community? For example, the way he was saying that he as a person spends time in actually really thinking about the spatial arrangement of a setting so that people are able to get most meaning out of that discussion. You should also figure out how can you uniquely contribute to any community that you can be a part of. The word networking is abused every day. Networking does not mean taking a selfie with Bill Gates. Networking does not mean that, you keep sending 1,000 LinkedIn requests to random people. Networking essentially comes down to you figuring out how you can add unique value to a community. Opportunities will automatically come to you. Let me give one tip to every student or young professional or anybody listening in. If you want to network hard, do interesting things. That is the most proven way to network. All opportunities, or most opportunities that have come to me, my book, my Harvard articles, a lot of awards, scholarships, have all happened because I did interesting things. Somebody somewhere told somebody somewhere, and I ended up here. I'm here also because of something similar. So don't lobby hard. Don't keep doing funny things. Do interesting things. Let networking be a byproduct. And you already have network capital. We're open to all nationalities, all languages, welcome. But the philosophy is that. And I know that a lot of our audience might be students and young professionals, but I do want to mention that as we think about work in the 21st century, we are entering what you call an age-agnostic society, because people will have to reinvent themselves multiple times. So you will see 65-year-olds or starting up. You're not 65. I'm just, like giving
Soon.
an example.
Not yet. Not yet.
And you'll also find 30-year-olds who are looking for a lot of stability, financially or otherwise. So I think you will see the emergence of 60 over 60 or 70 over 70, just as you have, say, 40 under 40 or 30 under 30. So what that means is it's an age-agnostic society. It's an international society. It's a society that craves meaning and a lot of efficiency. But a lot of the discussions that we have on work, we only talk of efficiency. Let's broaden the debate and make it more specific. I'm not a fan of let's just meeting for another meeting's sake. No. Let's take few decisions today. For example, if you want to do something on networking, start doing something interesting from tonight and see how opportunities come to you. You can personally write to me that you attended this summit, and I'll make sure that access is not a problem for you through network capital or otherwise.
Thank you a lot, Utkarsh, for this answer. And I think that we've mentioned the notion of team also, and yeah, teamwork is also important within a team, but also between different organizations. And just for us, I think again, working with the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and also working with people from different generations. Just like right now, I think there's at least 3 generations here, and it's the exercise we do together, this discussion is a team effort, and being able to work as a team with people from different generations is also a learning experience and also valuable, because that's what gives us the output that we are getting this evening. And now I see that the clock is now turning red. So one last question to all of you. So when we talk about COVID-19, we talk also about what some people are fearing as the lost generation. So this generation of students right now that were prepared to enter the working world, but unfortunately all the opportunities closed. And statistics say that when you start your work experience by unemployment, or that you don't get those internships, you get a low self-esteem, and you don't really reach out for many goals afterwards, which means that maybe now we're facing a situation where right now you have a generation of students that might get lost. What's the advice, or what's your message to them right now?
I think 3, really fast. First of all, it gets better. It always does. It gets better. The second one is take advantage of your most useful asset as of now, which is time, and especially times related to energy and attention. So as of now, if you can manage to join activities which are not, strictly related to having a compensation, for example, internships, but are projects that you find interesting or are out of your comfort zone, please make sure to join them. Please make sure that you use the time that you have as of now to explore as many things as possible, as I was saying before. The third one is, I would say, try to understand a little bit better how to plan for your next few years. I know that it sounds counterintuitive, and I know it sounds different from what a lot of people say, especially when you're young, that you should, you should sail in the open ocean without really having a plan. But I think that you had at least a broad picture of 5, 6, 7 possible outcomes that you can have in your immediate career in the next 3 or 4 years, some things that you would be interested in doing. And even if some doors close because of the situation, which is endogenous and everything, you will still land, they used to say, shoot for the sky. If everything goes wrong, you will land on a cloud. And that's the whole idea, Try to picture 6 or 7 potential paths for you, and try to, go in different directions as of your knowledge, skills, experience, and so forth. And opportunity will come.
Thank you a lot. The floor is yours, Laurent.
Thank you. Very quickly, 2 things. Resilience. It's hard. I know it's very hard for young people, but you are getting trained to something that you will face very often in your life, is to face obstacle issues. You have to be resilient. So you are just getting trained to a very important element, is to be able to be resilient. The second thing is that you also are realizing today and these days that you are missing very important element. Could be social contact, could be loved one that you have not access to. So take this as an opportunity to live a much deeper life afterwards by realizing what is important in your life. Because now people are, I would say, realize what is important in your life. And it's very key if you realize that early to actually act upon it and then have a very full life afterwards. If you realize what is important when you are late in your life, it's a very pity when you don't enjoy life the way you should have been. So young ones, you have in a real experiment to figure out what is important in your life, and when we are back to normal, you will really enjoy life much deeper.
Utkarsh, you have the closing suggestions.
Thank you. Let me give you bad news first. So in the past, there have been studies done that if you graduate in a recession, you tend to be, on average, lower in terms of income when added over age. So basically, overall earnings are low just because you graduated in a recession. What does that mean? The start to your career is really important. That's a fact. You can't deny it. This is it. However, the good news is that you don't need to play by the clearly wrong rules of the past. You don't need to wait for somebody to hire you. The whole purpose of this week and why we have the support of a wide range of sponsors is that this is your opportunity to create your category of one. Don't be the 43rd person to start something which has already been, talked about extensively in the same street where there are whole options. Think of new options and create it. This is a very interesting time for you to conduct micro experiments with yourself. If you spend all day trying to apply for jobs, you will just surrender to boredom and exhaustion. It's really a boring and dull process. If you've, say, been fired, or if you're not getting an opportunity, you applying more frequently will help. But what I often notice through network capital is that the ones that succeed are the ones who either change their strategy or realize that they've been applying to the wrong place all along, or just to realize that, the job that I love doesn't exist, so I'll create the job I want and create my category of one. Emergencies tend to fast forward history. And I think this emergency has fast forwarded history for all of us. And this is an opportunity as well as an adversity. I hope my story gives you some points of reference. I left Microsoft in the middle of the pandemic to commit full-time to network capital. My goal was to get to 1,000 subscribers. I thought it'll take much longer. It took much less time than you think. Yes, I was not, I didn't have to leave. There were many factors. If you're interested, you can read the Harvard Business Review article I wrote yesterday. But I was so moved by building my category of one, enabling others to do so, that I went ahead, and I hope you do too. That will be the best outcome of the Global Entrepreneurship Week if each of you just decide to follow your curiosity, build interesting things, help interesting people, and create your category of one. Thank you.
Utkarsh, thank you a lot. Laurent, thank you a lot again. Andrea, amazing also. Thank you a lot. So now I'm addressing the audience. Thank you a lot for having been with us. So yesterday we took a small dive into disruption and how the world and the society we live in currently is being disrupted. Today we looked at how the future of work is gonna look like and how work is today. We found out, thanks to our beautiful speakers, that basically entrepreneurship is not just building a company. It's a mindset that helps us navigate through difficult times. And tomorrow is the time where we look at entrepreneurship itself, because the topic of tomorrow is actually how to become the entrepreneur of tomorrow. And the actual closing conference will even go to the title, how to become the change maker of tomorrow. So that's really the topic of tomorrow, and you're also going to have, as the past 2 days, master classes that will help you navigate this change. And the first masterclass to which we invite you is a masterclass on the topic of where to play, which is an ideation methodology to help you unleash your creativity. And for that, we'll bring you the best. So you will be you will have a class master, which is Marc Gruber, which is the vice president for innovation at EPFL, which is one of the world's leading institutions, especially in innovation. So thank you a lot for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. for the first masterclass. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.